Dobar dan svima.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the Eurovision Song Contest. Oops, my apologies, I made a mistake. Good morning, and welcome to the second day of our big regional event. Today we can be a bit more relaxed, but it will certainly get interesting. Until 4:30, we will have several very interesting presentations and panel discussions, just like yesterday. Jelena, what do you think about yesterday? Well, we certainly enjoyed yesterday's part of the conference. We are still talking about our key goals, the three key words: policies, partnerships, and practices. Today, we will focus more on practices and the implementation of everything that we have designed. But we must not forget that without good policies, we cannot achieve the best outcomes and the best services for children and families. And very importantly, we still have representatives of different institutions here today, different professionals, policymakers, parents. So the partnership among all of us remains a key topic today. Once again, welcome to participants from Croatia, North Macedonia, Montenegro, Moldova, Romania, Bulgaria, Ukraine, Turkey, Slovakia, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Azerbaijan, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Greece, Georgia, and Serbia. Can we please have a big round of applause for all of you present here? We can see some photos from yesterday, from the opening of the conference to the Parenthood Fair, which closed the first day. Marko Somborac is still with us. He will be sketching his impressions from the conference. Here are some illustrations from yesterday, together with the guidebooks for parents. But unfortunately, we don't seem to be getting these guidebooks when we go to the maternity ward. So Marko will continue sketching. In the meantime, let's get to work. Just one more bit of information. I will now switch to English, since this conference is in English, Serbian, Russian, and Serbian Sign Language. So if you need translation, please take a pair of headphones in order to be able to keep up with everything that's going on today. Today's panels will be focused on service provision, and we will have numerous speakers in the panels. But we hope today we will have more room for discussion and for comments from you. So be prepared for interactive participation.
To introduce our dear guest and the keynote speaker from LEGO Foundation, Aaron Lynn Morris. I have to say a few words about LEGO Foundation, that has been a real great and admirable partner in the last years, not only as a partner to implementation, but our partner in advocating that the play is really the main language children and parents are talking and using, that play is really the way for the successful parenting. And let us hear him say us a few more words on how play can really contribute to the child development and the successful parenting. Aaron, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Jelena. And thank you for having me. It's really exciting to be here today to get to speak with you all. LEGO's been a really proud supporter of the work in Serbia, the playful parenting work, for the last 5 years. And so to be able to be here today for me in celebration with how much has been achieved, and the sharing and the energy from the region is just really exciting. So thank you for having me. Okay, there we go. Yeah, okay, perfect. Before I get started, I think it's important that we start with a little bit of play. And so I'd like you to find someone next to you. So make sure everyone has a pair. So everyone needs a pair. So look around. If you don't have someone next to you that you can play with right now, move around to get to someone that you can play with. So I'll give you a second to do that. Is everyone paired up? Do you all have a pair? Yeah, okay. Before you start to engage with your pair, I want you to first close your eyes and take a deep breath in and out. In and out. Keep breathing while I'm talking. I want you to bring yourself to this moment and to this space. There's a lot of information that's been shared in the last days. A lot of you are away from home. There's a lot going on. But for these moments, I want you to do your best to use your breath to be present, and in a second, engaged with your partner, which maybe requires a little relaxation. So if you can shake your shoulders a little bit in whatever way is comfortable for you, if you can move your neck around again in whatever way is comfortable for you. And in a second, I want you to open your eyes, or you can open your eyes now. And I want you to find your way to making eye contact with your partner. And I want you to keep on breathing. Don't stop breathing this entire time. Keep breathing. And eye contact is scary, especially if this is a stranger, so lean into the fear, keep breathing, and come back to your breath. And as you continue to look at each other, I want one of you to do something surprising. And I want the other one of you to react and do something surprising back to the other one. And I want you to keep breathing, and keep connecting, and keep responding to each other. One surprising action should lead to another surprising reaction. And keep responding, and keep breathing. And you can make noise and you can talk, which is great. And slowly wind that down and close your eyes again. And when you open them, say thank you to your partner. And come back to me. I have a 1-year-old at home, so I'm proudly wearing my dad pin. And he's a little bored of that game already, but 6 months ago, that was it, right? That was the best game that we could possibly play together. And that'll come back later on in the conversation. But just so you know a little bit more about the Lego Foundation, we're a Danish corporate foundation tied to the toy brick company. And we work to ensure that children can thrive and develop the holistic skills that they need through learning through play. And our aspiration across LEGO is that we want all children to become creative and engaged lifelong learners who can thrive in a constantly changing world. And I think we all know that, yeah, this is a world that's constantly in flux. And the more we can support kids to be creative, engaged, and have the skills that they need to thrive amidst that change, the better off they'll be, the better off our society will be. I've got the best job in the whole world. I'm often in situations
Često sam u situacijama kada moram da objasnim.
Don't think this is that room. I think you already all know why early childhood matters so much. And I know that you already saw a version of this chart yesterday when Ben was talking, and you've probably seen it before, but when I talk to folks that don't know why the early years are so important, this is usually a really useful place to start with the science, and to start with what we know about how much development is happening in the first 3 years of a child's life. It's an unparalleled moment, and it's critical, and it's the most opportunistic approach that we could take to address those early years. And so, again, I'm not going to belabor that. I'm in a room full of early childhood people. I'm so delighted about that. So, yeah, early childhood matters. But why play? Why play in early childhood? Why should play be a part of our approach to addressing early childhood development? It's because children learn through play. Play is the way that all children make sense of the world around them and the way that they make sense of their place in the world. There's a famous children's media figure that I grew up with in the US named Mr. Rogers, and he always used to say that play is the work of childhood. And I love that. It's how kids figure things out. And I also think it's how grown-ups learn and how grown-ups figure things out, but that's a conversation for another time. Happy to come back for that one. So we can say all that, and I think a lot of people in this room probably believe that and have had direct experience with that, but it also helps to give more specific language for that. And so that's something that the LEGO Foundation spends a lot of time doing with our research and our programmatic activities, is coming up with the ways we can better talk about how it is that children learn through play and what they learn through play. And so we've distilled what children are learning through play and into what we call our 5 skills for holistic development. And these are skills that we believe that all children need to thrive. That's something that I've said before. And we believe that play is one of the best ways for children to practice and develop those skills. And so I want you to close your eyes again. Lots of eye closing. And this is internal. This is about you as individuals. And I want you to think back to, this can be either for you or for a child that you know in your life, a favorite childhood play memory. So back to your breath, take yourself back, or maybe this is something that you're doing right now with kids in your life. And I want you to think about that play experience that's coming to your mind right now. And I want you to think of all 5 of your senses when you're thinking about that experience. What do you smell? What's the tactile experience of that play that you're imagining right now, or that you're remembering right now? What are you seeing? Who's around? What's the conversation like? What's the actual activity? And I hope that when you're remembering this activity, that you're remembering it from a perspective of pure joy. And I know that's not a guarantee, but I hope it's something that you just have this loving memory of this thing. And I hope it's not tied to, well, what did you get out of this thing? But for the sake of this conversation, I want you to open your eyes. And I want you to think now about, did that experience, did that memory have any bearing on who you are as a person today, or on who the person that you're imagining, if it's a child, who they are today? What about that experience can connect to who you all have developed into as human beings? Maybe there's not a connection. Maybe there is. I would hopefully think that there is, and I would hopefully tie it to these 5 skills. Is anyone brave enough to share their play memory? You don't have to. I'll share one if you don't. But does anyone want to share their? Yes. There's a microphone. Amazing. Oh, you got it. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. It's marble game.
Yeah.
So with marbles, jamlia, and it's in dirt.
Yeah.
And with a lot of boys around. And that has very much defined me as a person to do things my own way and to just dare in my personal and professional development.
I love that.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to share? Just one more. Yeah.
I like to play in the wood and to hold the tree and to listen the tree, and I talk with the tree, and it's a very, very special feeling.
Yeah. What kinds of things would you talk about?
I don't know.
Okay.
Some stories, then the feeling between connection,
Yeah.
and so on.
Yeah.
And I'm pediatrician now. I don't know it's, but it's not.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Connection.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's important.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah. So what I heard in both of those stories was social skill development. One with a group of boys, one with a tree, both valid and both important. I heard about emotional skill development, needing bravery and sharing and creating that connection, that emotional skill development. I heard, certainly in both of these, there was a physical element. My point being that these 5 skills, creative skills, social, physical, emotional, and cognitive, these are the skills that we want children to have to thrive in the moment. These are the skills that we want them to have as they grow into adulthood. And it's in these experiences that these skills can be practiced, and which is why we focus so much on play. Digging a little bit deeper, and going back to our first activity together, play is an incredible way to build strong and secure attachment between caregivers and children, especially in those first 3 years of life, especially in those first weeks and months of life. A child is born into this world born into these relationships that they find themselves in. And they desperately are working to make those connections. And it is in the eye contact. It's in the serve and return. It's in the laughter and the babbling and the connecting and engaging with each other throughout the day that those bonds can really be formed and strengthened and aligned in a way that will support children throughout their lives. It's also a great way of strengthening coping and resiliency skills. And a couple of things to point out here that play can be, children will use play as a coping mechanism, as a skill set that will help them to deal with stress or adversity that might be coming at them. It can be a way of deflecting and finding creating a safe space for themselves, or we as the adults in their lives can create that safe space for them to allow them the safety away from things that might be scary, or safety away from the things that might be causing stress and anxiety. It's also an incredible way for children to process things that are scary, to process things that are causing them stress and anxiety. And to use something that's not too scary, like I think about the experience of going to the doctor and how that can be really scary for young children, and how a game of pretend or a game of role play where you imagine what the doctor's office is going to be like, and maybe you use puppets or dolls or something, and you talk through that experience with the child, how that can really help to settle and calm a child's nervous system, to help them address and deal with that fear and that anxiety. So 2 different ways that play can help as an escape, help as a way to not have to confront head-on fear and anxiety, but also to help process, can really help children. And then I also really want to mention that play isn't great just for kids. When we're talking about the parents and caregivers in children's lives, play can also really contribute to parents' mental health and well-being. And the research tells us this. I'll tell you anecdotal stories right now. And I don't think this is an easy thing necessarily in a lot of circumstances, but when I'm able to come home from a stressful day, and I'm able to put my phone down, and I'm able to take those deep breaths that you obviously know that I like a deep breath at this point. When I'm able to take those deep breaths and make the choice to be present with the children in my life, it's within a matter of seconds that that engagement with them brings down my stress levels. The tricky part about that is that like I have to make that first active choice, and that first active choice to be present isn't always an easy one to make for lots of adults, for lots of different and very valid reasons. And so it's really important to support adults to be able to make that active choice. But when that active choice can be made, and when a grown-up can show up and be present with a child, it has been proven that engagement, that play can have really beneficial consequences for the grown-ups as well as for the children. So just wanted to mention that too. Okay, awesome, great, whatever, cool. But what does it actually look like? And I think a lot of you know what it actually looks like. A lot of you do this work day in and day out. But I think it's important that we explore that together. So I think you all had colored cards from yesterday. Or even if you don't have colored cards, you can use whatever you have on you. I want you to go back to your pair for a minute. With those, I'm going to use the cards as an example, but if you have something else, then apply whatever else you have on you. I want you to come up with your partner. You've got a red card, a blue card, and a green card, right? Yeah. I want you to, you have 2 minutes, and I want you with your partner to come up with 5 different playful activities that you could imagine with using those 3 cards. So this is not like it has to be the most perfect, like developmentally appropriate thing. This is just 5 playful activities that you could imagine engaging in with a child using those 3 cards. It could be anything. There's a million solutions here. You have 2 minutes, go. All right, you have 30 more seconds. 30 more seconds. Okay. Slowly come back to me. Slowly come back to me. Thank you. Thank you for saying yes to that and leaning into it. I saw a lot of smiles. I saw a lot of interesting things happening with paper. I saw an airplane. I saw a telescope. Is there any pair that's really excited about one of the 5 games that they came up with that is willing to stand up and share what they came up with? Will anyone share? Will anyone be bold enough to share what they created? I can be patient. Will anyone? Yes, yes, okay. Yelena, thank you. Oh, yeah.
We just made a plane out of paper. It was not good enough because it's not pointed, but we still could fly it. Thank you.
It is more than good enough. I love it. So there was paper airplane play, which if anyone has young children, they know that that can go on for hours. Any other? Yes?
We imagine that every card is a symbol of specific movement of the child. Let's say if it's a red one, they need to squat. If it's a blue one, they need to jump. If it's a green one, they need to turn around themselves, and we basically take turns in presenting these cards really fast so the children can do these moves.
Everybody stand up. Everybody stand up. So red is what? Red is, so if I hold up red, you have to squat, or do whatever version of a squat is comfortable. Blue? Blue, so red is a squat or something. Blue is a turn, and green is a jump. All right? All right, thank you. I love that. One more. One more? Yeah?
The game is, I put the card above my head, and the child needs to speak what is red, what is that color?
Perfect.
Is it a fruit or something else?
Yeah, very nice. Thank you. Thank you. I imagine if we went around the room, we'd now collectively have probably 1,000 different games that we came up with in the matter of 2 minutes. This exercise is important because two things. One is that this isn't rocket science, it's brain science. And we can all creatively think about the ways that we can support communities and families and children to play. It came very natural to you all. I think a lot of people in this room have a very special skill set that's been trained over a lot of years, but it's a skill set that can be supported and trained for a workforce, for a community, but also it doesn't take much, right? Across this entire room, the same 3 pieces of different colored paper can spark a million different ideas for the ways that you can make connections between people and the ways that you can play and engage. And I think that's so important to remember. I happen to work for a foundation connected to a very lucrative toy company, and I love that toy company. But you don't need toys that are bought on shelves to create really meaningful play and really meaningful experiences for children. Those toys are amazing, but different colored pieces of paper are just as amazing. And what's most important is the human beings involved. What's most important is the connections and the relationship that can be formed with any amount of materials or any kind of materials. So just wanted to make that point. I'm going to skip through these quickly to get to my conclusion, but these are images from another parenting program that the Serbia program has been connected to these last 5 years that I think just help to demonstrate that point, how the same materials can be used to help connect parents and kids in different ways. And then back to my desire to be creating a more common language that we can be using when we're talking about play. These are the 5 characteristics that the Lego Foundation talks about when it talks about when you think of a playful learning experience, what are the characteristics that are often present in that experience? What we're very careful to do is to not come up with a single definition of what play is. There's no such thing. Like love, play has no singular definition. For each individual, family, community, culture, it's going to look and feel different. There's going to be different components to it. But these 5 characteristics, we're saying, based on research, we're saying these 5 characteristics, not all together, not all the time, but are the characteristics that are present when playful learning, when you can set the scene for playful learning. And I saw all 5 of these when you all were playing just now. So we talk about joyful, and we talk about, it's not necessarily just extended happiness, right? there can be a quietness to joyfulness, there can be a surprise element to joyfulness, but it's that sense of true happiness with engaging with an experience. Actively engaging, I talk about this, actually this goes back to the breath. It's about being as fully present as possible. One of the phrases that I often talk about is being hands-on, minds-on. That when you're playing, it's really wonderful to have your full self embodied in the experience. When you all did your playful memory, maybe there was one or two of you that went here, but I imagine most of you didn't go to, when thinking about a play memory, didn't think about reading a book or watching a movie. And that's not to suggest that reading books and watching movies aren't a wonderful way for children to spend their time. But there's something about that that's a more passive, consumptive experience, whereas what we're talking about when we're talking about play is much more active, much more hands-on, minds-on. Socially interactive, again, this is not always, you're not always going to be socially interactive, right? There's plenty of play experiences where a child is playing on their own. And I want to make sure I make this point. It is so important for children to have opportunities to play on their own. We're talking a lot these days about the importance of parents and caregivers supporting children's play and engaging in play with children. But it is just important for parents to support their children's play by enabling and ensuring that there are conditions for those children to play on their own with other children, and sometimes without the parent engaging, and that's important too. But socially interactive, that feeling of connection, that things that I was just mentioning, how important the relationships are, and meaningful. It has to mean something to the child for them to learn and to play. It has to connect to something that they're interested in. And that's often the other human beings involved in the play, but yeah. And then finally, iterative, which is just the opportunity to repeat, to try it again a different way. People often talk about young children as scientists, and iterative really fits into that model of the child as a scientist, in that they're constantly experimenting, constantly trying to make sense of, and having to try things a million different ways to understand like the most optimal. I think about my 1-year-old and how often at the dinner table we turn, well, he turns, I don't appreciate this as much, dropping his fork and his cup and his plate onto the floor, right? Has anyone else experienced that? Yeah. He's experimenting. He wants to know what's going to happen when he drops it. And 9 times out of 10, someone picks it up and gives it back to him, and he thinks it's delightful. But that iteration of he's playing, right? And that iteration is him testing things out, him experimenting. So those 5 characteristics are the ones that we use to describe, that we talk about as being present during playful learning. I want to end with gratitude. I think, yeah, I want to end with gratitude. I've been in Denmark for these last 5 years as the playful parenting work in Serbia has been active. And it is so exciting that it didn't need to be me giving this conversation today, giving this talk today. When I reflect on and take in what I've learned and seen about the work in Serbia these last 5 years, particularly among the home health nurse community, and what they've achieved, both through their professional development, but more importantly, what they've brought to families in the communities and the local governments where they've been so active these last 5 years. It's so inspiring, and it's so important. And I'm so grateful that this work is happening, that it's being championed by so many people in this room and in this region. It is so important, and I'm just so grateful. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Hvala mnogo, Aronu.
Thank you very much, Aaron. I was wondering what this game would have looked like if we'd done it yesterday at the conference opening together with all the high-level officials. I think they would have liked it to go back to their childhoods. I have 2 sons. The older one is almost 16, the younger one almost 13 years old. I remembered how I could hold their feet in my palm when they were little. Now they are big, smelly, hairy feet, shoe size 44, and I'm not sure I would like to hold them in my palm, but I'm very proud of them, as I'm sure most of you here are as well. but it was wonderful to play and to go back to the childhood, at least briefly.
I just want to remind you as well that 11th of June is International Day of Play. And I know that many of you in your local communities, in your institutions have celebrated that day. And I hope that as a parents you celebrate it every day. The General Assembly of the United Nations has selected that day exactly because they believe that play is the most important ingredient of the life of every family. And if we want to move it forward, we need to express that also to our policymakers, to our institutions, to our systems, including the health system that we will meet exactly now on the next panel. But before we do that, I know we have a little video to show about International Day of Play.
Play isn't just about having fun. It's a really important part of our lives. Play helps us be our best. It helps us to stay healthy and feel good inside and out. It helps us to learn stuff and get creative. It helps us to fix problems and feel brave. It helps us to make friends and laugh and be happy. Adults have forgotten how important play is. Everything else seems more important to them. We want adults to remember that play connects us all. It brings us together and helps us understand each other better. It makes us stronger, teaches us how to be a team, and helps us discover our hidden talents. It makes difficult things feel easier. But not all of us have the same time or space to play. Some of us cannot play because the roads are too busy and our parents think that's too dangerous to play outside. Some of us can't play because there isn't enough time. We have to do too many chores, homework, or have to do extra jobs to help our family. And others can't play because of wars or because climate change is destroying our world, our homes and our favourite playgrounds. We are asking all adults to remember that play is important so we can all play more. Because we need play now more than ever.
Trebalo bi češće.
We should listen to children more often and really hear what they say. But now is the time to hear the participants of the first panel who are impatient to join us here. But before that, Jelena has a surprise.
Many champions of play, and I know that those that will come here will be the first one to talk to you today, besides Aaron, who is a champion over champions, yeah. And but before we do that, we want to just to give a big wow and applause, and I don't know, the celebration for the special person whose birthday is today. And Dr. Anita Pavičić-Bošnjak, yeah. And we have a little present for you. In the past year, the team of health professionals in Serbia have made special guidance for in neonatology, for the specialized and basic care. And this is a little present for you as well, because you will have a printed copy of it. Yeah. Happy birthday.
Srećan rođendan.
And among all champions, one that is, many of them will be sitting here. I know the home visiting nurses, teachers, many people in this room. And they will be in this discussion guided by Ivana Mihic. Ivana is a professor of the university, but I would say champion in really bringing the best support to professionals to support parents. And the one that brings to the health system, which is the first system to work with the parents, the desire and the energy to work beyond health and nutrition on playful learning, on responsive caregiving, on the key ingredients that are necessary for children to grow in a family. Ivana and the team that is part of this panel, please join in.
Uživajte.
Dobar dan svima.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ivana. I am very pleased to be here today and to talk to you about the efforts made by our healthcare systems in order to comprehensively support not only children but also their families. I'm not alone here today. I would like to introduce the panelists first. Let me start from the left. We have Kristina Nedeljković, a home visiting nurse. She's here on behalf of the Association of Home Visiting Nurses of Serbia. Aleksandra Stojadinović, a pediatrician, and she works at the Institute for Healthcare of Children and Youth of Vojvodina. She's here primarily as a pediatrician and representative of the Serbian Pediatric Association. The birthday girl, Anita Pavčić-Bošnjak. We have a privilege to have her with us today. She's a neonatologist and she will talk about her experience in working with families of preterm children. Dr. Pamela Kapetanović-Goluža, also a pediatrician. She will talk about her experiences in working with families of children with developmental disabilities. Ksenia Krstić, also a champion of play and researcher. She has worked hard to understand what evidence we have in favor of introducing play in the healthcare system and in order to base our program on good evidence and good practices and to support practitioners in the right way. Ksenia, thank you for being here today. We are 5 here on the podium, but I'm sure we speak on behalf of all people who work in this area, and I am sure, I hope we will be good spokespersons on your behalf. I hope we can offer a good perspective of our learning, and I hope we will be able to offer some guidance for further work, guided by our experiences and the privilege of working with families throughout the years. I would like to thank all of you who have had an opportunity to learn with us in the past couple of years. It has been a great pleasure to learn with you, and I will continue to do so in future. At the beginning, I would like to set a common ground for our discussion today, so I will remind you of a few things that we have already discussed. I think these are important points that constitute the foundation of our work today, regardless of our professional background, because this is essential knowledge about what childhood is and what childcare is. I will start with things that we know. Firstly, we all know that parenting is something you learn. I don't know to what extent it is good news, because on the one hand, it tells us that there isn't one key moment in which we became parents. It is not the moment of childbirth. It is not... it is something that can be changed, because things can be changed, but this means that all of us individually are responsible to provide the best conditions for parents so that they can learn how to be the best possible parents they can be. And this is a very challenging task, because parents come from different backgrounds and different things happen to them in the course of their lives. Some circumstances get in the way of their parenting skills, and this brings more responsibility for us, because we could have these discussions with them so that we can recognize their essential needs and channel our support where it is needed most. So let me repeat, parenting is something you learn. The key qualities of high-quality parenting are something that can be learned. Also, we know that an essential characteristic of high-quality parenting, as it is defined today, and it is defined on the basis of a wealth of evidence about what a child needs in order to grow healthy. So the essential characteristic is responsiveness. It sounds very simple. It means that the parent can identify the child's needs, understand them, and respond to them, and is willing to engage in interactions that will respond to the child's needs. And when you put it this way, it sounds simple. But when you value the child the way the parents value them, when you understand the child as a human being, then you understand that those needs are huge and they exceed the boundaries of physical care for the child and physical security. And there are needs in the area of social skills, managing different emotions in different situations, understanding a very challenging world that surrounds the child, because to a child the world is a strange place and there is a huge number of things that need to be learned. So the competencies that the child needs are enormous, so the parent has a huge responsibility and a huge task. Responsiveness is related not only to the parent's capacity to learn, but also their emotional well-being, stress encountered in life. And we often say that only the parent who is well can be a good parent. Only a parent who has opportunities to interact with the child can learn to be a good parent. So whatever we do with parents, there are two things that we must bear in mind. Firstly, to take care of the parent's emotional well-being. Every parent, no matter what his or her life circumstances are, has some kind of parental stress. And high-quality care is very demanding for every parent, especially for those parents who are facing some specific challenges in caring for their children. Secondly, there are parents who do not have equal opportunities to take care of their children, because we still live in societies that still value mothers more and place more demands on mothers. And it is our task to ensure equal opportunities for every parent to learn how to be a good parent and to give them the support they need. On this path of learning how to be a good parent, parents will knock on different doors. This is a visual presentation that we saw yesterday in Evelina's presentation. It says that the community consists of a large number of different institutions, practitioners, professionals, and our shared goal is to make sure that behind each of these doors there is a professional, a practitioner, who is willing to see and understand parents' needs and motivated and skilled to respond to them and to provide support for high-quality care. This visual has circles around some of the doors. These are doors that will be opened by most families immediately before the child is born and in the first days of caring for the child. And this is the healthcare system. These are not all the doors that the healthcare system has. There are some specific doors that will be opened by some parents that face some specific circumstances. And behind those doors, there should be practitioners who can respond to children's needs, and they will also require clear guidelines on how to provide the necessary care to children. This is why the healthcare system is the first one that comes into focus when we talk about support to parents. It's the first door that the parents will knock on, and hopefully there will be professionals behind those doors who will focus not only on growth and nutrition, but also practitioners who will be willing to work on improving parents' competencies. Today, we will try to offer you our experience. This is something that science is already talking about. What kind of parenting support is good support? It is support that is continuous, that reaches all families gradually, step by step, as parents develop their skills. It focuses on those matters that are in parents' focus at a given moment. It is also timely and aligned with the current focus of child care. It offers consistent and integrated messages about what good care is and what is the next step in responsiveness and offering development of opportunities for every child. It is present where the parents need it. It is integrated so that it speaks a similar language, comprehensible by parents, free from professional jargon, and it uses words that are necessary in order for the parent to understand what the child needs and what child care means. These are the topics that we will be discussing today. We will actually try to tell a story about our experience. We will talk about the language of support that we offer, how we approach families, what it means to focus on the family's strength and the already built skills, and what it means to continuously improve responsiveness and circumstances in which parents care for their children. On this path, already when they realize they're about to become parents, so immediately before the child is born, and also in the first days of caring for the child, the parents will knock on the doors of primary healthcare centers and they will receive the support of home visiting nurses. At that moment, the family's focus is on establishing routines, or as they sometimes say, focuses on surviving. So we have come home from the maternity ward. Now we need to survive this first period. We need to survive the moments when the child is hungry. How do we bathe the child without breaking him or her because he or she is so small and tender? So the focus is on emotional connection and realizing what it means to be a parent, what it means to care for the child, becoming aware how the child communicates, and establishing closeness that will enable the child to explore the world. Christina, what does it feel like to use bathing, breastfeeding, and all other elements of your work to develop skills of talking, reading, playing, and fostering emotional connection from day one?
First of all, good morning, everyone. I have to tell you that I think that this moment of introducing play into my regular work was very challenging, because we as professionals, we always believe that we should be somehow, very serious. We are here to send a message, or, professional work and play, we didn't see it as the two things that can combine. So when this program started, I have to say that it was a challenge for us visiting nurses, and probably for parents as well. For us as visiting nurses, it was challenges because we had to take in the idea of play, to wake up the child in ourselves, so that we can be a model for them, how they should treat their child, how they should use the regular routines. Not to use any special time, because parents are really overburdened, especially in the first days. So how they can use these routines to stimulate the development of their children through just these simple interactions with their children. And how it is important, when I speak about this as a visiting nurse, when I show them how to do it, it is important for me to have a smile on my face, to talk to the child, to do things slowly. But on the other hand, when they start doing it, when they look at me as a model, I'm expecting this really happens in practice. During the next visit, when they start using these activities, most of them are already taking over this model of behavior. For those of them who don't do it, my serious task is really to try to get them involved into the interaction with the child. And we usually do this through open-ended questions. I mean, what is your baby saying now? How does she like that? We really had to master play. First, we had to do it so that we can implement it in our everyday visits. I think it is giving much better results this way, because parents are overburdened. And precisely what you said, Ivana, they just want to survive, And our task is to let them know that parenting can be very fun. And when they relax and when they start interacting, when they become playful, and when they start experiencing all these activities as an opportunity to get to know and connect with their children, later everything is much more simple. So yes, in order to work on that, if I understood you correctly, in order to develop these skills among parents, parents first need to observe children, to follow their children. They need to bathe them, feed them, okay? So before that, the professional needs to wake up children in themselves. Yes, we as models, we have to behave in the way that we want parents to behave. In the past, we were giving instructions. We were talking about how important it is to talk to their children. But thanks to this program, we understood, we realized, primarily I realized, that I will achieve much greater effects when I'm really doing something, showing them how to do it. When I am, behaving that way, instead of just sending them a message, giving them instruction, this is very useful, etc. So that's why this program was the most challenging for us. Another thing, we were afraid it would take too much of our time, but it didn't. So the idea was to use our regular activities. We stuck with the topics that we were doing. Now we just introduce playfulness into our work with the families. So if I understood you correctly, when you played with families from day one, this did not diminish your role of healthcare workers. Health is still your primary focus, but through the language of the family's life. Yes, we were sending them a message that when we talk about stimulating activities, stimulating child's development, creating the nurturing environment, this doesn't have to be demanding. As sometimes we see it online, because this is a huge burden for them. We have parents who are very scared of all these activities that they should do with their child, because they saw it somewhere that they need to do it this way, they need to do that exercise, etc. So when we show them that they can do all of that through baiting, through changing their child, through reading, these are the activities, we can really see that they breathe out and they say, okay, yes, I will survive, this will not be so terrible, I can do this, yes. This is the key thing, that they realize that they can do it. Because parents are experts, this is our starting point. And they need to apply play. We want to use our visits to achieve the maximum potentials of parents, to recognize their strengths and just to increase them, because we believe that the parents are the greatest experts for their children. We are there just to help them. So you are looking for their strengths and you are trying to develop them. So the entire healthcare system is doing that, not only visiting nurses, although sometimes it doesn't look like that. So the trust in pediatricians in most of our countries is present and strong. Pediatricians are still somebody that parents go to from day one. They go for advice, for information, to check whether their children are developing properly. They're seeking advice on how to support this development. So Alexandra, how is this whole approach changing the role of pediatrician? So in addition to the healthcare, you can also talk to parents about building the nurturing environment for the child. I think this is a very important paradigm shift in the approach of pediatricians. Definitely we need to take care of the healthcare and growth of children, about their weight, height, head circumference, immunization, etc. But what is changing today in the approach is that We need to deal much more with the development of children. We need to, and that's why we have a lot of opportunities for that, because in first year of life, a pediatrician will see the child 6 times and 2 more times in the year 2. So there's a lot of opportunities to establish a great rapport with the family. And I would like to say that this relationship with the family needs to be based on mutual trust and respect, partnership actually, where a pediatrician is not somebody who's just providing advice or giving prescriptions, but appreciates the parent as the most important partner for stimulating the child's development. I think this is a very important role, and I think that it is good that pediatricians are changing their roles when we talk about children's development. So even when we were developing some other skills among parents, not only the knowledge about health care of children, this is definitely very important. So we still kept those, prescriptions. There were some funny occasions. Yeah, we were giving prescriptions for reading. So pediatricians were giving prescriptions for reading. So parents would get very useful and interesting advice on how to read to children, how to pick the appropriate book, what characters should be in the book, how they should read. Then they could use these books for play later. We talked about the importance of reading, how important it is, when to start, how to do it, and how to make it a very fun activity for both children and parents. I think this is a very precious for pediatricians. And I think it is really important that in primary healthcare centers we have reading corners and play corners now, where parents and children in the waiting rooms, they have various materials, so books from the infant to the preschool period. And there are also toys, didactic toys, that help them not only to make their weight in the pediatrician shorter, but also to learn and develop the skills together. And once again, this is sending a message about the key experiences that children need. And those are the moments where the parents can help, for example, with regulating emotions, and they will also get important advice about the development. So I wanted to go back to Christina, but maybe I wanted to connect this story. So when you go to the family, you also talk about reading, you also start talking about play. How important, this is a question for both of you now. So the job of both pediatrician and the visiting nurse should be connected, right? So the families should receive the same messages from both of those channels about what are the things that are important and skills that are important for parents and for children. Well, first of all, both services are providing the same information, sending the same messages. Then this message is powerful and parents understand how important it is. So a pediatrician would give a prescription and a visiting nurse would take a book to the visit, sit on the floor and play with the child. So we are showing how parents should read to the child. Because only then parents become aware of how they should do it, how to get the child involved. This seemed very important to mention because I think everybody here is aware of the fact that the scope of work of pediatricians and visiting nurses are huge, and that this way we are trying not only to save time but also to use time in the best possible way. So families should get the same message using the same language and in the time that you have available. And yes, I think it is really important that we use the same approach, similar approach. When I see the child, when the child comes to examination, I'm trying to really play with the child, to cuddle, to talk, to offer some toys, to ask something, and children respond to that very well. It makes my job easier, but it also shows parents how they should do various activities. This is a starting point for talking about how everyday routines can become opportunities for play and for learning. This is the model that Christina also talked about. This was a huge thing to go from giving instructions and advice to modeling and actively guiding parents through development of soft skills. However, some families due to their circumstances, will open some other doors in the healthcare system. In some families, children will be born prematurely, unexpectedly, and this experience will generate some additional challenges for them, for healthcare, for survival, and there can also be some huge permanent consequence for development in general. But this will be an event for parents that they are not prepared for, that requires a different childcare skills and requires a different approach to this entire story of parenting. Annette, I have the privilege to work with families of prematurely born children. What are the needs that you can recognize? How can you respond to them?
Good morning, everyone. Privilege. You see, an event that is very joyful in the life of any parent. The birth of a child begins with a lot of stress, and I witness that stress as a neonatologist with my team. And if you think this is simple for us, it is not. It is always linked with a lot of emotions, just like for parents. Why is it stressful for them? At least 3 levels of stress. First, the event is sudden. Second, they are stressed out because of the possible health outcomes. And third, they are separated from the child because we, the healthcare system, take care of the child, specifically the neonatological intensive care unit, which is equipped with different devices and alarms that are unknown to parents and to an extent scary. And they ask themselves, what is my role here? How can I help the child? Do I have an active role here, or am I just a visitor? How much time will they have to talk to me and teach me? And what are my parental competencies if I can participate actively? Am I ready for it? Am I trained? The healthcare system, specifically the neonatology team, has the task to help parents gain those competencies and to let them know that they are certainly more competent than they are aware. And we achieve this through some education and through empowering those parents. And this is what we do nowadays when we apply the principles of family-centered care in neonatology intensive care units. And this is done worldwide in neonatological units. In Croatia, it has been done since 2013. There are many components where you are actually a partner to parents. I'd like to focus on 2. One is the kangaroo care, and the second is communication in the broadest sense. What is kangaroo care? Kangaroo care is when a preterm baby, for example, a baby born in the 27th week of pregnancy, is placed on the naked skin of the parent, the mother or the father, because the fathers take part in kangaroo care just like mothers. And the baby is covered with a blanket or a kangaroo care garment, and they spend as much time as possible that way. 8 hours within the 24-hour period, and ideally, if possible, all 24 hours a day. It is possible, and it is done in some countries. Why is kangaroo care so good and useful? There is a wealth of scientific evidence about short and long-term benefits of kangaroo care for the child and also for the parents' emotional and mental health. And it is also good for us. I will tell you from the perspective of a neonatologist. Despite all scientific evidence that this is good and beneficial, it is enough to just once see the parents' eyes light up when they hold their baby. It is enough to just once see the love in their facial expressions, and you want to see it all the time. I want to see it all the time, as does my team. And this is why we need to empower them to make sure they are not afraid of it, and open up neonatology units to have parents with us. We just stand aside. We give them that time to be together, turn off the alarms. The mother or the father will feel if the child's heart rate or breathing changes. They will feel it even before the monitor shows it. So we will turn down the volume of the alarms, reduce the noise, speak in quiet voices. We will ask them to talk to the child, read stories, sing. Do you know how beautiful it is to come to the intensive care unit and hear a mom sing? Because then you can see that love heals, touch heals, and it also heals us, not only the parents. This is something that is less emphasized in scientific literature. How much family-centered care is important for the medical staff as well, because it empowers us as well, so that we can empower them. And there we have special communication, not only between the parent and the child, but also between us, the entire team. If somebody thinks that an incubator is a safer environment for the child, that is not true. Let's give the child to the mother or father. Why? Because then we will have a broad range of communication that will be beneficial for the baby's health. Touch, smell, taste, sound, listening to the mother's or father's heart or breathing. Immunological bioactive support to the child's health, communication, epigenetic programming. It is all present there. And this is why we need to support such communication. There are different programs at the global level that help us, healthcare professionals, teach parents how to handle their active role of partners in caring for the child, such as, for instance, general principles of developmental care, where you teach parents how to recognize the symptoms in a child, how to see what is normal physiologically, how to respond and at what moment to respond. We do all this with them, but the parent is central there and has to be present together with us and with the child, because this is the key point. Yes, Anita, what an opportunity for them to connect and to focus on developing the parenting. This is a simple situation that can stimulate communication that the child needs, and it also helps the parent build his or her competencies. Pamela, when developmental screening became a topic in pediatrics, it brought an opportunity. You said a wonderful sentence when we talked about it. I always wanted to know where the child is. When I refer a child somewhere, I always want to know where they are, where the child is and where the family is. So screening and referring the child to different support systems definitely responded to your need, and this is the need that is shared by other pediatricians as well. But it also gave an additional task to you, not only to talk about child development and encourage parents' skills to support child development, but also sometimes you have to tell the parents that there are risks or delays and build a partnership with them so that they can support further development, but they also sometimes decide together with you that additional support is needed because what the family can offer is not enough. So how challenging is it to talk to families, and to what extent does screening allow you to have this discussion in a different way?
It is my honor to participate in such a representative meeting, and allow me to send many warm regards from Bosnia and Herzegovina. In the beginning, I would like to thank Ms. Viltana Dodre from the Federal Ministry of Health, Assistant Minister for Health for Project Implementation, and Ms. Ladina Bukhal-Mamutovic, Advocate for Early Growth and Development in UNICEF Bosnia and Herzegovina. I would like to thank them for allowing me to present the good practice of early childhood development. Definitely my compliments to our host for wonderful organization of this meeting, very challenging meeting. You really raised the bar very high. Now I would like to go back to the reason why we are all here. So being a pediatrician in primary health care is a huge challenge. In today's age, it is even a greater challenge compared to the time when my colleagues used to work some 50 years ago. And why? Parents are now much more aware of everything. They are following the media. We have a completely new media framework, because now we have to correspond to parents in that way as well. Of course, we have Facebook, Instagram, all social networks. What does screening and the behavioral scales that we introduce, specifically me in my primary health center, what did all this bring us? They brought improvements, but also brought a huge challenge. You are all aware that every day in our pediatric offices we have 50 to 100 patients, young patients who we love them, but also we have a huge legion of concerned parents, grandparents, who are really requesting our response, our approach to them. Of course, they're requesting help for their child. And now to introduce screening developmental behavioral skills as another time-consuming thing, this was really a huge challenge. But they helped me, and they made my partnership with parents, they made it a true partnership. My assessment that the child has a difficulty in development, that there's a delay in some developmental milestones, this wasn't, I didn't do this in any, this wasn't my individual opinion anymore. But these tools allow me to be objective in my approach. I could explain to parents that the child, I'm seeing the child holistically through all the 5 developmental areas, where parents can clearly see in which segment the child is lagging behind, whether these are motoric skills, cognitive skills. And based on that, we could realize on which segment the parents should do further work. So we could clearly see where we have good results, where the results are not that good. In control examination, we would repeat scales after a month, so we could see whether there's progress. So specifically me and with my team of medical nurses, visiting nurses, who we were monitoring the families, and our goal is constant education of parents from our first meeting. This starts already in our gynecological service. So our future mothers, pregnant women, they should get proper information. We'll need to empower them about their future role even then, because as we said yesterday, when the child comes, when the child is born, the parents are born. This is a role that nobody can teach you. You have to learn it on your own. Even we as healthcare professionals, when we became parents, we had a lot of questions. Our schools for pregnant women, we turned them into schools for responsible parenting. Because when a pregnant woman tells me, if I had known that before my child was born, no, now you know, now you have this opportunity to hear how to become a responsible parent. On the other hand, I'm becoming a responsive practitioner that is going beyond my comfort zone. So I feel comfortable talking about the medical terminology and to refer the child to some examinations, MRI and all the things, a lot of things. But now I am somebody who is also learning from them. We need to empower them on this process. I mean, it's nice when everything is going fine, but at one point, a parent will learn that something is not going okay. If we learn about this even in the prenatal period, we are immediately referring the pregnant woman to the family counseling unit. It exists. It is actually a social institution, social welfare institution, and we are preparing the mother that after the childbirth, when this child comes into the world, we are sending her to the centers for early childhood development. We have 53 centers for early growth and development in Bosnia and Herzegovina now. And we are providing this complete support, constant education, constant learning, and constant empowering. My role as a pediatrician in primary health care is also empowered through me being somebody who is now coordinating all these processes. Until now, it wasn't like that. So you have to detect early, and then parents don't come anymore. So then they start with enrollment in the primary school. So we lost these first 1,000 days of life. We didn't have early intervention because and this is pretty late, I would say. And that's why it's important for me as a healthcare professional, but now as a multidisciplinary coordinator, it's important for me to guide the children through all these processes and also to guide parents and to empower them so they can have all the information. Also, when I discover a problem, it is very important to connect them in a timely manner with all the structures, with all the relevant professions that are important. If family is at risk, of course, I will refer them to the Center for Social Work, to a social worker. If there are other difficulties, physiatrists or the doctors, various specialist doctors for early childhood development or for anything else. So for early child care, we have all the professionals who have certificates and training for that. So you have the opportunity to consider the child's early growth and development together and to learn about the needs of children and parents. And by referring children, you are connecting them to other services so you can find a good way to support them in the parental role. So your key learning, maybe your key message would be integrated community helping the family. And they shouldn't be afraid to go outside their comfort zone. We are still in this process of transition and coordination. And not to forget to say that we are nurturing not only multidisciplinarity, but we are also nurturing the principle of transdisciplinarity. So together with one measuring instrument, those are our developmental behavioral skills, we are using them not only in healthcare, but in the preschool education system. Kindergartens are also using them, and the goal is for every children, not only children where we developed developmental difficulties, but every child with a completed developmental skill should come to the kindergarten. And our preschool teachers should continue monitoring the child through these development and behavioral skills. And we are already actively doing this. Of course, the entire process is still in the stage of networking, but this is somewhere where we can, this is the one language that everybody is speaking and that gives clear messages. So my participation in this process, you know, when I'm opening the doors of early childhood development, because we are all really people who love ECD. So with the professional challenge, this really gave me an additional impetus to make sure that my process, because I'm a mother myself, it helped me understand these parents that had something like that happen to them. And I think that when I tell something like that to parents, you know, when I can offer them something, what to do next, when I can offer them next steps, and when I can tell them that I will be with them in this entire process. And whenever there's a problem, they can always come back to me for additional information. When I know that, this is a huge support for me. So responsiveness, my responsiveness to stimulate responsive parenting. So we will have this human Mentimeter. Responsiveness is a term. Anita, what is your key message? Key takeaway: good communication in all segments. In order to achieve this, communication is a skill that is learned, right? We need to learn, all of us together. First of all, us healthcare professionals, we need to learn how to communicate with parents and among ourselves. And then we need to teach them, in the broadest sense, how to communicate with their child and to recognize everything that we discussed, how to provide developmental care, etc. So this is the key thing, and we want to achieve this through some learning programs that are implemented all over the world. I had the honor and pleasure to participate. I was teaching experts here in many other countries about how to do this. And it's really beautiful to look at the results then, because you can see the results live. You can see the glow in their eyes of our professionals. You don't see only scientific facts that are always good, yes. So talking, being focused on others, being aware of what's happening to others. Thank you, Anita. Alexandra, what is your key takeaway, key message? What should happen for pediatricians, for all pediatricians, to be able to provide a holistic care about the growth and development and well-being of parents? I think we need to have good education of both future doctors in medical studies, and also good education of pediatricians, future pediatricians during their specialization. So good education on childhood development. And as Anita said, of course, communication skills. Then mastering and learning about all instruments that help us detect some developmental delays early. Learning about the skills and the language of other professionals so that we can be most efficient and connect with them as early as possible. Because it's not enough for us pediatricians to discover that the delays exist. We need to help parents to take some next steps. We need to have tight connection with family-centered intervention teams. We need to participate in their work, and we need to, all of us together, we need to help parents and children. We need to tell children this world is a good place and they are welcome here, and that we are grateful for having them. And of course, we need to pay much attention to the well-being of parents, because as we heard many times, without the well-being of parents, we will not have adequate support in the development of children. So some new elements, so initial education, initial training is something that maybe this new language does. And I think it would also be important, very important, this is a problem in Serbia and definitely actually probably in other countries, that there's not enough pediatricians. And also there's not enough time to pay attention to all these issues. So I think this is also something that definitely needs to be worked on. Thank you. Christina, what is your key takeaway? I have to go back to what Professor Alexandra said. So when the parent is good, the child will definitely be good. So well-being of children is number one for us, but we have to validate also the feelings of parents. We need to work on reducing the parents' stress, because if the parents are well, the children will be well. Whether they will bait the child properly or change the child properly, that doesn't matter. But when we reduce their stress, when we convince them they have enough strength to do it, we are giving them wings and they can really fly high and realize that parenting is not that difficult as it may seem. And once again, I'm coming back to this survival thing. And another thing, when we connect with the families, in our work we should use the same principles that we are teaching families to use with their children. When I connect with a family, when they accept me as a person they trust, when I've developed this relationship of trust, it is much easier for me to use, actually to provide information and to send the messages that I want to send, because they accepted me and I remain their friend throughout their lives. When you talk about learning, Alexandra and Anita and Pamela and you, how do you achieve this learning? What are your experiences? What are some good learning models that can change your language, your approach, your understanding of the family? I have to say that this project and this learning that we had in the previous couple of years was really intensive, and it was difficult for us because it put us in an active role. I didn't just get information about something I should learn by heart and tell this to families or maybe modify it in a way, no. But professionals who trained us, they made us, so we were always talking about connecting, communication, playfulness, introducing the topics. They made us apply this in practice and show how we are doing this. So when they put us in the active role, we simply had to learn to find the language and to find the words how we will do it with families. So I think this is the key: active learning, active coming into an active role, so introducing modeling of our behaviors so that we can later use it with the family. And a lot of analysis of our work, looking at us on TV, you know, monitoring what we are doing, what we are saying, how the families are understanding this, searching for what Anita said, searching for this glow in their eyes, and believing that the parent can do what I want them to do. We also have Ksenia with us, and I will ask her to support our conversation as from the point of view of somebody who is following what we're doing. Ksenia, what have we done?
Thank you, Ivana. Good morning, everyone. So, to follow up on the discussion, I can offer some scientific evidence that underpins everything that our other panelists have experienced through their practice. So what we're talking about is no longer about individual convictions or beliefs or individual assessment whether something works or not. It is about empirical evidence that shows that this is the way to go. This responsiveness that we are talking about today is crucial for child development and offers so many benefits for the child as well as the entire family. So there is lots of research nationally and worldwide that shows that these practices can improve parenting. On the one hand, on the basis of evidence obtained from our parents still need support. Actually, all parents need support to some extent. What is interesting is that in addition to parents or immediate family members, the first points of contact where parents seek support is the healthcare system. So pediatricians and visiting nurses are the first ones that parents approach when they need information and advice on what to do as new parents. On the other hand, this chart shows that our healthcare workers have a very positive view of their work. They see benefit that their work brings to families and children when it comes to responsive care and play as an important component that is being introduced by healthcare professionals. Also, the data reveals that it is possible to change the practices used by practitioners themselves. Many of them have been using the same models for years based on some past models. However, many of them say that they have known this in the past and they have used this approach in the past. They did encourage responsiveness among parents, although they did not use that word. They could not name it or they could not explain why they were doing it. But now, as a result of training delivered to them, it is easier for them to convey these experiences to parents and to explain why this is important. And we can see progress in the professionals' practices and the impact they're achieving. These two charts show the assessment of quality of visiting nurses' work in families. The upper chart is from a project, from the beginning of the project on playful parenting. These bars show the assessment of the quality of interactions of visiting nurses with families in different aspects, while the bottom chart shows the same assessment, but 1 year later. So we can see how much the quality of visiting nurses' work improved in terms of demonstrating responsiveness, modeling parents' behavior, emphasizing the importance of play and encouraging parents to use play in their everyday interactions with children. Also, Pamela mentioned that practitioners need to improve professionally as well. What we hear from them is that in addition to training programs, mentoring visits and mentoring work are very useful. Mentoring helps them deal with some challenging situations or some specific families, and it helps them apply their new knowledge. Another interesting point is that horizontal exchange has proven to be very useful. So mutual learning between institutions, between primary healthcare centers from different municipalities, where they learn from each other's good practices and also from each other's challenges and the solutions that they came up with in order to overcome some problems they encountered in working with families. With some families, it is very easy, of course. Some families accept what the visiting nurse or pediatrician offers them immediately and easily. We already mentioned the importance of trust of the family and parents, their trust in health workers when they seek advice. We must say that nowadays, parents are overwhelmed by the quantity of available information, which is often inconsistent or contradictory. In that regard, healthcare professionals are actually a very important source of reliable information and advice. And in that regard, what you said, Ivana, is very important. To ensure that everybody speaks the same language. The message to the parents and the family should be in unison so that they can understand what is being conveyed to them. In some families, this is easy. They accept it easily. On the other hand, you mentioned the smile. So parents now give feedback to visiting nurses. They send photos and videos of interactions. They are happy because they achieved something new with their children. Of course, there are challenging families with different cultural or financial burdens, and this is an area that needs more work. Christina could tell us more about how they devise ways to achieve improvements with those families, step by step, in order to achieve the desired effect in the long run. However, we should note that there are still families that remain outside these support systems, or the support systems reach them slowly or with difficulty or with insufficient frequencies. And these are usually marginalized groups, the poorest families, families from some remote rural areas where the home visiting nurses simply cannot reach them. Also families from Roma settlements, which are also often left out support systems. Results show that these are actually the families that need support the most. And this brings us back to the pyramid that was presented yesterday. And this is where the support system should develop and improve in order to reach those families too and offer them the kind of support that they need in order to provide adequate support to every child. Thank you. With this message, I would like to ask you to take a minute and to summarize everything you learned yesterday and today. Everyone in this room knows exactly what the desired experience of a child should look like. So I will ask you to close your eyes and imagine that. And when you leave this room, please take the first step to make sure you achieve that for every child. Thank you very much for your time and attention. Thank you for this truly inspiring panel and for the experiences you shared, as well as the emotions you elicited in the audience. I would like to reflect on this briefly. I'm a journalist and a psychologist, and both of these things mean that I like to talk. And I would like to briefly reflect on the day almost 16 years ago when my wife and I had the first visit to our pediatrician. She's now retired. Her name is Mira Repčić, and we are immensely grateful to her. We came with a list of about 30 questions, and when she saw it, she laughed loudly and she said, "Do you really think I'm going to answer all that?" And then she looked at us seriously and she said, "Parents, you know your child much better than I do. You have spent 24 hours a day with him for the past month. I will now see him for the first time ever, and I will spend only 10 minutes with him." And this sentence instilled a sense of confidence in us, and she made us realize that it all depends on us, and we need to build our parenting skills. We are also grateful to the visiting nurse named Goca, who visited us a couple of times and introduced order in this chaos that ensued after we brought our son home. So thank you for everything you are doing. Anita, thank you for the very emotional story. I personally know some families with preterm children, and I know their struggle, and you managed to convey this emotion that we all feel. So thank you very much. The panel was truly excellent.
It seems like I'm not a mom, and I'm not a, I'm also a good and he's a proud dad, but he's also a very good advocate for engagement and support to dads to engage in the lives of family and to have a balanced parenting life. And this has been really one of the biggest aims also of programs that we have done here, and I congratulate also the team for bringing this intervention into the lives of the families and bringing dads as well, and Misha demonstrates one of those for sure as being fully engaged in the family life. But another demonstration that we had during this panel is this connectiveness between the countries and the similarities and the power of all of you professionals that are engaged and that are really bringing a change in the lives of families. And this is something which we need to nurture, and we need to grow, and we need to support between each other, make the opportunities offline, online, where we can be and you can be the additional champions in your countries and across the countries. Because I believe professionals trust the professionals the most as well. And if one can change something in one country, we are sure that the other can change that in their own countries as well. And we can be a better supporters to the lives of the families. And if you remember yesterday, we mentioned that this conference is also going to bring something which is a Belgrade call for action for the countries for early childhood development and parenting. And this, the team has been working on it yesterday. And we have left some copies of the draft call for action on the reception here, where you took your accreditations. And I kindly ask you that during the coffee break, and also during the lunch break to some extent, but mainly during the coffee break, you jump in and look at this and see how it looks like. It's in English, but take somebody who speaks English next to you if you don't understand English. And give your first comments, insights, get familiar to it, because there's going to be a group working over the lunch to try to finalize call for actions so that we can announce it at the end of the conference, and we can also bring it home for our governments, for our institutions, for our professionals, for our parents, because this is a collective thinking and collective energy to change something, or to further change something for the better in our countries. And before we go to the coffee break, we have one additional thing to share.
Da, imamo da pogledamo.
Yes, we will now see what Marco has sketched this morning. So Marco, how do you see all this? It has been very inspiring to see what it looks like to spend time playing.
To translate in English, this is stress and worries, watching outside from window and asking, hey, what about us?
Također imamo i
We also have the child scientist.
I ja mislim najslađe za kraj.
And the best for last. For home visiting services available everywhere.
As you can see.
Hvala Marko mnogo.
Hvala vama.
I uz ovaj osmeh.
Thank you very much, Marco. And with these smiles on our faces, we will now go to a coffee break. Please let us come back and resume in 15 minutes. Thank you.
1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. Ajde, ne Pozovi me u po...
welcome back for the session after coffee break. Okay. Welcome back for the session after coffee break. Before we move to the next panel, we have our keynote speaker, Natalie Castro-Vicarini, founder of the General Delegate of the French Association, and I'll try to read it in French, Assemblée pour l'éducation de la petite enfance, or Association for Education in the Early Childhood. She will tell us a little bit more about the centers in France and guide us through the integration of the early childhood development under one roof. Here you are, Natalie.
Thanks a lot for inviting me. I'm happy and honored to be here in this so beautiful country. I've been able to walk around yesterday evening ahead of the future in terms of education, starting from the very best interest of each child. So congratulations. Distinguished guests, dear UNICEF team, Lego Foundation, partners and practitioners. I'm French and nobody is perfect. Bonjour, dobre jutre. I was working in 4 countries, in Australia, India, Quebec and France, and I'm happy to share a few insights and to build with you like strong momentum in early childhood field. What brings us together today? We know quality in ECD is essential, and we all want a better future for our children in this so uncertain world. So uncertain. So we are all champions here because thanks to you, we can go on and help parents and children. 48% of them live in a country at war. I mean, all children, 48%. This is incredible. So social health is the key. A growing body of evidence suggests emotional development begins very early in life. You know that. It's a critical aspect of the development of the overall brain architecture. And it has enormous consequences throughout a lifetime. This is our NGO focus. And I want to say just a little word about what we are doing. And I want to thank my team. I'm so grateful to have a team like that. We are a member of the UNESCO Coalition and ISA member. Liana was talking yesterday, and our association coordinates the first priority campaign for France. I'm a member of the first 1,000 days commission in France. Maybe you have heard about this first 1,000 days, probably. And we work with universities specialized in neuroscience, like Harvard, Montreal, Oslo, Leipzig, Berlin. And our work is to translate science into practices, day-to-day practices, to achieve the best for early childhood development and better understand the needs. We co-launch research actions with several universities and implement evidence-based programs. We are about to scale up Support Me. Maybe you have heard about this program to promote continuous development of quality with childcare centers, but also childminders and pre-primary teachers, starting from the social skills, because they are the basis of the holistic development of a child. In 15 cities, we start to collect some high impacts on empathy and cooperation level. And Pilou and Filou, they're here. They are our empathy champions. So I can introduce them during the break. To act at the earliest age, I want to share with you our program on the first 1,000 days. Okay. So, soft skills is the first 1,000 soft skills in the first 1,000 days are the basis of the holistic development. Like the foundation of a house, you know, when it's stable and when it's robust, everything will go smooth. It depends on the risk factors, and that's what we will see together. And babies, as Aaron said this morning, babies are the key actors. They experiment with their 5 senses, and it's the way to learn. And they learn, of course, with playing. During 15 minutes, I suggest that we contribute together to better understand why these first 1,000 days are so important in life. And we've got the blue, I agree, the green, it inspires me some questions, and the red, I'm not comfortable with it. Okay? Is it okay for you? Good. So let's see why the first 1,000 days are the most important period in life, and why deep relationships, eye-to-eye contact, as you said, and attachment are the cornerstone to fight against child inequalities. You are all here, the key people, and I would like to share this knowledge with you. Here, we can see that the first 1,000 days comes from pregnancy to through the first year of age, since till the 2nd year of age. It's a concept, but it says that first, genetic, it's important, but not so important. But these first 1,000 days marked the greatest plasticity of the brain. So everything in their everyday life, in the everyday life of a baby, is important. It's a window of time where the growth is very quick, and the epigenetic changes we will see afterwards as a major impact on child development. Genetics, that's something fantastic to know. Genetics doesn't determine the future of a child. And we are the actors. Since the 80s, scientific literature, international one, confirms that our environment has key and long-term effects on development. Half of the development goes from the quality of a baby's environment. That's something so crucial. As you can see, there is some risk factors like radiation, stress, chemicals, pollution, endocrine disruptors. But on the other side, we have protective factors. And we are those protective factors. First of all, we as an adult, we will support child development with relationships, deep relationships, quality relationships, exercise, quality of sleep, food, etc. This balance need to wait a little bit more on the left side. It's always our work in this balance. If there is a lot of risk factors, we have to wait more on the left side with the protective factors. It has a huge impact on all the abilities which interact within the brain. Cognitive, emotional, social, affective, and motor skills are going together in the brain. Not only one or two, all together, okay? And they have a big influence on learning, of course, on the behavior, and on global health. So environment includes experience and exposure, and parents and caregivers with responding to babies' needs, building strong relations are the center to foster resilience. As you can see, affection and empathy, I have heard this word several times yesterday and this morning, affects the child's ability to learn, as well as on his memory and intellectual capacities. It stimulates this oxytocin, this hormone, fostering empathy, love, friendship, and cooperation. It activates the parasympathetic system, regulating emotions and helping to soothe and reinforce the immune system. So, as you know, it has an impact on global health. The negative effects on stress, on education, on the other side. We've been talking about that also. And the scientific international literature says that punishment, blame, humiliation, shout, etc. has a huge impact on addictions in the long term, as a long-term effect on obesity and other difficulties during the life. This comes from Harvard University also, and as you can see, all the experiences in the very young age has an impact when the brain is developing very rapidly, and it has an influence on also in some situations on the genes. So it has an impact, as you can see, on the long-term duration. So it's crucial to provide supportive and nurturing experiences for young children in the early years. Of course, learning through play is one, has a huge impact. And I want to also share with you that services, high-quality healthcare and childcare centers has also, when they are supportive, they generate positive epigenetic signatures to activate genetic potential. It goes very fast. So soft skills are the foundation of the global development. And if you know Boris Cyrulnik, the Dr. Boris Cyrulnik, the champion of resilience, he was the president of our commission in France, and he says, offering emotional security to parents bring resilience to babies. But this is coming in our everyday life. It's not one time, it's every day and at every moment. And sharing confidence in between us in a team, and sharing confidence with parents to build their own resilience, to share it with their babies, is something crucial. So, are you blue, green, or red? Who is blue? Not so many. Who is green? Blue is, I agree. Green, it inspires me questions. Yes, okay. And red is, I'm not comfortable with it. Okay, you all blew. Great. I want to share with you a pilot experience in France. We don't have the clues. Nobody has the clues. There's no recipe. But we're trying to act very early. I want to share with you this experience in the first 1,000 days homes in France. And I want to tell you this story. On the path, there is the antenatal checkup. At this time, 4 months of pregnancy, a midwife has an interview with the parents in France, and at this stage, they ask the parents if they want to be introduced into a group of these 10 parents with their future baby. And all parents are concerned. You will see why. On the path, those houses of the first 1,000 days are coming there, but there is also in-home help and play groups and all kind of proposals. But we are, of course, all very concerned about the power of parenting. What does research says about soft skills? It's really the key point of those 1,000 days homes. It's just conversation in between parents, building resilience, talking to each other, and building the power of parenting. It started in Australia. I was a facilitator 20 years ago in a cottage, and it changed my life, really. I was an early childhood educator, and in France they said to me, you know everything about child development, but how can I know everything about each child? It's not the case. Of course, parents are the experts, but we just need to support them and to nourish them. So I became this facilitator. Facilitator is the right name, because we are at the horizontal level, and we all come together to help child development. Those groups, they're born in Australia. It was 30 years ago. And then I met groups in Canada, in Quebec, in the 4 northern countries where you belong, and then in France. They all have different shapes because they have to adapt. The approach needs to be adapted to all the needs in the territories. So as you can see, the quality of relation and the eye-to-eye contact in between parents, in between babies, and also in between babies and the facilitator and the parents. It comes from the report, the first 1,000 days in France. After the report in England, we've been able to write and to share scientific literature about the first 1,000 days. And then I started to talk about this action, and everybody agreed. So then this is what our NGO is doing now. Why? The why is very important. I mean, in France, we have some data, but I guess you have quite the same data in your countries. Prevalence rate of postnatal depression is from 10 to 20% in France, and in the less privileged territories, it's up to 30%. This is huge. Maternal mortality, now, because it's changed very recently, is the first, suicide is now the first, not the second, the first cause of maternal mortality during the first year of the child in France. So, what Boris Cyrulnik said at the very beginning when we started to discuss about this action, he said, you know what, we need just to discuss together. Is there some places where 10 parents can go together and follow the same path all together during these first 1,000 days? Is there some places? So, as you can see, the babies are in the center. But we start the group before birth, at the 4th month of pregnancy, and all parents are coming. There's no special risk factors of those families. They're coming from all the regions, all the areas, not depending on some special risks. And they're just playing with the babies. They're talking with the baby. It's a big difference between talking to the baby and talking with the baby. And this builds resilience, talking with a baby. I've got a video, but maybe it will be on the website to show, to illustrate what I mean. There is 5 prerequisites to build this house. I mean, build is not the right word. This house is everywhere. I mean, we install it in maternity, in clinics, in childcare centers, in schools, in many places where the needs are. And free access is key. Also mixity, neutrality, proximity, and universality. It's for everyone. There is 2 requirements. It's the same group of parents during the first 1,000 days. The same. They belong to the same family. And they talk together during the group sessions, but also outside the group sessions, during the weekends, the holidays. They belong to the same area, so they can cross their experiences. And the first step is the local diagnosis. Why will we open a house there? What are the needs? And parents and professionals, associations, and all the actors are in the game. There is one agreement, a first 1,000 days training for facilitators, these professionals who will follow each group during the first 1,000 days. It's mainly, midwives, early childhood professionals, and doctors, and there is an evaluation process. As you can see, we have like 44 places in France and in the abroad. And this pilot study shows that 94% is the rate of decrease in the postpartum depression, so it's a lot. 2% of absenteeism in the group, mothers and fathers, because they belong to the group, and we are sharing confidence. 100% decrease sense of isolation and increase the sense of parenting competence. But this is a pilot study, and we need to go further. So we're launching 3 research in France, one in Bordeaux, one in Paris, to see exactly what is the impact on child development in the long term, what is the impact on the power of parenting, and what is the impact on the group, because we act as a village. Of course, these groups are like a peer-to-peer learning. We all need to share our experience and learn from each other, and this is the main point. To support parents and sharing evidence-based knowledge about child development. But this is like, if it's a conversation, it's not, I teach you something. It's just in the conversation. You ask, why my baby is crying? I'm so confused with it. He's crying a lot during the evening. So we just share the evidence like that, like in a conversation. Yeah, we need to go step by step and have strong evidence to scale up the program. But we will have we are non-for-profit NGO, of course, and we're happy to share with other countries and to adapt this program to other territories. So just 4 takeaways before I leave you. Training the facilitators, it's a key point with up-to-date knowledge on neuroscience. And this is really important. Evaluation is so important because we need to know how we use the money we spend and to have a long-term impact. And how can we adapt the system to all kinds of environments? Of course, the house will not be the same in different territories. And social skills, soft skills, they are like OMS says, the skills of the 21st centuries. And we need to go on with those skills. And child guarantee, I hope, and foundations will help us. And as Aaron says, eye-to-eye contact and talking with a baby can change a life, really, and we are all concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nathalie. Merci beaucoup. To je sve što znam. Još nešto.
That's enough for my French. That's all I know, but that's enough for me. It's time for our second panel discussion that will be moderated by 2 specialists, 2 experts for early childhood development, Monika Skafobe from New York and Mila Vukovic-Ivanovic, early childhood development officer here in Serbia. Please take the floor. And we will also like to invite all other panelists to come and take their places. And Mila and Boniface will introduce them.
Good morning. It's good to be here, and we're also honored to have, such a powerful, panel this morning. As you have heard, I'm Boniface Kakobo, and I'm going to co-facilitate this session with my colleague, Mila. We are going to use the 2 languages. So I'm going to moderate in English, and Mila is going to moderate in the local language. But just to connect why we are having this session now, we moved from yesterday, and today we are now more like on the specifics in terms of the practicalities of the things that we had yesterday. And this session is more of looking at addressing, the specific needs of parents, but through targeted parenting support. And we are using these 2 words, yesterday you may recall, we talked of universal parenting support, and we're also using this term, the targeted parenting support. So this session specifically zeroes in or focuses now on the targeted parenting support. And these panels are divided into 2. This panel is divided into 2. We have one group on my far right that is focusing on the development context. And on the far left, we have the 3 countries that are also going to help us, and share experiences in terms of the humanitarian context. So this is the opportunity that now we can hear exactly what it means in terms of targeted support. As you know, I normally use an example like an audience like this one. universal means getting support because we are more like equal. But we know life is not like that. Life is not universal in nature. So using the same example, looking at this room, economically, we are not at the same page. In terms of our social and emotional feelings, we are not at the same page. So life is designed in such a way that others are in humanitarian settings. Other families, we have parents who are having health issues. We have families that are also more like raising children with disabilities and developmental delays. So in terms of different parameters, families are in different levels, parents are in different levels. So targeted support is now going to those parents. Yes, we have the universal, which is good, but specifically also to support those that are requiring some specialized support. So this session is more like that, so that now we can go to the specifics in the development context and also going now to see in the humanitarian settings, so that we can now dive in and get more in terms of targeted support. So I'll allow my colleague Mila to introduce the panelists, then I also come in as we move forward. So Mila, over to you.
Hvala puno, Boniface. Izvanredno.
Thank you very much, Boniface. This is an excellent opportunity to learn from many countries that join us. We have experts from many countries in this panel discussion. We have experts from Bulgaria, Serbia, from Montenegro, from Croatia, from Ukraine, Romania, and Bulgaria. And allow me to start with the excellent experience coming from Bulgaria and Serbia. You had the opportunity to implement the same program, Caregiver Support Program. And today we have the opportunity to hear psychologist Ana Andreeva from Bulgaria and Biljana Stojanovic from Serbia. She is a member of the Parent Association DAN. They will tell us something about this program from the point of view of a practitioner who gave her contribution, and what it looked like from the point of view of a parent, and what role did parents get in Serbia when it comes to this program. Anna, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, I'm a clinical psychologist and autism practitioner from Bulgaria, Sofia, and I'm very glad to be here. Thank you very much. I'm happy that I will present you one very special program for me and for the people I work with. This is a caregiver skills training program. I will do it shortly because the time is limited, and I will use my notes because I have limitation in my English. So I will start. The Caregiver Skill Training Program is evidence-informed group intervention developed by the World Health Organization to counter the treatment gap for neurodevelopmental disorders in children. It is a task-sharing approach where no specialist trained parents, this will be fact in Bulgaria, but still it's not. It is a transdiagnostic approach, meaning that no diagnosis is necessary. It is a combined delivery format, group and individual. The Caregiver Skills Training Program consists of 12 sessions, which include 9 group training sessions and 3 home visits. It aims to help parents and caregivers of children with autism and other developmental disabilities learn important day-to-day skills that will enable them to understand better and engage with their children. Caregivers are taught evidence-based strategies from behavioral interventions, such as JASPER, which means joint attention, symbolic play, engagement, and regulation, and PRT. The program teaches caregivers of children aged 2 to 9 how to incorporate everyday home and play routines to enhance social communication, daily living skills, and positive behavior. Caregivers are guided in using play and home routines as teaching tools, understanding how children communicate, and developing self-care and problem-solving skills. The parents and caregivers learn very helpful and practical skills like how to create a simple environment to practice with the child and not to be distracted, how to sit in front of the child and help the child to stay longer engaged with motivating choices to play, Probably, the most difficult skill for adults is to listen and notice what the child is interested in, not to ask questions, to give directions, or to use too much and too complicated language. They learn how to create enough space, for example, through waiting, through imitation, giving choice, to create opportunities for the child to request, to share interest with them. Bulgaria is one of the 30 countries where the program is being field tested. I know that CST has been well known here in Serbia since 2019. I want to stress the program's individualized element, the home visit. Home visits are scheduled before the first group session, before the program's midpoint, and after the last group session, to tailor the interventions to the family's enjoyments, goals, and needs. The home visits consist of one-to-one coaching provided to caregivers during live interaction with the child. The coaching component facilitates learning of the intervention strategies taught during the group sessions. But we, the facilitators, follow Tatara 80H manual and received extensive trainings, a lot of trainings and a lot of supervision. We have significant experience working with children with developmental challenges. Our therapy center is well organized and provides all the necessary materials in a pleasant atmosphere. However, conducting therapy in families' homes presented challenges. Not every home would have the same ideal conditions we were accustomed to at our center, which caused some concern. In addition, we found it easier to interact directly with the child than to guide and assist the parent in interacting with the child. We also had concerns about how the families viewed the home visits, as this practice is not common in Bulgaria and is sometimes associated with control. Yes, this is a fact. The idea of videotaping parent-child and facilitator-child interactions also sparked concerns. In Bulgaria, everyday activities and spending time playing with the child are not always valued, and there is more emphasis on specific educational activities such as learning hours, shapes, counting, reading. What ultimately made our home visit successful and changed the picture I just thought about? The ability to join the parent in playing with the child, focusing on the specific goals set by the program. Specific goals set by the family. Adhering at the strategies taught in our program. Everything changed after the first home visit. All our concerns, all our thought about how the parents will react when we enter their homes. The moment when we were able to play with the child and the parents, everything changed. Our impressions of the importance of the home visits were confirmed by caregivers too. According to the caregivers' feedback, home visits are the most useful part of the program. About the whole program, they stressed the possibility to participate in group discussions during the meetings was very, very successful and important for them too. So after 3 years of hard work on the road, we are almost there. We are close to having a CST program in Bulgaria.
Hvala puno, Ana, posebno što ste nam
Thank you very much, Anna. Thank you especially for emphasizing that support to parents makes a difference when they have an opportunity to liaise with each other through a group. And how our presence in their home, in their environment, makes a difference. Biljana, you are a champion of this. Can you share with us how parents experience this program and how parents are now the champions of this program in Niš, Serbia? Can you tell us about that? The organization DAN is an association of parents of children with autism and other disabilities, and we are partners to the developmental counseling unit in Niš. So the idea came up that we as parents should become facilitators of these programs. 5 moms of children with autism from our association completed training to be service providers to other parents. 2 moms from this group have been through this program with their families, and now they will become facilitators. The idea is to work in pairs. We will work initially with 4 families with help of the supervisor, and this way the service will be expanded in order to reach more families in our community. What does this mean for parents? Parents who have been through the CST program say that this brought them hope. The first impression they had was that they were not alone. They were no longer wandering through a labyrinth of autism. They did not depend so much on professionals, and treatment no longer took place only in doctors' offices, seeing how difficult it is to get appointments with professionals. Further, the CST program provided them with tools to get organized in their everyday life with their family, to understand their child better, which reduces frustration on both sides. And when they hear about this from somebody who is in their shoes, from a parent who has been through the same process, it gives them confidence that the solutions that are offered to them are in fact good. Taking care of a child with autism, parents often forget to take care of themselves. They become passive, they forget that they can find resources and potentials within themselves, inside. And the CST program, especially when delivered by parents with parents, empowers the family and thereby also helps the child with disabilities. On the other hand, parents often know that a happy and satisfied parent equals happy and satisfied child. The parents know that they need to eat properly, sleep enough, have hobbies, invest in their relationships. But how if society does not support them in all this? This is why it is important to have programs such as CST at the beginning, but also to develop such programs for other periods in life of a child with disabilities, such as puberty or transition from one education cycle to another, or leaving the education system, and to follow the child as he or she grows up. Also, society should develop services for our families across the life cycle. To me personally, a program like this gives hope, especially because we, parents from the DAN Association, are included in all this. But I want to remind everybody that our children grow up, we, parents, grow old, and one day I would like to come to a situation to receive a parental pension. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Biljana. Whenever we are in your presence, we feel a part of your hope. And from Croatia, we have Dr. Ninoslava Pečnik, who will tell us about the regionally well-known program Growing Up Together. Please tell us how you adapted the Growing Up Together program to ensure that it is relevant and meaningful also for those families and children who are growing up in exceptionally challenging circumstances. How did you do this, Dr. Pečnik, and what is the recipe for success? This is something that the entire region is interested in. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. I am always happy to talk about the Growing Up Together program. I believe it has the potential to help others as well in developing support programs for parents. The Center for Parenting Support has been developing parenting support programs for the past 15 years or so with great support from UNICEF. These programs correspond to the quality standards for parenting support programs, which means they are evidence-based, They respond to parents' needs, and they are developed jointly by parents, professionals, and they have been piloted carefully. They are accompanied by standardized training and standardized manuals. There is an evaluation process in place. And this is actually an important asset and a part of the answer to the question about success, because they are based on a participatory approach that involves both parents and professionals. It is important to note that the first Growing Up Together program was developed back in year 2008. The manual was published in year 2010. After the UNICEF campaign, the first 3 years are crucial. The target group was the universal parent population with the aim of supporting the development of their parental skills. However, it quickly became clear that there were groups of parents that needed some specific forms of support linked to their specific circumstances or needs of their children. So, after the Growing Up Together program, we developed the so-called Orange program. It's called the Growing Up Together Plus program. It is intended for parents of children with disabilities. It was also implemented through kindergartens, rehabilitation centers, and it responded to these additional specific needs. And it exceeded the boundaries of the campaign on the importance of the first 3 years. And what we recognized was that dads were missing from these workshops, so we started the Fathers Club. Now I'm showing some handbooks and manuals distributed to parents at these workshops. The Fathers Club was aimed at involving the fathers. Unlike the orange and blue manuals, which involved 11 workshops, the Fathers Club involved 5 workshops. One of these 5 workshops was with children and one was with mothers. And we saw that all these programs were focused on parental beliefs and parental skills, but there were also parents who dealt with even more challenging situations and had even greater needs. And then we developed the next program. It's called Growing Up Together, Us as Well, for parents who were left out of those previous 2 programs. It was intended for those parents that were clients of the social protection system and usually also the child protection system. And this program involved 16 workshops. It lasted 4 months. And in addition to group work with parents, it also includes group work with young children and joint playing, where the last half an hour of the workshop is dedicated to children and parents playing together. This program is delivered through the social protection system. And then COVID came, and then we created online workshops where parents would have 8 online workshops. The contents of these online workshops included not only parenting skills, but also co-parenting, self-regulation skills, self-care, seeking support. These are the things that we saw yesterday when we looked at the framework. So these are important components that address not only the child's well-being, but also the parent's well-being and co-parenting. Then we realized that many mothers in this program were separated or divorced from the fathers, and this Universal Fathers Club was not entirely appropriate for the needs of these separated fathers. So we developed a separate program for fathers who were separated from their children, usually as a result of divorce. We were still focusing on young and preschool-aged children. This program included 10 workshops, some with children to play with fathers and some for fathers alone. And this program was also delivered through the social protection institutions. So, to conclude, I would like to reflect on the most recent program, and this is Growing Up Together, Us Too, Plus. Yesterday we heard about the Child Guarantee Program in Croatia and Roma settlements in the Međimurje County, which is populated by households in very challenging circumstances. So those parents needed more than this green program that I already presented, so we developed a plus version. It also includes 16 parents with workshops, in parallel with 16 workshops with children. And the difference compared to the green program is that it is better adapted to the specific needs of Roma households and the fact that their literacy levels are a bit lower, so the materials are more of a comic book type and there is less to read. Another specific feature is that the team that delivers this program also includes the Growing Up Together activist. This is mainly a mother. We only had one father as the activist. So a mother from that Roma settlement participates in activities with parents and children and makes sure that everyone is included and provides a kind of bridge between the institutions delivering the program and the settlement. All these programs have been evaluated. We have data on impact on parents and impact on parents in interaction with children. The program increases positive interactions, play reduces the incidence of violence, shouting, neglect. We also noticed that this program also changes the professionals who are involved in program delivery. It also changes the organizations delivering the program. And these are the education and social protection systems. This has been going on for a long time, almost 15 years, and they truly introduced this approach focused on empowering parents and partnership. They introduced a culture of evaluation and a culture of multi-professional work, interdisciplinary work in supporting parents and promoting early childhood development.
Thank you very much, Ninoslava. While I'm listening to you, yes, we are learning from you how you were also growing up with this program. From each new iteration, you were growing in your capacity and in your skills to adapt yourselves to the real needs of families. And you are sending a very important lesson for all of us, how we should all grow up together always, and always learn to make more sense to those that we want to help. And now, while we are still in this developmental context, briefly, I would just like to turn to this other side so that our panelists know that we are thinking about them, we didn't forget them. But I would also like to invite them to think about the similarities and the universality between these two contexts, and maybe some other different contexts by contexts affected by crisis, and maybe what are the differences that we should have in mind when we talk about the humanitarian context and emergencies in crisis. And we also have from Montenegro, Dijana Jovic, kindergarten psychologist. She's bringing a story about how the program Parenting for Lifelong Health makes a difference for families in Montenegro. The floor is yours, Jelena. Thank you. Thank you, Mila, for this introduction. And I would also like to share a huge sense of gratitude and optimism that I felt listening to all the previous presenters, because I think that in the region and even beyond, parenting got a big chance and that we are moving in the right direction. Maybe, as Alexandra said, maybe we will forget some things that we have heard over these 2 days, but my body will remember this feeling. So, when it comes to parenting, how this reached Montenegro, you know, well, after the adoption of the ban on violent disciplining of children in 2016, and having in mind the results of the mixed survey conducted 2 years later that showed a high level of exposure of children to violent forms of disciplining in the general population, this is around 65%, which is very high. So it really became clear that it is necessary to provide parents with a very serious service of support. So that's why PLH, Parenting for Lifelong Health, we actually rebranded this program. So, this is how it reached Montenegro. Having all of this in mind and having in mind the fact that this program is really evidence-based, and this is also a non-commercial program. It consists of 12 workshops. We have very little time, so I would invite all of you to take a look at this really small magnet. I don't know if you can see it, but it will be much easier for you if you have this house in your head. So a triangle and a square, that's a house. Can you imagine this in your head? Probably a lot of us is still at this level of drawing, so it will not be difficult for you to imagine this. But symbolically, this house represents all the most important principles of this program. And if we know that the foundation and the walls contain all these things that are important for the child and for the parents, so quality time with the child, talking about feelings and naming their actions and paying attention to what they are doing and using rewards and commendations. And this program is also, if we know that this program is also developing skills that parents need to face challenging forms of children's behavior, setting boundaries, nonviolent disciplining. And I would like to ask you, actually, as an average parent, as somebody who works with children and parents, what are you aimed at when communicating with children? At the discipline, yes. And 90% of parents are like that. We are all trying to tell our child how to do, what to do. We are neglecting the importance of quality and authentic time with the child. In this program, its strength lies in the fact that it stops this tendency, it returns the things to their right place. That's why this house of support is very important for us. I have several of them with me. I will share them with you. This is what is building the relationships with the child. This is what made sure that 7 years later in Montenegro we have almost a sustainable service of support to parents. In addition to skills that parents are adopting during this program is very dedicated to protecting the mental health of parents and developing skills of self-help that will be useful for them even when the program ends. So practicing physical activities, for example, and mindfulness. We have this in our workshops, and parental groups are actually continuing to work as support groups even after the program ends. The implementation of PLH in Montenegro started in 2017 with the education of the first round of facilitators. 7 years later, we have more than 100 trained facilitators. The program is implemented in more than half of the municipalities in Montenegro. We have 10 trained national supervisors to ensure the quality of program and support our facilitators, and we also have 2 national trainers, program trainers. I am one of them. This program lasts for 3 months. And when I heard that something lasts 3 months, I wasn't very enthusiastic, you know. But when I started implementing it, I saw the strength, actually, and the power of this program. And that actually the focus of this program, so the program is focused on building parental skills and on changing the behavior. And this actually hits the target. And why? Because it responds to all parental challenges that they have with their children. And in order to get some new skills, you will agree with me that it really takes some time to get new skills. And in that sense, yes, we didn't change the program. We implemented it very authentically. These results, it's not just me telling about the experience of my colleagues in numerous facilities in Montenegro. These results are confirmed also through the evaluation of the program in Montenegro after the first round of implementation. This is published in the study, feasibility study for expansion, scaling up of the program in Montenegro, that is published in 2021. This is available on the website of UNICEF. I have a couple of copies with me, so I can share them with you. But one of the most important, in my opinion, one of the most important things is that actually this program changes the child's behavior. So if parents come and they say, I don't know what to do with the child, please save me, they actually, during the workshops, they realize that the focus is on them and that they are there for themselves. By changing their own behavior, by adopting new skills, this is the only way for them to have an impact on changing the behavior of their children. One of the findings is that more than 45% of parents said that they believe that this program had an impact on reducing the parental depression, and this is something that is incredibly important. Also, 35% of parents saw very intensive changes in the behavior of their child. I'm not going to go into statistics anymore, but just have this in your mind, food for thought. Change your behavior, mental health of parents. These are all the things that we discussed over these 2 days. And this appeared in the results, these statistics, very, very clear. Numbers, we should always believe numbers. Now I would like to, I don't want to be too long, I'm sorry if I have already been too long. So another thing that we are particularly focused on is support vulnerable groups. We had two principles: universal part, where the program is available to all parents, through kindergartens, through primary schools, the NGO sector, through the resource centers, but we also had this approach with a very targeted support to the most vulnerable categories. So we had groups of parents where we had only fathers, then we had only Roma families, then we worked in the natural environments, then we had a group of parents, only parents who are in rehabilitation from psychoactive substances, and we also had mixed groups with Roma parents and parents from Ukraine. And if you ask me, the most precious thing, maybe the freshest in my memory, are those mixed groups. And when Ukrainian parents were saying what it looked like to establish not only this social cohesion, but also how, I mean, wherever you are in the world, wherever the social and political circumstances we live in, parental needs and parental challenges are somewhat the same. I mean, we have the results of the research here. We have the neurological basis that is very important, and that is, I mean, we heard the latest evidence from Harvard yesterday. So we have experts, we have evidence, we have everything. I think it's just a matter of decision makers giving us some additional support. Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for giving this. Thank you. I mean, we don't have a lot of time, but these wonderful stories are waking up so many associations. I mean, this picture of the little house, we all have it in our heads now, I'm sure. So there's this message: if you see me, if you understand me, I will find a way to manage my behavior, to regulate my feelings, and to manage my behavior. And then you will be more successful in your efforts to discipline me, and it will be better, your mental health will be better. So very, very strong message in just one small house. Thank you very much, and thank you very particularly for mentioning families from Ukraine that you supported in Montenegro, because you gave us a wonderful introduction and transition towards this part where I would kindly ask Boniface to transition us into the second part of the panel discussion.
Yeah, thanks, Mila. And I think that's a good transition, because Ukraine has been mentioned. And as I said earlier on, when to talk of targeting, parenting support, emergency is a big deal. And we all know what is happening in Ukraine. And I'm going to pick on you, Sidney, to tell us more on how you have adapted that. And we understand you have also done some randomized trials there. So the House is interested to know what's happening there. Tell us. Thank you.
Sure, I'm happy to. My name is Sydney Tucker, and I'm from Oxford University, and I'm sharing about a program called Hope Groups, which is adapted based on Parenting for Lifelong Health for Ukrainians affected by the war. And I want to start by saying my Ukrainian colleagues were unfortunately not able to join us today, so I'm sharing a story of the work that they've done and I've helped evaluate. So, oh, sorry. Closer to me. Is this better? Thank you. So I'm speaking on behalf of a large team of people from World Without Orphans, Ukraine Without Orphans, Children's Mission in Ukraine, Parenting for Lifelong Health, and Oxford University, who together have co-created and led all of this work. And I want to start with sharing the story of Hope Groups and how they began. So first, after Russia's full-scale invasion in Ukraine, a Ukrainian social worker, psychologist, and researcher met with hundreds of women who were displaced in a shelter outside of Krakow. And together, they began asking what were the greatest needs that these women were facing. And what the women said is that their physical survival needs were actually met through the shelter that they were staying in, but there were three of their biggest needs that were not met. The first, the women said that they were depressed and they wanted a way to find hope again, was specifically what they said. And the second, they said they didn't know how to care for their children in the middle of war and displacement and how to talk with their kids about the things that were happening. And the third, they said that they were lonely, they didn't have community, and they needed a way for social support. So from these three needs that these amazing women in this shelter outside of Krakow identified, Hope Groups were born. And Hope Groups, to give a bit of an overview of it, it's a 12-session support group structured similarly to Parenting for Lifelong Health, and it's always led by people from the affected population. So everyone who led these Hope Groups were also Ukrainian, affected by the war in Ukraine. And they specifically build skills in the same three areas that are the three needs I just shared that were identified. No, it's okay. I thought it was me, actually. So the first area they build skills is mental health. And to make this practical, it's things like how do you calm down when you're having a panic attack, or breathing exercises, but things to help support the parents' and caregivers' mental health. Secondly, they build skills in parenting and prevention of violence against children. So this is about discipline that parents give, but it's also about helping parents learn to look for signs of traffickers or other threats that come against children in the middle of war and displacement. And then third, they help build skills in the area of friendship building, relationship building, but how these people can create a new community in the shelters or wherever it is that they're living. So to date, Hope Groups have served 2,500 women across 15 countries who care for 5,000 children. And you may have a question of what are the effects of these Hope Groups? Do they work? Are they effective? Did they actually improve mental health or reduce violence against children? And so I want to share with you some of our results from the evaluation. And I should say that we first evaluated Hope Groups using a pre-post study, and then we did go on to confirm the results using a randomized controlled trial. And what we found is they reduced depression in parents and caregivers by 60%. They reduce violence against children by 60%. They increase hopefulness and resilience among caregivers and parents by 70%. And they cut child depression in half. And this is important to talk about because basically through this structure of supporting parents and caregivers, the children's depression is decreasing by 50%, which is completely in line with things shared about how important it is to invest in the parents and caregivers to care for the children. And a couple things that are important for implementation. These Hope Groups were effective regardless of if they were implemented by mental health professionals or lay-trained people, which is essential because especially in war and displacement or other crisis settings, there aren't enough mental health professionals to implement programming, so you need to be able to use lay-trained people also who are passionate and willing to participate. And then secondly, they're effective whether they're implemented online or in person or a mix of the two, which again is especially important in the middle of displacement. And then three, they're effective among people who were internally displaced within Ukraine, externally displaced in other countries, or living at home in the middle of the crisis, which is important too to know that they could benefit any of these populations. And then lastly, I'll just talk about some future directions for Hope groups. So as I mentioned, my colleagues who are Ukrainian and who developed a lot of this intervention based on evidence-based content from Parenting for Lifelong Health are looking for collaborations with other people within Ukraine and outside Ukraine who are serving Ukrainians and are offering trainings to train people to deliver Hope groups to any Ukrainians that they serve. And outside of Ukraine also, we're adapting and scaling Hope groups to other settings, not just war and displacement, but also other crisis settings where parents may be able to receive support for their children also. And then lastly, I just want to talk broadly about war and displacement. We know from research that often it affects parents and children the most. And you know, I think about like how this happens, and there are a million ways, but just to help us think briefly, of course it affects the mental health and parents of caregivers, which of course affects parenting, which then of course affects children, but not just while they're children, but up to for the rest of their lives. And so there's this urgency of getting support to families in the middle of crisis. And there are a lot of interventions that can work to do this, but what we have found with Hope groups is they're effective and they're scalable. And important to note, everything is open source, so you can find all of these program materials on the World Without Orphans website. And if anyone has interest in thinking about using this and adapting it for your own settings, feel free to reach out and I can connect you with my program lead, Nicole is her name, who's offering trainings and talking about these things. Thank you all so much.
Yeah, I think we can clap. Yeah, thank you very much, and I like the way you started the narrative and used these, three like points which came from the parents themselves to say, we are displaced and we want to hope again. And these things, may look theoretical, but if you are a parent and you are displaced, the question is, do I have hope? And I'm alone. So the program is really a good testament that we can help, and I hate the numbers in terms of the evaluations. But we know some of these people are also displaced and are in Romania. So Stephen, I'm going to pick on you, and he is the president of the Hotis Association. Also more like tell us, building on what we have heard in terms of the humanitarian response, but the way you are also more like handling the same in Romania. So over to you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to present our program. We work, and my intention is to have a big picture, and after how we adapted the program for Ukrainian peoples who lives in Romania. We work in appreciative parenting program from 25 years in Romania. And now is very developed. For example, we have region where we organized in each community parenting program. And for example, in last 10 years, we have more 38,000 parents participated in this program. And program consists in group intervention with the same parents for 10 meetings, and the group is between 10 and 15 parents. Okay. We are now in a stage to scale up the program like universal program for all the parents from Romania. For example, we have community with 25 fathers participated in the parenting program. Is a huge number, and this help us to change our attitude about fathers. Because now a practitioner has many, I don't know, prejudice.
Yeah, prejudice. Yeah.
Okay, because sometimes why we use appreciative parenting? Because the practitioner in general has a deficit paradigm to discuss about the beneficiaries. Lack of resources, lack of behavior, lack of attitude, and so on. Problem with interaction, problem with behavior. In appreciative perspective, our intention is to develop the very good experience of parents with their children. They are experts, but they need only a support in a shared group, not with the specialist. Because the facilitator, and we have in Romania more 3,000 facilitators prepared to make this in proximity of parents, and is interesting because the facilitator has not power in the group, and they share, the parents share their experience. The facilitator is a specialist in dynamic of groups. Okay, and now I return to intervention for Ukrainian people. Last year, we have a program with support from UNICEF and LEGO Foundation, and would organize appreciative parenting program in creche and kindergarten with the parents. And we prepare more 800 facilitator in this institution, and some of them in play and learning and parenting hub developed from UNICEF are with Ukrainians, and we prepare facilitators from them, from their population, and they organize meetings with parents. The big challenge for this was not to make traduction of materials, because we have 19 modules and guide for parents, and last year we developed 2 new modules. One is trauma therapy, one is learning through play. And but was interesting because this 2 sessions was used for all population, not only for Ukrainian people. And for this, we have a very useful online platform for monitoring, supervising, evaluation in real time, all the meetings, all the groups, because it's interesting. We are not now in a phase of pilot projects. And the framework of program is very flexible. Every year we update the modules based on the evaluation from the parents, and we include this in a new curriculum. And it's interesting because this platform is also used for national session in parenting program. Because when we have a new module, we're testing this module of a national level. And for example, in 2 weeks, more 50,000 parents participated at national level, face-to-face meetings in this module. But the last 2 sessions, national session, we have a very good feedback, because we have people from Ukraine that don't live in Romania, they live in Ukraine. And they organize meetings with the parents from Ukraine, because all the materials are translated in Ukrainian. And also, we have Romanians from Spain, from other countries, that participated at this national session. You know, when you meet a professor, it's very dangerous because he has intention to speak too much. Thank you very much and I'm waiting your questions.
Thank you, Professor.
Yep. You know, you said the professor talks too much, but I kind of like the professor. The reason I say I kind of like the professor, because you highlighted critical things. You are not only supporting the refugees, but even the host communities. This is something that we tend to forget. So in targeting, sometimes we look at those that are displaced, but we forget the host community. You also talked of issues of the fathers. I'm a dad of a daughter of 10. You know, I know what it means. You know, so you also brought that dimension because, again, we need the male involvement in this conversation. The prejudice you mentioned, these are the preconceived ideas. We go that we know it all. But you approach, you know, appreciating and working with them. So that's why I'm putting lightly that, but it's true. I like the way the professor has brought it. So with that, I'm going to transition also now to also another humanitarian context, and this is Turkey. And we have our colleague, you know, Sachle. I'm going to more like give the chance to you. Tell us again what is happening. This is also another unique, you know, scenario, the earthquake and other dynamics, you know, there. But tell us in terms of now the targeted, you know, parenting support that we are doing there. Over to you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to share the experience. And if technically we will manage to share the slide, if not, I'll just go over the data then. All right. So I will be sharing the Turkey experience on the earthquake. And as my colleague yesterday did share, this is a country of a population of 86 million, where a fourth of the population represented by children. So to dip you into the context, what happened on February 6th, with the earthquake, more than 15 million of people were affected. 4.6 million of them are children. 811,000 are refugee children. So just to understand what was going on in a country a year ago. What I will be talking of how, as UNICEF, we did support a parent in this situation. So as a step one, we have extended our partnerships with government from regular programming to earthquake response. We have started partnerships and implementation of the program with municipalities, with CSO sector, with private sector and academia. Basically, everyone who did the best to support within the earthquake response. As UNICEF, we did lead or co-lead, and now you can think of the nurturing care framework. We lead the health, nutrition sector, education sector, and child protection sector, supporting the availability of the most essential services. When we talk about services, you of course can imagine that in majority of the provinces, the essential services were disrupted. But in the places where they were existing, the access to services was a challenge because transportation did not exist, roads were destructed. So even if you have a clinic, let's say, you cannot reach to the clinic. So, us as UNICEF, we did support the government with the immunization, with massive procurement of vaccines, with nutrition through the infant young child feeding program, establishment of this program. Water and sanitation was something that we supported. That country did not need support earlier, and now we're in a situation when that was also destructed, as well as the access to early learning services. So we'll also mention the need, you know how brain works for toxic stress, and in that situation, every parent's brain, every child's brain was affected, which means more burden to the child's development as well. So that was also taken into consideration. We'll just concentrate on two modalities that we did support the parents as the most effective and as the best practices to learn. One was the mother-baby corner approach. We have established in every province. Imagine a prefabric container. First it was tent, then it became a container from 24 square meters to 62 square meters that opens a door to each mother or young child for support. It's a safe place if you want to come to breastfeed because were no basically space where mothers could breastfeed, or if a space were for a child when your child with mother or with father can come and play and get at least some quality time as much as possible. So that was a really great modality to support parents in this critical situation that did require from our side to develop special training packages for staff, train staff to give proper counseling in nutrition, early childhood development, positive parenting, counselings if there is a violence in a family, and referrals. Also, to develop a number of educational materials to be spread up. With these supports, we have reached over 300,000 mothers with information and counseling support. We also, in addition to this kind of one-time trainings, what we managed to do, by getting feedback from people and staff, we managed to have monthly mentoring, support meetings with staff, giving them more information than needed, but also we should understand that people that were working in these mother-baby corners also were affected by the earthquake and also were through the burnout and having the same problem. So we also had to think not just of what they have to do, but also to think how we can support them in the same way. So that was kind of center-based modality that did really work well for mothers and children. And also, first we were thinking of mothers, but then with the earthquake, we understood that there are some families that have only fathers left, and we did open the door for fathers as well, giving them more information because they also needed. They didn't know how to feed a small child. They didn't know how to support the development and inclusion, etc. So that was also extended to the family support service. Yet there are refugees, yet there are families that live in a very remote areas or villages that did not have access to these centers. So together with municipalities and NGOs, we have developed an approach of outreach approach of the mobile clinics and mobile teams that go family to family through the home-based program with at least 6 visits per each family, giving a comprehensive support to a family, starting from health to education to early learning to anything that you need to be empowered to support your child, anything that you need to be able, despite of the situation, to care of yourself. So that's something that I want you to be thinking of. In addition, I want to highlight one of the partnerships that we have, and it's still ongoing, with Hatay municipality. Hatay is the province that has more than 2 million people, where we have established support to with identification of developmental delays, with early referrals and early intervention, and also targeted support to children with disabilities. Because yes, it's a drama, it's very hard to every family, but the family that has a child with disability under the double, if not triple burden. And there is an additional layer of support, procurement. There were some children that left the house and left their hearing aid under the destructions, let's say, or wheelchair was not available. So assistive technologies procurement was one part. Other part would be supporting these parents when they lost, like what to do, how in this situation they can support the children with their children with disabilities. So that's kind of a really great work, including now we have a first model, I think brilliant inclusive playground that opens a door for every child, even those in wheelchairs, that can use and have quality time in this situation. So basically, that's very much it. If to share about the best lessons learned, I would say both approaches is really something that needs to be considered, center-based and outreach, and also to make sure that children with disabilities are on the radar or special radar, and we know how to, and we can support properly. And data, as always, I think we all share emergencies is something that require more data for informed decisions. So that's I think, a huge story in a really short way. If there are questions, I'm open. Thank you.
Yes, yes. Yeah,
Thank you.
I agree with you. I agree with you. You know, a great story to be shared in 5 minutes. But the beauty is you are here, so people have taken note of you. So many will be coming to you to learn more. And thanks for being available. I'll pass, to Mila. Yeah.
Hvala. Saša je podelila sa nama sada I naučenu lekciju.
Thank you for sharing the lessons learned, and thank you for sharing the message. Now I have the same question for all of you. To literally have one sentence. In the previous panel, we've heard about the lessons learned and the outlooks to the future when it comes to strengthening the routine services in healthcare to make them more responsive for parents and for parental support. And now, can you, as implementers of targeted programs, a question for you, kind question for you to choose. Can you share something that's bothering you, maybe? Something else that's bothering you, and some challenges that keep you up at night when it comes to your programs? Or do you have a mature message for other countries who are on this journey? How can they continue with introducing and scaling up sustainable targeted programs, targeting precisely the parents that need them the most? To start with you, Diana, now and go. Thank you. Well, I want to say, I want to send a message to a country, to a partner that will start implementing this. It's the most difficult in the beginning. Don't stop, don't give up. It really helped us that we have proven the efficiency of this. We put this on paper, and right now the program is in the several national strategies. In the strategy for early childhood development and education, it is a part of several official national education programs for preschool education. And this is a program that is accredited by the institutions of the Ministry of Education, but also by the Ministry of Labor and Social Welfare. So it is proven, and we have a program that is accredited. This really opened up the doors for establishing sustainability of the service for parents. Thank you very much. It's difficult in the beginning. Don't give up. Collect evidence and put it into the system somehow. Next. Yes, I can just follow up on this and say, I want to say that it is still difficult to work on sustainability of changes. We are documenting changes when the program ends. This is how it is usually done. Now, there's a question, what happens next without the support? This is the challenge of our programs that are, focused on put in a cycle. And I'd say maybe sustainability change. And when you enter the system, you need to stay in the system. You need to maintain the changes among the parents and also among the professionals and the system that has accepted this program. We need to keep working and ensure the quality and the relevance. Thank you very much, Biljana. Our challenge in the work with parents of children with autism is not accepting the diagnosis, because parents very often think that children will get out of this diagnosis of this autism. So I think that parents who have gone through this, who have survived this, and who came to the acceptance phase, they know now how to live in the new circumstances. They are a good example that they should become the facilitator of the program. And also parenting associations can also be a good system of support of children with difficulties. So parenting programs have a greater chance if parents are involved, right? Thank you very much. Strong message. Anna?
Implementing program involving parental participation is relatively new in Bulgaria, and it was hard at the beginning to engage parents. Usually in Bulgaria, a specialist works with the child in a clinical setting, and to work directly with the parent and the child in their homes was very new. So it was challenging to plan how to transfer what we are learning in our sessions into the setting of the real life, in the everyday life of the parents. So we were glad to deal with this situation through, again, home visits working directly with the parent and the child in their real circumstances. So if I could use only one sentence, it will be that not one size fits to all.
Oh.
So
Such powerful
program, but with resource to individualized to every parent and child.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Such a powerful sentence. And from this angle.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. For us, from the start, really, we were looking at the massive need, which honestly, when you think about war and displacement, is overwhelming to think about. The World Bank estimates 2 billion people living in countries affected by conflict, violence, or fragility. And with hope groups, the hope was always that they would be developed in a way where they could be scaled to as many people as possible. And there are a lot of challenges with trying to think about how to do that. I mean, two things that did seem clear to the team from the beginning was, one, hope groups should be in a format which could be flexibly scaled to many. And then two, we needed real evidence of whether or not it worked, because people mattered too much to scale something if it doesn't work. So we needed to somehow get evidence if it does, even though it's really hard to get evidence in the middle of a crisis setting. Sorry, just to quickly wrap this up, and I should say we're really at the start of scaling. As I mentioned, hope groups have gone to 2,500 people, and we have evidence of them working, but we're really at the start of thinking, how do we now scale it even larger? So maybe some of you can share with me your lessons learned, and we would love to hear how you've done these things. For us, I think there are 3 quick things that we've put in from the beginning which we hope will help them scale. One is it's a very flexible format, as I mentioned. It can be in person, online, a mix of the two, lay people, mental health professionals. 2, the model is actually decentralized. So it's not like there's one agency that delivers hope groups and people have to go find that agency. Actually, we train passionate Ukrainians to implement hope groups, and then those people go recruit participants from their own networks, either NGOs or shelters or churches or even their neighbors, their families and friends. And then 3, for evaluation, I mentioned that we felt like we really needed evidence of whether this worked. And I can't stress enough how important I think it is to do evaluations, but to do it in a way that's sensitive and feasible in any setting, but especially in a crisis setting. So we developed really innovative approaches that are rigorous but flexible with communities affected to really try to get evidence of whether this is effective, in hopes that that evidence will drive its scaling in the future.
Thank you. And Professor, to conclude?
It's interesting because I am very optimistic. Why? Because I think it's a new paradigm. Many times after we changed the regime in East Europe, we focused very much on child. For example, child protection, child rights. After this was a stage, we focused on services for child, best services for child. And now, I think is a natural and normal position to change the lens and to have parenting like integrated approach. This means is an advantage for specialists and for practitioners, because this approach can unify different explanation, arguments, strategy, practices, and I think is a very, very good and strong point for the future. And I am in accord with you about need of evidence, because some public policy are not based on evidence, are based on ideology. Yeah? But now, every country, and I saw in this conference, every country has evidence. And we can put together this evidence to argument one politics or other politics. It's possible after 5 years to think other things. Okay, thank you.
Hvala vama puno na ovome, zato što kada smo mi...
Thank you very much for that, because we created our programs in Serbia. One of the processes that we had to go through was, we said, let's think about, let's put ourselves let's put ourselves in the shoes of this child. Let us look at the world from their perspective. And then we were thinking about who is the child seeing, what is the child seeing, and precisely what you said. The child doesn't see services, the child doesn't see the environment, doesn't see that far at that young age. The child cannot experience themselves, you know, except through parents. So thank you very much for that, for this point, for highlighting how parenting can be integrated.
For the end, because you already sent a message, but if you have something to add?
I can share two more things then. Complementing what my colleague said, because I think we do speak same language, looks like, and whether it's emergency or regular programming. One important thing to remember, early childhood development is really important for a child. In emergency, if it's critical in regular life, in emergency is double, triple, or 10 times more critical, and we have to program our work considering that. And second, just complementing what Professor just said about the having a comprehensive approach to a child, but also having a comprehensive approach to a parent. Having one basic comprehensive standard package in emergency for a parent really helps. The package that has a simple critical information that every parent must know, whether it's health, nutrition, or safety, or child development, the basic knowledge that will help him or her survive the emergency is very important. So that's kind of it, I'd say.
Yeah, thank you very much. And allow me to appreciate the panelists. It has not been easy to share all this work in 1 hour. I cannot attempt to summarize it all, but there are key themes that emerged. Data, 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 evidence. I think that one is very strong. That word has been used a lot. I also heard a lot of, integration. And he was also reminding us towards the nurturing care framework, the 5 components. So bring everything, as a package. At the same time, caregiver mental health and well-being was also coming out so strongly, because I think we also need to address the needs of the parents themselves. So there's a lot that has been shared, and I hope you have enjoyed, this session. Mila, thanks for walking the journey with me today. This is the end of the session. Thank you, and I hand over back.
Alan. So, Misho, we are free to go.
Yes, you're free to go. Very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mila and Boniface, to really great moderating. Thank you, all the panelists. It was really interesting to hear the experiences from all over the Balkan regions, also from Turkey and Ukraine. And now it's time for lunch break. Since we are already running late with our schedule, I would ask you if it's possible to come back here at 1:45, at 15 minutes to 2, because we have a really special guest, a mother of 2 children who has survived a really interesting turn of events in her life, and especially with one of her children. So we'll meet again at 1:45. Thank you.
I think we can resume. I hope the equipment, the technology is working properly. We are nearing the end of this very intensive conference. We're well into the second day. We will now have an interesting discussion with Nikolina Radosavljevic, a mom with a very specific educational and inspiring life story. But before we start the discussion, let's see what Marko Somborac sketched during the last panel while we were talking about targeted support measures. Can we please have the drawings displayed? Marco will, of course, continue to follow our discussion. He will be with us for the remaining two panels. And at the end, we will see all of his drawings from yesterday and today. I'm sure you have the agenda in front of you. We have two interesting panels ahead of us about education for parents and targeted services. Let's take a look at the drawings. Very well. Original, funny, and unique, as usual. This is what training for parents looks like. Push-ups. Thank God Aaron didn't ask us to do push-ups this morning. We only had squats and jumps. It would have been more interesting with push-ups. Thank you, Marco. You heard yesterday at the beginning of the conference, two moms tell two very inspiring stories, and now it's Nikolina's turn. She has two sons and two completely different parenting experiences. She has an Instagram profile called Beleške jednog Andre, which means Andra's notes. Now we will hear Nikolina and Andra's story, which has been going on for 5 years already. Let's start from the beginning, Andra's birth and a very unexpected piece of information you received. Before I begin, I would like to thank you for inviting me here today. It is truly an honor to be in a place like this and to tell my story and my experience, because I also represent other parents who have had a similar experience. As you said, I'm a mother of two boys. One is 5 years old. He has the Down syndrome. And 2 years ago, he developed a malignant disease of the bone marrow. And I'm also a mother of a 6-year-old boy of typical development. My story begins in the maternity ward. I learned that Andra has Down syndrome. Actually, at that moment, it was suspicion. I found out a few minutes after I gave birth. I was still on the delivery table. It left a big impact on me. I didn't have any negative experience. Nobody was unpleasant or rough with me. On the contrary. But today, I would like to talk about how important it is to have a standard for how to give this news to a mother who is pregnant or just gave birth. This information is the most important piece of information I ever received in my life. And this is a piece of information that was told to me in a completely inadequate manner. In the delivery room, when I was completely incapable of receiving that information without any psychological support and without the presence of my husband. So today, I would like to draw attention to standards in communication and treatment at moments like that. After childbirth, when we come home, the first point of contact is the primary healthcare center. Unfortunately, when you give birth to a child with a disability, you don't get any referrals for the primary healthcare center. What I want to say is that nobody was unkind or impolite to me, but they didn't give me any information. Nobody referred me anywhere. Nobody gave me any guidelines for how to proceed in a situation which is completely unexpected. This event shook us to the core. This was the first time we encountered such a situation, and you go to a place where you seek help, but you don't get any guidance, education, information, referral, or anything else in that regard. So my first two negative experiences are unfortunately not mine alone. This is the experience of most children with developmental disabilities. And when I think about what needs to be changed, I always think about how much it would mean to just change the way they communicate with us. This is something that doesn't require any financial resources, and it completely changes the way you move on after receiving that information. What did you need the most at those moments? What kind of support? Just some raw data, or also some kind of emotional support and understanding? I always say that there isn't a situation in life that you can't overcome if you get support. Back then, I thought the same that I think now. I wish there had been a team of people, and we need that in primary healthcare centers because it's the first point of contact. I wish there were a team of people to receive the family that just found out that they have a child with disabilities. In some cases, they find out later. I happened to find out immediately after birth, so it's perhaps even more traumatizing because this is the first piece of news they give you immediately after you deliver your baby. I wish there had been a door that I could knock on and where I could feel secure and where I could get some guidance on what to do and where to go, instead of being alone. When I say alone, I mean the family. The family is alone, and the family finds ways and mainly relies on the experiences of some other family who's been there before. I really can't remember ever receiving a single piece of information in the primary healthcare center. I didn't get information where to go after giving birth, what door to knock on. But you had the support of two fantastic doctors, if I understood correctly. They offered you a completely new perspective. Yes, I started my story in the negative, on a negative note, with the inadequate manner of communicating with me. But on the other hand, I could say I was lucky, but it shouldn't depend on luck. It should be the standard for treating patients. I was lucky that later, as Andra grew, we met two wonderful doctors. Dr. Daniela Vukicevic, she's Andra's physical development specialist. It really took luck to find her. And she would always ask us how we were doing. So this simple question, how are you, helped us feel better. After seeing her, we would always come home feeling so relieved. On the other hand, 2.5 years later, Andra developed leukemia, and this is a hugely more difficult piece of information than the previous one. And let me tell you what it feels like when you are told that piece of news by somebody with empathy, a person who goes an extra step in their work. And this is the human approach that is missing in all this. The night we went to the Tiršova Children's Clinic, we were received by Dr. Goran Milošević, who was on duty at that time. And he asked me, do you know what we suspect and what analyses we were going to do tomorrow? And when he told me, I started crying. And I said, I'm sorry for crying. And he said, but this is a very difficult situation. This is something that would make you cry. And after that, I called everybody and told them, you wouldn't believe, this doctor is superhuman. And then a friend told me a wonderful thing. This is great, but this is not something we should admire. It should be normal. That kind of conduct towards a patient should be normal. Because we started off with a very difficult situation that they told us just, very matter-of-factly, as if offering you a cup of tea. And after that, we had the situation where somebody told us an even more difficult piece of news, literally a matter of life and death, but with a human approach. And whenever I asked him a question, he would say, yes, it is the case, but we will try to find a way. We will try to find a solution. So his approach made a difference. So what you are saying is that basic human understanding is important. Basic human support that has nothing to do with somebody's educational background. Yes, during these 5 years, I came to understand how good it was to have these two people in our lives. Andra is 5 years old, and for the past 2.5 years, this is a boy who has been looking forward to going to a hospital. And this says that the most difficult, most traumatizing things in his life will actually make good memories for him. And I still remember my childbirth experience as the most difficult, most traumatizing experience of my life, just because of the way they told me that bit of information. What I want to say is some changes have nothing to do with the amount of resources you invest. Some things just depend on how much effort you will put into talking to somebody in a human way. I think the two key words here are system and standards, although one doesn't go without the other. Yes, but what is interesting here is that we have individuals who demonstrate that things can be different. I'm sure these are not the only two good examples, but sometimes I'm even embarrassed to tell these two positive stories to a mom who has never had a positive encounter with a doctor during her child's life. I remember the experience of a mother from Kraljevo whose child was supposed to be enrolled in a kindergarten. We know that inclusion is mandatory by law. She was simply told that there was no room in the kindergarten. Nobody explained anything to her. And unless she has the capacity to keep fighting, she will simply leave it at that. We are often faced with a wall, and it is upon us to dig a tunnel through that wall. So what gave you the strength to dig? I always say that my strength comes from the fact that my husband and I always had this idea what life should look like and what family should look like. And this dream helped us go on. In the meantime, I met Gordana, who gives me strength because she became a mother before I did. And I remember the first time I saw her photos on Instagram, I remember thinking, this is what I want, because it looked normal, as it should be. I was really lucky to link with other parents very quickly. Social networks and social media nowadays can help us find each other, liaise, and be there to help each other. And this support is tremendously important because this is what support groups are for. They help you believe that you are not alone in this. I have to say something from a personal perspective because I work a lot with fathers. I'm very glad that the father is there because it often happens in such situations when the family receives the dramatic news that men retreat in a way. Yes, this is why it's important to strengthen the family in the beginning. When I was in the delivery room, I was everything but empowered. I'm sure I would have felt bad if I had received the news at any other moment. I remember thinking, oh my God, are we going to stay married? Because I heard a lot of stories about marriages falling apart and families not being able to survive such a blow. Andra's genetician, when he gave us the diagnosis, I remember something he said. I don't know if it was well meant or not, but one of the first sentences he said is, well, you know, couples split up. And that also testifies to the importance of standards for how to deliver the news. Yes, but despite all those negative experiences, let's shift the focus back on to the good experiences you had. I fully agree with you that there should be a standard for communicating, and I would like to extend our greetings to Dr. Daniela Vukicevic and Dr. Goran Milošević and give them a big applause.
Because I'm sure there are many other professionals, it's not only two of them. Just like you are speaking on behalf of many parents of children with difficulties, developmental difficulties, I know it's not easy for you, and thank you very much for sitting here in front of a couple of hundred people and told your story. And I'd like to thank Gordana, who is here today. We heard her yesterday. I mean, what to tell you? You know everything better than me. I have nothing smart to tell you in the end, other than to wish you that things with Andra and that your entire family are moving in the way you want them to move. Thank you very much. And since we mentioned the two wonderful doctors, I would like to thank these people and all other doctors and people, all other professionals that we come into touch with. I would like to thank them for giving us that experience, dignified experience, because today, regardless of everything, although we told the story that is a bit harder to hear, I still, myself and Andrea, my entire family, we can remember those wonderful people that gave us some serious energy to go through this. And we can see this energy. Thank you very much, Nikolina. Thank you. We will now move away from the stage and Yelena will announce the next panel. Thank you very much, Nikolina. I would like to thank all the moms and all the parents that are reminding us that conferences like this one exist so that we can tell others what we did, so that we can see what we're developing in our systems. But these conferences also exist to remind ourselves how many other parents do not have access to such good services, how many other parents still carry the burden, often almost alone, and they need support from us, professionals, and all our colleagues across our countries. And precisely because of that, at this conference we are trying to hear parents from time to time. We had a couple of opportunities to hear good examples and examples that are reminding us that we should keep working. But definitely we know that without parents we cannot do anything, we cannot organize anything. Without coming into their shoes and looking at their lives, our work cannot have a full reach and cannot be meaningful. That's why we are moving towards a very special session now that is telling us that there is hope, there is light, there is work, that we are expanding good practice, and that we have the desire to reach every parent. We are starting the session about family-centered early childhood interventions that are being slowly developed in most of our countries. Most of our countries are building the network of expert services, the network of support that needs to be there for all parents. I would like to invite Christina Gaberi, who is the coordinator of the Early Childhood Development Program in Moldova, and she'll be facilitating this session together with all her panelists and with the keynote speaker, Nana Drujic. Please join us at the stage and shed some light about what will hopefully meet our expectations, and that will be present in all countries. Please, the floor is yours.
Is this working? Okay. Honorable guests, dear partners, dear colleagues and parents, welcome to our new session towards family-centered early intervention services. And it is my great pleasure to invite you to join us within this panelist discussion, myself and the panelists here. I will have the pleasure to introduce you the speakers. Mr. Nenad Rudic, child psychiatrist, former head of Day Hospital for Children with Developmental Difficulties, Institute for Mental Health, Belgrade International Development Pediatrics Association, member and founder of the Executive Board, trainer, the Parent Advisor Model, and GMCD, representing Serbia. Ms. Daniela Bordeanu, Director of the National Institute for Early Childhood Intervention, Vojnicel, representing Moldova. Ms. Silvia Pucko, Director of Center for Early Intervention, Murid, representing Croatia. Vanya Kaneva, UNICEF Office, representing Bulgaria. Jelena Petkovic, Psychologist, Developmental Counseling Center, Primary Health Center, Niš, representing Serbia. Suzana Simeunovic, Director of the Preschool Center My Childhood, representing Serbia. Jelena Pesic, Republican Institute for Social Protection, Special Working Group for the Implementation of the National ECD Program, formed by Ministry of Health, representing Serbia. And Snežana Plavšić, Institute for Public Health, member of the Special Working Group for the Implementation of the National ECD Program, representing Serbia. So this was the hardest part of the panel discussions. Basically, during the last 2 days, we discussed a lot about universal parenting support and families that have special needs and therefore need targeted and intensive parenting support. When we talk about family-centered early intervention services, a contemporary early intervention services, it is precisely about that, about targeted parenting support that is provided by early childhood practitioners and other social network members that provide parents, first of all, with time, energy, knowledge, and skills to engage their children in everyday child learning opportunities and care, and that promote and enhance both the child and the parent confidence and competence. By enabling parents with skills and competences, we ensure the usage of that window of opportunity to alter children's development trajectory. During this session, we will hear about building on parenting functions, about presented informal and informal social and other support services, particularly when there is a child in need, in most need of support, and best practices that contribute to social and emotional functioning of the child development. We will hear as well best practices of the parent-child interaction, that assume once again that parents are the main agent of change for their children and continue to be even when the child is involved in early intervention services. About early detection, we will hear about preschool inclusion and augmentative and alternative communication. So with this, I have a great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, keynote speaker, Mr. Nenad Rudic, who will share with us a strength-based approach to developmental delays and difficulties. We'll talk about partnership, trust, families, and quality of life, and of course the role of the community and broader society. Mr. Nunit, you have the floor.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here, and I'm really very excited about all the talks that have been already said, and I will continue my presentation in presentation talk, let's say, in Serbian as it is agreed in this way. So, excuse me, but I like to move. So when I stay, I stop thinking. When I sit, I stop talking. So I have to do it. It's not that I want to, I don't know, do whatever, but that's for me, excuse me. So I hope I will not overdo it. So the idea,
the title of this session is towards shifting the paradigm, is that right? And I've been wondering, why shifting the paradigm? Isn't it actually rediscovering something that we drifted away from? Yes, of course, parents are there with the child. Yes, of course, the family is the most important in the child's life. Listening to previous presentations, I realized that it is actually a paradigm shift if we are talking about public services, state authorities, those that have a great impact on somebody who is compelled to knock on one of those many doors and seek help. So, when we ask this question, how can we not smile? I remember my professor Svetomir Bojan. This is what he used to tell us students. Kindness towards a pregnant woman is not merely kindness, it's an intervention. What does it mean to be kind towards somebody who is facing a big problem? This is a special kind of intervention. So professionals who encounter others in their work keep forgetting an important principle, namely that in contacts with a vulnerable person who has worries, concerns, life events, in contacts with those people, we need to be very careful. I am a representative of the healthcare profession. Our primary principle is primum non nocere, do not do harm. This means that we are not even aware of all the ways in which we can do harm. Maybe we do not even know that we are harming somebody. Maybe we even forget to ask ourselves this question. And this is where the idea develops that when it comes to early interventions, the main collaborator is the family, which can help us not stray too far from our path of good intentions. And this is why I start with this illustration, because it enriches us with its ideas. This was drawn by the famous Serbian artist Dusan Petričić. When I see this, I ask myself, who of these people do I see when they come to my medical office? When they knock on my door, it's usually the mother and a child, sometimes a dad, sometimes a father, and other extended family members who play an important role in the child's life are only indirectly present when we ask questions about them. The reason why I'm saying this is that we use the terms child and environment, but when we look from the perspective of a young child, there is no internal and external environment so clearly delineated. There is just the environment. What is felt inside and what is outside are the same, and the line that divides these two has yet to develop in a child. So when we think about external environment, we are the only ones who see it as external. The child doesn't see it that way. And when we think of this, we realize the importance of everything that we are doing. The environment has a powerful impact on the child. A smile builds connections between the nerve cells, and absence breaks those connections. I'm nearing the end of my career, so I take the liberty of using different terminology. When we say to a young child that something did not happen, for example, the parent is not dealing with the child consistently, the child is not receiving adequate care, the healthcare needs are not met, etc. This is not the topic for the child in terms that the child didn't get something. For the child, it's something that was taken away. The parent exists as a potential at the level of the child's brain organization. And when the parent is absent, or when the parent is not the way he or she should be, something is taken away from the child, so the trauma is twofold. This is why early years are extremely important, and everybody who is in contact with the child should be aware of this. This, of course, applies to extended family as well. They are a great resource, but also sometimes a great challenge. Not all extended family members are positive, not all of them are a source of support, not all of them are present, but we will not know that unless we talk to the parents about it. And when we look at all this, this expands the zone in which child development happens. When we talk about partnership models and family-centered early interventions, they are also a part of extended family. They are a part of models which are promoted in order to be mainstreamed in regular services. You said nicely, I'm grateful that somebody was kind to me, I'm grateful that somebody smiled at me. This tells a lot about our environment. But what is important here? The umbrella idea is cooperation that brings similar values, and these values include being curious about the family that comes to us. The problem brought us together, and my curiosity follows the family that this is happening to. We learn about resilience from families. We know the theory. Values in the family, I'm talking from the perspective of the healthcare center. The question is why we are not trained and ready for this. Nobody trained me in strengths. I was trained in detecting difficulties, delays, problems. This is what they teach us in our studies. When you are riding a bus, look around you, see if you can detect among the passengers somebody who has problems with the kidneys or with the livers and so on. So in our first years of studies, we looked carefully at the people around us and tried to detect what was wrong. In the early intervention zone, if we observe something that is not right, this is only the smaller portion of information. The much bigger portion is to detect what is right, where the strengths are, and how to use those strengths. And without the family, we cannot do that. And this is why it is good that these partnerships with families result in different models, depending on the environment. Some will be more diverse, some less, some will be based on improvisation. But what is important is to follow the essential principles of cooperation with parents, including mutual respect, mutual appreciation, mutual curiosity, willingness to improve, openness. Some values that are, of course, fostered, goals that are shared, and that we negotiate and agree on. Many times, I was in a situation where I gave somebody a piece of advice which was far below what they were capable of doing for themselves. This was probably a reflection of my own abilities, while the person that I was giving advice to was perhaps already doing more than that. So we, as helpers, need to use our mouths less and our eyes and ears more, to observe, to look, and to learn from that. There are many examples where I think there is no way I could do this, there is no way I could survive this. And when you become open for something like that, you become more curious towards other parents. And you do not try inadequately to protect somebody who has the power to deal with the problem. The problem of care can lead you to a kind of false protection where we overprotect as a result of our own inability to deal with it. So as helpers, we need to be aware that we must be open to contents. And we need to work on ourselves more.
Another thing, just a small illustration what development is. I always wondered why Pinocchio left Geppetto. Maybe some of you know the answer. This is a special boy, not any boy. He was born out of love, huge love. He had good education ahead of him. He was supposed to start school. Why did Pinocchio leave? Do you know? Does anybody know? I mean, I don't know. But I would like to know. He left because he had to go. We all have to go. We all have to go on a journey, explore. You said a child is an explorer. Okay, I'm going to move a little bit. Go towards you. So the nature of development is moving, searching, changing. And children who have difficulties are at the risk of our love and protection, sometimes preventing them from this search. This search is also related to parenting. When somebody has to search for solutions, it's not true that everything will be like this. Nobody is expecting everything to be like this on the left-hand side. We don't know what situations we'll face. But if we have love and enough people who are affected, who are monitoring our growth and development, this will appear, the fairy, etc., and other companions on our journey. So the child who has difficulties, just like any other child, they need to be able to get their own, to acquire their own experiences, to build their own life, to give up on things that they cannot do, and to participate in what they can do in their life. So Pinocchio left to discover who he is, what he can become. And luckily, this love, huge love that he received in the beginning, followed him in the most difficult moments. And now, I'm nearing the end. I apologize if I went too long. So the next question that I'm asking myself is this so difficult? We had activities with gynecologics, obstetrics, neonatological services, pediatrics, development and counseling units aimed. We were talking about how to convey this delicate information. Program, project, people participated, we went through this. This happened more than 5 years ago, and now I'm hearing this example. I mean, I'm not saying not all examples are the same, okay, but we're asking about the difficulty of change. This is a huge change, a huge paradigm shift for normal services. Not for those, I mean, so far we've been listening about those self-selected groups, you know, who want to be something, who want to do something, who have the strength and power to join forces and to create these family-friendly support and programs. But why do state government services can't do at least some of that? So smile. First thing is smile. If you say smile, then they will just be practicing kindness, you know, and then you will have this, I mean, why is everything being twisted around, you know? And then I thought, okay, maybe I have some answers. In 1974, you probably read it, Medical Nemesis of Ivan Illich, he said that the medical establishment, everything that the healthcare sector may become, the medical establishment may become the major threat to health. I mean, he said that it has become, and I'm saying it may become. I still have some hope that there is some self-reflection among the services. So basically, the change go in multiple directions, and they can be expressed through evidence-based. Of course, it is very necessary for all programs to have very clear arguments and to know in which direction they are going. But they need to have this qualitative aspect. Somebody mentioned that. So a change without this qualitative, subjective experience, it will just die out. All the numbers will disappear. So if somebody doesn't feel bad for saying such a hurtful sentence to somebody else, and if they just leave, nothing will happen. This is a question of education, question of how somebody is coming to a position, how they are staying there, and maybe a question of, I mean, in some psychotherapy educations, I'm not going to say in which, we know when somebody works a long time, you have supervisors, and sometimes they don't stop doing this work properly. Somebody comes, pats you gently, taps you on the shoulder, and reminds you that you deviated from your path, that you can correct your course, and if you continue that path, you will lose your license. So I'm not going to say that somebody should lose their license, but a license for humanity needs to be an integral part of supportive professions. And now my question for us is, okay, change at which level? And my answer to myself is probably at all levels. They need to happen simultaneously at all levels. And then examples from UNICEF and examples from all the examples that we've heard so far, they're so inspirational that, I mean, civil society knows that as well. I mean, so joining forces amongst stakeholders, this is like a lighthouse principle. In the end, it needs to be stronger than those negative tendencies. It needs to help the services that have to help people. They need to help them stay on this course. And I think these are the main, parents are the main corrective factors here. And that's why, maybe that's why it's difficult to shift paradigms. But services need to start reflecting openly. I mean, early intervention services, they need to start questioning their work early. Without that, they will be doing their jobs, but not fulfilling their missions, which is the essence of these interventions. Thank you so much.
Huge thanks, Mr. Nenad Rudic, for sharing with us such a rich presentation and reminding us about the fact that families and caregivers actually are the child's main resources. That we should follow on cooperation, on the main principles of cooperation between families and frontline workers. Also, how important is the interpersonal communication skills in frontline workers, and for the fact that we all forgave Pinocchio for his actions. Thank you very much. With no overdue, I will give the floor to our next panelist, Daniela Bordeanu, who is the director of the National Institute for Early Intervention, to give us an overview of the GMCD in Moldova and how it is implemented, how we scaled up the early intervention system in Moldova. Daniela, please.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, honorable partners. Congratulations with this amazing event. And thank you very much for gathering all of us, because it is such an important and also painful topic. We know how difficult this parenting job is for all of us. And it takes a lot of passion, it takes a lot of information, time, effort. And we definitely need support in this journey that we all go through. I'm a mother in the first place, and while giving birth, after giving birth, we indeed need not only attention, information, but also something that goes beyond that. And when we go to a check with a child, we also would like people to ask us if we had a good sleep, if we were able to eat sufficient to breastfeed the baby, if our relations with our husbands are okay, because the child lives in this harmony, in this community, little community and bigger community, and we really need this attention. So thank you very much for pointing out these issues and for bringing all experts in order to find the best way to do this together. So now I go through the management responsibilities. I represent Republic of Moldova. And last year, due to UNICEF support, we evaluated or elaborated CAP study, which shows that Republic of Moldova still goes through quite difficult time with regarding to parenting knowledge, but also applying the knowledge. Our attention towards violence, domestic violence, poverty, extreme poverty, migration. So the social reality that we live in gives us much attention and pressure to be put both on parents, families, and authorities. On the other hand, we are very grateful that together with UNICEF, we had this amazing progress, also on legislation level, and putting together efforts and identifying as early as possible developmental delays. And this is where we found out, due to a research that we conducted within our institution, that for sure the most trusty and the first contact of parents are, of course, medical doctors. So GMCD is a tool that unites both specialist doctors, and it's a beautiful tool to early identification, but also referral to the families that need ECI support. I'm not sure if we have the pictures behind. We have proofs that we have conducted TOT in GMCD, and we are now extending the experts in GMCD, but also extending ECI teams and services around the country. And we try to combine efforts, and having BEBO application in Moldova is also referral point to parents and specialists. So we try to combine primary medical healthcare, ECI, early childhood education, and also referral to other support and educational services in order to have this integrative approach towards families and children. ECI is actually, early childhood intervention services are actually services focused primarily on parental support. So it's any kind of parental support which provides knowledge, information, habilitation services and sessions for best development of a child. And we also use an international childhood development program in order to train parents, caregivers, and specialists working with the families. So underlining that parents are the best experts of children, we also remember that parents do whatever they can do. So we don't have to push too much. We don't have to have too high expectations. we need to be there in order to provide the best support needed at that time. So I think the key word in this situation is balance and also collaboration. As a parent, I'm also very aware of what is going on in Moldova, and I want to feel the quality of the things that are being done at national level, and I really want to be supported in a participatory and a positive manner. From management point of view, I know there are so many steps to take, and I appreciate one more time, and I thank UNICEF for this support. And my message would be kind to your children and be kind to yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniela. I have the pleasure now to invite Ms. Silvia Puțco to tell us about early childhood intervention and support to Roma families. How is this a cultural competence practice, adaptation of ECI to increase access and relevance of intervention and achievements and remaining challenges?
Hvala, thank you. Hvala. Lijep pozdrav svima.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to say that I come from Croatia, from a small region which did not have a developed early intervention program in the first place. So, in our region, with a population of 100,000 and a large Roma population, this is a county with its own specific features that we are all aware of when it comes to figures. But in fact, few of us who live there have ever had an opportunity to go to some of those settlements, which are very segregated, and to become familiar with life in those settlements. I personally come from a town that is close to one Roma settlement, and I currently live in a town close to one Roma settlement, and it has shown me that we have the strength to change what life is like for them, and this is the strength of our communities. But this would not have been possible without the support of UNICEF and European Commission. We are a CSO that implements early intervention programs in our county, and we received support to come closer to the Roma ethnic minority. Without this broad support, the civil society would not have been able to do this, given the amount of resources needed. Murid, our early intervention center, was involved together with multiple partners, and this is the strength of our community. When it comes to early interventions, which is the topic of these 2 days, the project was implemented at 2 levels in our organizations. My colleague already talked about parenting support workshops. Our state secretary talked about some other projects, but I would like to focus more on our experiences. So we worked in 2 phases. First, we had the selection phase. Essentially, we tried to reach children who were detected as children at risk, and we used ages and stages as a pilot project in collaboration with our faculty. And we were supposed to identify 270 children at risk during the 18 months of the project, but we identified 270 within the first 4 months of the project. The ages and stages questionnaires contain a response that says didn't have an opportunity, and this response didn't have an opportunity was applicable to almost all of the children. So at one point we had to stop the selection process for ethical reasons. It didn't make sense to identify so many children and then not be able to offer them support to the project. But it made us aware of the importance of changing, how important it was for us to change, to go to those Roma settlements, to become familiar with their risks, to accept the fact that they simply did not have opportunities. This is really a difficulty for children with developmental disabilities, and it should not be that way. So despite the figures, which were quite discouraging and emotionally devastating, because we simply didn't know how to respond to such high needs, the project had an added value. As regards the second phase of the project, early interventions, as I already mentioned, it is us who were changing. We were the ones who had the resources and capacities thanks to the support of our donors and partners, and this was a key change. We could not wait for them to come to us, and this was obvious in our regular activities. Considering that out of our 130 beneficiaries, only 2 or 3 were Roma, which was completely inconsistent with the percentage of the Roma population in our county. So it was necessary for us to change our approach. Another important aspect was continuous support from one week to another. We became a partner to those parents in their everyday life and in dealing with everyday challenges. Yesterday, our panelists mentioned 3 Ps. I have a different set of 3 Ps. These are words that all begin with P in Croatian. The first is poverenje, or trust. We needed to build trust within the Roma community. Their trust in us. We needed to get them to trust that we are not some kind of supervisors or controllers. We are somebody who brings support and respect. And when it comes to respect, which also begins with P in Croatian, I've been working in early interventions for 25 years, and when you go to a community, you ask yourself the question, what is routine? Do we have a routine of when to go to bed, when to eat, when to play, etc.? What we imagine as the routine, what we define as the routine, the first thing we needed to do was see how they live and what their routines are like, instead of imposing what we think the routines should be. This is another area where we needed to work on ourselves, to change the way we look at things and to accept, and then move on to the third P, prilike, or opportunities. Opportunities in the environment as it is. Opportunities in an environment where there are no toys or no internet access, but there is nature and there are natural materials. And there are opportunities to provide love and support and to offer a smile. And our focus was on the child, but definitely focus on the child is not possible unless we first take a step back and focus on the parents and reduce the stress factors and demonstrate through our own example. We have parents who did not have a model, and their parents did not have a model. So we need to go back several generations in order to offer a model, and we as professionals need to be empowered in order to do some things multiple times and to repeat some things multiple times, and it's all a lot more effort than working with families who are not faced with the same level of disadvantage. When it comes to families at risk, it is all about our convictions. If you start with the idea that it can't work, it will not work. If you start with the idea that both us and them can make a change, then they will make a change. I had workshops with 40 parents, mothers and fathers, and at one moment we asked them what they would like for their children. And all the parents say the same. We want their lives to be better than ours. So essentially, we need to work on ourselves. We started learning the Roma language, human communication, pleasant face, pleasant tone of voice. This is what we have. We just need to use it. And faith in them. We need to believe in them more than they believe in themselves. This is also something that we need to do. We need to increase their strengths so that they believe in themselves. If they depend on us, they will never believe in themselves. They will remain dependent on us. So we need to get them to believe that they can do it. We need to have them believe that change will happen. No matter how many times they fail, or no matter how many times they miss an appointment or forget to complete a task they gave them. So sometimes we simply need to repeat something 10 times and go back and do it again. And we need to empower ourselves as professionals to be patient and persistent. And of course, we need to be supported by the community.
Hvala. Thank you very much, Sylvia. And indeed, building trustful relationships is the most difficult part to do sometimes. With great appreciation, I want to invite Vanya Kaneva from Bulgaria to share with us the experience from their country related to the importance of AACs.
Thank you, Christina, and thanks very much to everybody who's been part of organizing this wonderful event. And thanks for the opportunity to share the Bulgarian experience. Although I will not be sharing our overall model for early childhood intervention, but I would like to draw your attention to a particular part of our work in early intervention, and this is related to assistive technologies and augmentative and alternative communication, which is actually relevant for a small group of children who are particularly vulnerable. And these are the children who are nonverbal or who have a limited verbal ability. And actually, most of you, I guess, are familiar with the term of AAC, but it's basically, it means all the ways that someone can communicate without talking. There are various versions of it. There are no-tech or low-tech options, such as writing, drawing, or using pictures. And there are high-tech options, such as using mobile applications or electronic devices or speech-generating devices. So this is actually something which we've been working on in Bulgaria over the past couple of years in partnership with the Ministry of Education and the regional centers for support of inclusive education, which are bodies under the Ministry of Education. Our initiative actually started because first, initially we did research which showed that a very small number of professionals are actually familiar with the possibilities that assistive technologies have. And also, actually, they are very much not widely used among parents either. So what we did initially in terms of activities, we had a guide for parents. This is a key resource that we've developed, which actually shows how what are the opportunities that parents have for using augmentative and alternative communication with their children. We also developed, or actually actually adapted into Bulgarian the Seaboard application, and this is an application which aids children who are non-verbal. It has a set of symbols which can be adapted to each country, and I believe it's available in more than 40 languages, including many of the languages that are spoken here. So I would encourage you to go in the Seaboard website and or get the application and see what opportunities it offers, but it's a really great resource which we can use in early intervention. And we adapted this to Bulgarian and actually created a set of culturally appropriate local symbols which we can use with parents and children. We also developed, we also invested in training the workforce. So as I said, the resource centers that we have in every region of the country have been trained now on the use of assistive technologies, and for them we also developed a training course and had a pool of national trainers who are now available to assist anybody who is interested in this. And finally, we also have a catalog of the locally available assistive technologies. So all of this is just to say that early intervention needs to be adapted to the needs of all children, and we should really also focus on the needs of those who are with the highest degrees of vulnerability, and often these are the children with the most severe disabilities, the children who are non-verbal, and their parents. Those parents, those families who are in this particularly vulnerable situation can make a really great use of assistive technologies. I will stop here because I know we're running short on time, but all of the resources that we've developed are available. They are open source, and I would encourage you to take a look and see them for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanya. And indeed, you pointed out very well how important are assistive technology, availability of assistive technologies at national level, capacity building of the workforce, just to have another step forward to inclusive and ensure inclusive education. Now, Jelena Petkovic will share with us the cross-sectoral family-centered early childhood intervention, pointing out Serbia's approach to ECI, cross-sectorial integration, and peer-to-peer scaling up.
Dobar dan, hvala. I hvala UNICEF.
Thank you, and I would like to thank UNICEF for the opportunity to gather parents and experts together in one place so that we can hear some pleasant or less pleasant experiences. And I will try to present our journey from 2017, from the very beginning, from the situation analysis that UNICEF actually implemented with their partners in 2017 and 2018. I will tell you about the conclusions that were reached and the results that we achieved. Actually, I will tell you about the impressions of parents and what changed in the meantime. The conclusion of the situation analysis was that they noticed numerous challenges in providing support to families and children with disabilities, developmental disabilities. Later discovery of difficulties which reduces the support, then focusing on the treatment of the child without the appropriate support to parents and environment, partialization of services, so families were wandering from system to system, from expert to expert, which significantly increases the stress that the family is facing. And the services were focused on 4 main university centers. The program of family-centered early interventions received a national framework with the regulation of the national program for improving the early childhood development in 2016. And the models, actually the experts that we learned at the very beginning, they are experts from Portugal and USA, and this is evidence-based model. This is the most important. In 2020, we finalized and adopted the concept of the model of family-centered early interventions. It was adopted by the 3 systems supported by ministries based on the piloting in first 5 municipalities. The location that I'm coming from, Niš, is actually one of the first 5 locations, and the model relies on the developmental counseling units in primary healthcare centers. Because the family in the early years of life, in the most vulnerable, the earliest period of development, is in the most intensive contact with pediatricians. However, the transdisciplinary teams at locations are made of experts from various systems, from healthcare, from the developmental counseling unit, from the social protection, and from preschool education. What I found very important, and I learned this in the very beginning, back in 2018, and in some locations this model has become more widespread compared to some others, and it turned out that there might be a recipe for that. The very beginning of the implementation of the model in a location, it is very important to have support and recognition from institutions and managements. What is the need actually of families in their locations? They need to listen to the needs of employees and members of teams. They need to listen to the needs of families who are the beneficiaries of services. And we are doing all of this for them. Then, cooperation with parental associations, cooperation with parents, establishing a partnership with them. First of all, because this is how we are reaching a great number of families. And then we can listen to their needs, priorities. And in a way, the program can be implemented much more easily. Further benefits for parents. I would like to show you these through a reflection and impressions of parents about what this program means to them. I think this would be the most authentic way to do it. This is a statement from a parent who was in the intervention for 3 years, and the family and the child in the end left the intervention. And the development was brought on track. So for us, this is a precious program because now we can see how we have many important opportunities to involve children in everyday activities that are useful to them and that we as parents can do. It's particularly important to have support for us parents because this was the first time that somebody asked us how we felt, how we are coping with the entire situation of rearing the child with developmental disabilities. I would just like to highlight how important emotional support is that we are providing to parents in the intervention process, and how very important it is to focus on the active partnership during the intervention and go beyond the treatment model where families, parents and other important stakeholders in the life of the child had a passive role, and the expert was the one who actually knew everything. As we are relying on the family-friendly model, it's kind of logical to stimulate child's development in the natural environment. Scientific facts tell us that the natural context is the most important context for development and learning. So the support is provided in the child's natural environment, so during home visits and in kindergartens. This is very important. We need to respect the uniqueness and the culture of each family, and we have a focus on empowering parents, on respecting their priorities and their choices. Children spend most time with their families and with other important family members or experts from educational institutions. And they have much better response to them compared to therapists. It doesn't mean that parents need to be made into therapists, no. But parents are in contact with the child during the majority of the day. They know the child the best and have the largest impact on the child's development. This way, the child learns from familiar people with familiar materials in a familiar environment, and this way we are increasing the number of opportunities for learning and development. The intervention itself is not happening during the home visit. It is actually happening between the two meetings with the family. What's very important is that once again we need to respect the time and the schedule of the child and the parents and their everyday routines. So home visits must happen when the child's schedule and the family schedule allows it. When it comes to horizontal exchange and horizontal learning, some of the first 5 locations, pilot locations, have become the model centers. And we had the opportunity to have Niš be one of the model centers for some other new locations that got involved into the intervention program in the past 2 years. Now we have 19 locations from 15 districts, and their teams are providing early interventions. And through continuous mentoring and horizontal exchange, we wanted to provide support to newly involved colleagues. In addition to locations in Serbia, we also worked with some locations from the region, such as Montenegro. They had the opportunity to learn about the work of our team, to go to home visits, to work together on the functional assessment. They could learn about the functioning of parental associations and to learn how much they are important. And what is the importance of such work, and is horizontal exchange actually a good practice for further implementation of this model in our country, in other countries as well? This is actually supported by the reflections of the team members. We have Zrenjanin present here. These are some of their reflections after the horizontal exchange. Particularly motivating was the fact that during the exchange we had the opportunity to see in person how much the support means to families and children. The families are working with the experts for the well-being of the family. We realized the importance of the voice of parents who join forces, and that they can come really far when they join forces. We are raised aware of our own importance of the competence and our ability to contribute to the implementation of such model. The preciousness of horizontal exchange is our impression, with the hope that everything that we do is useful and meaningful primarily to those who need it the most. And with this, I will finish my speech. I could go on about this until tomorrow. I'm really in love in this model and in all the programs that are complementary with this model, including assistive technologies and the CST program. But I think this would be a good place to finish it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jelena, for sharing with us the parents' perspective, because this is a key note in increasing the quality of family-centered early intervention services. And knowing that developmental delays do not finish with progression to preschool, I'm inviting Suzana Simeunovic to share with us the Serbia experience about inclusive preschool education and the collaboration with the local government to support ECI implementation at local level.
Thank you. Dobar dan.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It is my great pleasure to be at this regional conference on early childhood development and parenting. I will talk about early interventions and about how important it is when we think about a kindergarten to think about a high-quality environment and stimulating programs that are developed in that kindergarten and the development of the professionals who work with children in those settings. I will say something from personal experience. I was listening to Nicolina's speech earlier today, and she took me back to the time 10 years ago when I became a director, and our kindergarten groups were not able to give support to children who needed it or any additional interventions. We were simply not capable of providing such support, and we started thinking, how come the system cannot support and assist the development of those children? I was fortunate to be surrounded by a team who had the same beliefs as me, and with a lot of projects and with a lot of learning and working together, we started creating opportunities in our preschool institution. We wanted our preschool to become recognized in the city and beyond as an inclusive institution. Right now, in all kindergarten groups, we have at least one child who needs some additional forms of support. When I say this, what I mean is that we have 67 kindergarten groups in full-day care, and we have 100 children who are monitored by the services for additional support. So this illustrates the challenges faced by our professionals. I will talk about changes made in our system at the level of the system and at the level of individuals who needed to step out of their comfort zones and to listen to the needs of children and families and change their practices. In our experience, changes start from the outside, from the level of decision makers, from the level of the system, and then they trickle down. But the level of the individual is crucial because the individual is the one that changes and learns how to adapt the usual practice for the benefit of the child who attends that kindergarten. Thanks to UNICEF and the Ministry of Education and the Institute of Pedagogy and Andragogy at the Faculty of Philosophy and Center for Interactive Pedagogy, we joined a project on inclusive preschool education in year 2014. The project was titled Kindergartens Without Borders, and the goal was to increase the coverage of vulnerable children and to develop the capacities of professionals and practitioners so that they can support those children with different high-quality programs offered by the preschool. So this was almost 10 years ago, and then gradually, over the past 5 years, more intensive changes took place in preschool education. As the minister said yesterday, we have the preschool curriculum framework titled Years of Ascent, where every child has the right to preschool education in inclusive settings, and every child has the right for their diversity to be respected and appreciated, and special attention is paid to inclusion of children from vulnerable groups in order to fulfill children's rights to inclusion in preschool education in partnership with the parents and local community. And it is essential for the local community to take part in the life and activities of preschool institution. So we developed our preschool institution to be accessible. We tried to think in the long term about increasing the coverage of children, and this brings us back to the framework that was presented yesterday and that constitutes the fundamentals of our work. When we say parenting support, every parent needs some kind of support, but there are families that need multifaceted support. So our participation in the program on family-centered early interventions changes our approach to the family and to the child and the overall approach of our institution. The first visible change is the provision of services to the family that are focused on the family itself, improving contacts and relationships with the family, supporting family to identify what their child needs and can do, and rely on the capacities and strengths of the parents. We have been talking about paradigm shift a lot, how we carry out the functional assessment of the child and how this allows us to take small steps So by taking small steps, we make improvements. We know how we do it. We know what the criteria for success are. Around the child and the family, we gather a team of people, including those from our institution and from other systems, in order to work for the benefit of the child. When we set functional goals, they need to be achievable for the child so that the child masters those skills that are important for functioning in the family, in the community, in the kindergarten. Olga's mother yesterday mentioned the level of support that she received. Our parents receive support through the early intervention program so that they are not alone, they have partners to work together with. So the kindergarten teacher knows what activities can be done with children every day, different routines to support the child and to contribute to his or her development. The next area of change is changing and improving the vertical transition from the family to the kindergarten. When we look at children in our preschool institution, we realized that the period when you change the environment, when you enter something new, is very important. And there needs to be a plan for this adaptation. But here, when we work with children who need extra support, transition into a new environment is a great change for them. So it is very important to create a support program for the child. But in this support program, we think not only about the child, but also about the entire family and about those who receive that child in the preschool and the group that the child joins. So this transitional period is sensitive in itself, and it is important to plan it so that we have rolling plans that are revised regularly, so that there is constantly a continuity of work where we constantly assess how far we have got and what improvements we achieved and what strengths, skills and capacities were developed in that period by the child and the family. We monitor the strengths of our institution and our practitioners, and as a result, we have built a team that works hard thanks to its belief in the work that it's doing. Our work tells families that we are there for them, we have empathy, and we have introduced numerous changes at the level of the city because of what we believe is important for families and for our profession. So I'm especially proud of the program we developed at the level of the entire team. This is a program that is developed implemented at the city level. This is something that we recognized can be done by our developmental counseling unit. And this unit provides support to children with specific support needs. So I will stop here. To conclude, I would like to say that we all have personal responsibility and an opportunity to bring positive change in the lives of the families we work with. We are all policy makers in our domain, in our workplace, and we should be aware of that.
Thank you, Susanna. And what you have just shared with us resonates ideally with the statement that there is no education if it's not inclusive. My next question will go to Jelena Pešić. Considering that as a member of the National Working Group, you and your team proposed the concept of the new center. Could you explain what the concept of the future Center for ECD and Inclusion is? And additionally, how will the center contribute to the network of the ECI services across the country?
Hvala, Kristina.
Thank you, Kristina. Greetings to everyone. Well, just me being here to present how the social welfare system is taking care of children and their families. I actually also represent the concept of the Center for the ECD and Inclusion, that is primarily a healthcare institution. And I'm also a representative here of the working group of the Ministry of Health to support early childhood development. And this is a good thing, because this means that we are all working together on this huge topic that we'll be discussing for 2 days now. Children with disabilities and their families, their guardians, are actually our citizens, and only together can we respond to the challenges and the big tasks that we have. Let's say what the Center for Early Childhood Development and Inclusion is. Yesterday we had the chance to hear that this is under construction, that we're expecting that it will be opened by the end of the year, actually be in the final stage by the end of the year. This will be a new institution, and the working group consisting of experts from several systems, primarily from healthcare, from social protection, education, also from the state legislation, colleagues from UNICEF, and a large part of this working group is here. So I'm particularly pleased to greet you all, because we are really enthusiastic and we were really working hard to make sure that the concept of this institution is high quality and very useful in the system of supporting children with disabilities. The center will be a new institution that will try to provide support to all children with developmental disabilities until the age of 6 and to their families, and it will provide an adequate, available and high quality support. My colleague Yellen already mentioned partialization of services. I'm not going to say this is a challenge. This is much more than a challenge. This is not a problem. This is a huge problem, and all of you know that. And you know this better than me. So the center was designed to actually try to overcome these services that exist in silos. The pillars of the center should be developmental counseling units, so well-developed models of early childhood interventions that will be the foundation of developmental counseling units. My colleague Elena also talked about this, because this would only make sense for this center. And the main activities of the center, I'm going to read it, I don't want to forget anything. Providing early intervention services to children and parents according to the program that was designed, and detailed diagnostics. Diagnostics make sense only when the child returns to their primary environment, which is not Belgrade, since center will be located in Belgrade, because they really need to have the support that is assessed that they need. And if this support is not developed in local self-governments, definitely this will not make sense, and we deeply believe that this will truly happen. In addition to that, center should be a base for educational activities for ECD that would involve continuous education, supervision of experts, practitioners, and it would be a center for practice and professional training of university students working on these topics. There will also be a part that will cover the science and research part, and that should establish close cooperation with various research centers and universities. And special attention will be focused on innovational activities, education, raising awareness of both interested stakeholders, associates, and the public, everybody, all the people. I would say another sentence about the manner of referral to the center. The main principle would be referral by the selected pediatrician based on their assessment of the need, but also the pediatrician will, based on the recommendations of other secondary or tertiary institutions of healthcare, of the visiting nurse service, of the intersectoral commissions, the pediatrician will be able to recommend parents to come on their own. And the institutions from social protection education, they will also have close cooperation. They will also be able to refer the child to this center. Let us now go back to the social protection and the system that I come from. The center will try to connect with the existing and available services to support to children with disabilities in education, in social protection, and somehow to provide joint comprehensive support. When it comes to social protection, these are services and financial benefits that need to ensure the livelihoods that will create optimum conditions for development. We heard yesterday that early intervention programs, the studies show that children who live in the most unfavorable conditions, that are most disadvantaged, they have the most benefit from those programs, and it is important to cover this part as well. And when it comes to services, social protection services themselves, I'm not going to list them, but in the context of support to children with disabilities and the support to the family, I will mention personal companion, daycare, home assistance, respite care. Also, I would like to particularly underline the counseling and social therapeutic services, where our sector is really intensively working in the past, has been working in the past year, and the colleagues here are intensively working on that. They are here in the audience, and I will just read what is really current now. So amendments to the rulebook on the closer conditions and standards for provision of services of social protection. So this is an important thing. It has been 15 years, a little less than 15 years or 10 years since the adoption of this rulebook, and now we have some new information over time, and the practice has shown how things work, and now it's time to change, to amend some things so they can be more useful in the support when we talk about today's topic, children with disabilities, developmental disabilities and their parents. Also, the group on developing concept for the young people, children and family is working actively. We are also developing the rulebook on conditions and standards for providing services for intensive support to the families with children. We are expecting that this will bring some new things that will be very important and that will supplement the work of all systems, not only the system of social protection. More or less, that would be it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jelena. Now we go with Snezhana. Could you please explain more about the unique role of the developmental council units within the health sector for the ECI and how they integrate into the network across the country?
Zahvaljujem se Kristina na pitanju.
Thank you for your question, Kristina. Hello, everyone. I would like to thank UNICEF for inviting me to participate at today's conference and to share and actually to hear experiences of countries in our region in the area of early childhood development. I will be brief because I'm the last in this panel discussion. I will just unify everything and say that children until the age of 3 and their families are, as you've heard, they are referred to the healthcare system, which is really capacitated to recognize risks and developmental delays, which is very important because timely support and timely interventions increase and improve the outcomes of children who have developmental difficulties. In our country, pediatricians, during the regular checkups, they discover these difficulties, developmental difficulties, and send children to developmental counseling units in Serbia, where we do functional assessment. These used in Serbia, according to the rule book on conditions for healthcare activities, they are established in municipalities with at least 8,500 preschool-age children. However, the regulation on the National Program for Early Development, which was adopted in 2016, practically sees the establishment of DCUs in seats of administrative districts. So we should have 36 DCUs in Serbia, 25 actually in Serbia and 11 in Belgrade. So 25 in the rest of the Serbia and 11 in Belgrade. And these developmental counseling units, DCUs, they are designed so that they can provide efficient support to children with developmental delays and difficulties by establishing early intervention teams that we've discussed a lot today, and they are actually based on the cooperation of professionals from various disciplines and sectors, so social protection, healthcare, education. And at the same time, since 2019, in Serbia has started implementing the family-centered early interventions. So, in the cooperation of experts from these three systems, the focus is on the family, on family's strengths, on the family's way of life. We are training parents to use their knowledge and capacities as much as they can and work with their children. But at the same time, thanks to this functional assessment and the participation of professionals from various disciplines, we are planning, and we are actually still working on developing a unique plan of support for the child and the family. So individual plan of support. This is field work, this is work in the place where the child stays and lives, and at the same time it involves the evaluation of the achieved results compared to the long-term and short-term goals set by the pediatricians and also by the experts from various specialties. This is very important. We worked on that. We have been working on this since 2013, when we actually worked on developing the national ECD program. But at the same time, I am a representative of the Institute for Public Health of Serbia, and I have to say that UNICEF helped us a lot in developing the methodology of the register of children with developmental disabilities. We worked on that since 2017 or 2018, and we can say that we are proud that we have created a methodology that moved from a medical model to a model that assesses the functionality of the child. So it doesn't stay only with the diagnosis, it assesses the functionalities in all the development domains, which is also an integral part of early interventions. It is very important that we have, in order for all this to become possible, we made drafts of new rule books. We proposed a new structure of staffing in DCUs. This also reflects on the education of and training of the future staffs of the Center for ECD and Inclusion. And we still need to work on making sure that all these proposals that we have put forward are adopted, because without the legislation, everything that we have done so far cannot be fully implemented. Thank you.
Huge thanks, Snezana, for sharing with us your experience. And now, as a second question to each panel member, I really beg you to have one sentence. What advice would you give to other countries that are in the early stages of implementing the family-centered ECI? Please, just one sentence, each one of you, because we are out of time. Maybe we can start from my right and then go to left.
Trust and confidence. First of all, trust of person to person, trust in our human resources, trust in children that we're investing in, trust in their parents, trust in the parents who work with them, decision makers, trust in those who live in those shoes, and especially even ask those who don't have any humanity left in them, ask them how they are feeling, because something must have happened to them when they lost it.
That was a sentence with a lot of commas. Thank you. Next.
I think I already said it. Adopting legal amendments, rule books, that's something that's very important, and I think constant education is very important. Education for healthcare workers, social protection professionals, education workers, constant education for all of them.
I would add, sometimes legal legislation is not enough, and I would follow with political leadership and engagement, and also putting money and investing money.
Yes.
Because otherwise it doesn't work. And also passion, invest in human capital, and of course in quality standards. Otherwise it's only for attacking, and never give up for children and families. That would be my sentence with some commas. Thank you.
Thank you.
In line with what all of you said. I really think we should think about what we can do with few resources, what we can do without money, and how we can respond to future challenges when we may have even less resources than now. And how to foster fundamental values in difficult circumstances. All these training programs, with all their ambitions, should not lose sight of the fundamental values, such as human contact and what we can offer to each other. I have been taking notes what everybody said. You said everything. We have knowledge and trust and professionals, and we can get new knowledge. We are aware of the importance of training, and we are working on legislation. So from the perspective of my institution, I think it is extremely important to include funding in the legislative framework. We must have the funding in order to be able to do anything. We rely a lot on enthusiasm, which is great, but even our professionals are burnt out and they need support in order to be able to support parents. So we need to involve decision makers because they are the ones who have the money. I constantly think about a sentence we heard at the very beginning from our international supervisors. And this is the key philosophy of family-centered early interventions. Namely, every family is strong enough to stimulate the development of their child, with the exception of extreme situations of abuse and neglect. But if we talk about families of children with disabilities, they are all strong enough. They all have enough competencies and capacities, and we are there to additionally empower them. On the other hand, the program of family-centered early interventions in Serbia is not equally present everywhere, but it is a living process. Just like child development is a living process, I think the same applies to professionals when they go through a paradigm shift. And it is the same process that families go through when they embrace this form of support. An individual cannot work alone within a system, they need a team. Likewise, no system can work on its own without other systems, so we need to be aware that we are providing support together. So, in my opinion, the key word is togetherness.
I think everyone said everything perfectly. Just please keep in mind, all children are different, all families are different. Let's not forget those children who are the most vulnerable and who need our help the most, and those parents who really will benefit from all of our work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear speakers, for being that brief but that comprehensive. It means I will still have chances to facilitate in other sessions. Meantime, I would add to what has been said that don't forget to believe in parents, because while you believe in someone, then you give him you enable those parents to make the best for their children. I want to congratulate and to thank all the speakers and to thank also your teams, because I know that a huge amount of work that is provided by you within your teams. Success to everyone, and huge thanks to the audience for being so patient. Thank you.
Hvala puno.
Thank you very much. When at the last national conference, it was the 6th one, on ECD and parenting, when we talked about how we do not have enough time and how we should organize a 2-day conference, well, we got our wish. We have a 2-day conference this time, but it seems to me with all these presentations that a conference like this would require weeks in order to have enough time to thoroughly discuss everything and share everything and communicate well with each other. Because it seems to me that each of the panels could easily be a fully fledged conference. So now you think I'm about to announce a break. Well, we will move on, but before that, Misha and I will play a short game while our technical support colleagues are preparing everything for the final session. Oh, but you're already ready, but we still have something to do before the next session. We think this is the right way to move on without leaving the room for a break and wasting time. I think we're all ready to continue. But before that, let me ask you, do you remember what the 3 cards meant at the beginning and what game we played with Aaron? I'll use the cards to check if you remember the energizer we had with Aaron earlier today.
What the green card means.
Ah, you remember, okay.
What's the move for blue card and what's the move for the red one?
Okay. Blue card.
Okay.
Goes well, goes well. Red card.
Ooh, that's a squat. Okay.
And the green card. And the green card. Super. So energy back. I think
Yes.
energy is back.
And we have one more question for all of you. We also have a microphone, so if anyone wants to comment on very interesting and important issue, we will be talking about that during the last panel. How do you see the future of support for parents? Anyone? What's the next step, the future of support for parents? Here it is.
Oprostite, ali ja mogu da izađem, ne volim leđima, nikome da budem okrenuta.
Izvolite, slobodno.
Obzirom da sam...
Since I am a person from the practice, my name is Veksa Savic. Was really thinking today, I mean, I would like to thank everybody here. I heard a lot of nice things, I wrote them down. But I have to ask all of you to do something, maybe to try to do it in your practice, even tomorrow. This is something that I tried, and when interest came to me, they say, okay, we should do it like that? Yes. So the first time when they come to me, I say, you have to check the child or examine the child without a pen or paper, without anything, without any technology. So when somebody comes to our doctor's office, can we talk the way it was done in the beginning when the first gentleman came out and said, look parents in the eye? Can we do it without a pen and paper? Can we do it without technology? Do you know how many times we looked at the paper while parents were telling us something? And not only that, do you know all the things we can do? I heard that today that we should educate parents. But do you know what are all the things that we can learn about children? Well, first and foremost, when you learn about something, this is the honesty. How honest are we? The second thing, what do they do? When they are happy, they say bravo, they clap to themselves, yes. They are looking at you, why you aren't saying good job, you know. How many of us came home tired and didn't say well done to us? This mother had courage today to come out and say something. Okay, we told her, well done, but she should tell herself, well done, bravo, good job. Well, us professionals should do that as well. And the most important thing, children know how to be happy. They can, you know, take a toy and say, I love you. Since I'm a woman from practice, what remained in the memory, I mean, what I always remember is when I give a gift to somebody, to a child. But one girl told me, I don't want anything, I just want a hug, and I just want you to tell me that you love me. So can you imagine, I still recall her because she was left by her mother and there were 7 children. Somebody needs just love. and take care of that. And I apologize for taking so much time today, but I have to say that I educated many parents. But today I would like to mention, I was listening for everybody here for 2 days. We should definitely focus on the family structure. It's not the same when I have a mother in my office who is alone, so a single parent family. It's not the same when there's a step family, a stepmother, stepfather, or whoever. We also have to pay attention to their relationships. Not only to the structure, to the relationships, functionality, borders, and a lot of things. And Professor Rudic said something today that amazed me, this transgenerational approach. So traumas, and when you consider everything, you know, we heard about 1,000 things today, I don't want to be taking too long. So only after that we go to group work with parents. But first and foremost, let us start with this contact, with the look in the eyes, and step out of your comfort zone. Leave technology on the side, leave your pens and papers, and remember the hug of the girl that I mentioned.
Kao što bi rekli, ljubav leči. To nam je bilo još u prvom ključnom govoru koji. Mišo možda naj...
Misha, you may announce the next panel. I will not announce. Instead, Ivalo Spasov will announce the next panel.
Koordinator programa za društvenu...
Ivalo Spasov is the coordinator of the program for social change and behavioral change in UNICEF Bulgaria, and he will introduce the panelists in the last session.
Hi everyone. I would actually kindly invite all my panelists to join me on the stage. We didn't have a break, so we'll try to make it up by having hopefully a shorter last session. As it often happens in real life, there is usually no enough time for communication. So we will not have that much time as well. But, you know, I really want to start by thanking all the organizers or the participants that stayed throughout this final point, because it was yesterday so intellectually stimulating and today so emotional. I felt really good about most of the things I heard, and I had tears in my eyes throughout most of the testimonials, and I saw other people experiencing the same profound emotion. We will speak in the final panel about the future of parenting skills of the 21st century. How do we reach parents with information that is universal, but not universal meaning one size fits all, but in a sense that every parent, regardless of where they live, what their experience is, what their needs are, needs information that is tailored to their needs, to their unique situation. And I'm sure you know this very beautiful graphic that equality and equity are two very different things. So we will not be talking so much about equality, but equity. How do we reach parents at scale, but at the same time with interesting, compelling, timely, adequate information? And two words are buzzing all day in my mind, hearing all the panelists. Some of the keynote speakers early in the morning said that we as adults have forgotten the power of play. And in just a moment, we will have you take out your phones, because we adults usually play through our phones, and we will have hopefully a very inspiring Mentimeter for you. But also the other thing I kept on hearing throughout the day is the power of communication, interpersonal communication, public communication, and so on. It all comes down to the power of storytelling. And parents, whom better than parents, know the power of storytelling. You are all telling fairy tales to your children, to your babies, and you know that if the fairy tale is not interesting, compelling, emotional, inspiring, the child will not buy it. So I think it's similar in real life, in adulthood, and we need to relearn this skill of storytelling. So I'm not sure if we can have the first Mentimeter on. the question, and then I will introduce my panelists. But first, I want to have the question on, if that's a possibility. Ah, yeah, it's already on. You can scan it, please. If you have your, I'm sure you have your phones on. I will also read the question until you scan. So the real question, the first question is, how do we reach parents with information? It's an easy question, but not an easy answer, because it requires multiple opportunities, multiple options. And the beauty of it is that in the panel, you will hear some of those options. So I will give you a few seconds to write your answers. And in the meantime, I will present my, my panelists. We will have the pleasure to hear from 5 ladies, and kudos to all the ladies. It's definitely a female-dominated forum, which is absolutely natural, because humanity, children, are in the hands of women, so kudos to all of you ladies. From Montenegro, we will hear from Ida Ferdinandi, the Early Childhood Development Officer at the UNICEF Office, and she will talk about BEBO application, one of the apps that is really making such huge changes around the region, with more than 1 million parents already using the app across the region. So we will hear from the Montenegro perspective. From Serbia, we have 2 participants. We will hear from Daniela Kuljanin about the Halo Beba phone counseling center, phone line from the Institute for Public Health in Belgrade. We will hear about the podcast for parents from Smiljana Grujic. She's a psychologist, psychotherapist, program coordinator associated with the Novak Djokovic Foundation. From North Macedonia, we will hear my colleague and my friend Suzy Papas. She will tell us about a very exciting Parenting is Also Learned campaign. And last but definitely not least, from Croatia, we will hear from Tamara Dimitrijevic about awareness raising and empowering parents in the workplace environment. She's the relationships manager for IKEA Southeast Europe. Thank you, ladies, for being with us. I'm not sure if we have, oh, wonderful. We have results already. We have social media, of course, in the 21st century. That's absolutely natural. I will read probably only the English words, forgive me for that, but you eloquently can read the rest. Direct communication, face-to-face, parenting groups, parenting clubs, emotions at the schools and the kindergartens, through the community leaders, practitioners, of course, academia, media. Mass media is really powerful tool in our region, including for campaigning. Graffiti, I like that. Street art and graffiti, amazing. Podcasts, we will hear an example like that. Social networks, neighborhoods. We know the power of neighbors and neighboring connections. And this conference is, by the way, a strong testimonial to that. Great, I think we have a menu, a long menu of options, all of them viable and valid, and all of them should be tried out, tested, applied, evaluated, and implemented time and time again, because information is constantly needed. It's not a one-off exercise. But wonderful. Thank you for the collective brain of the audience, because you have given us a plethora of good ideas. So let me start directly with the first panelist, Ida. Can you please tell us about, and ladies, please, let's try to follow the 5-minute rule. Let's give a good example on how we should do it. 5-minute rule that we have pre-agreed on. So let's try it out. Ida, the floor is yours about BEBO app that we are all excited about.
Hvala puno, Ivo. Ja bih možda počela sa dva...
Thank you very much. Maybe I will start with two questions. The first question is, how many of you have heard about the Bebo app? Okay, a lot of you. And how many of you have Bebo app installed on your smartphones? Okay, impressive. Thank you very much. So my first question was, the first question was easy, the second was maybe a bit more hard. But I wanted to convince you maybe to install it and to convince your friends to do that as well. Well, Bebo is actually a regional app that was created by our regional office for Europe and Central Asia based on the Serbian prototype Halo Beba. And in Montenegro it was initiated on 13 February 2022 after it was adopted for Montenegro in cooperation with the Institute for Public Health of Montenegro with the support of the European Union and later the Republic of Korea. In Montenegro we have signed a memorandum of cooperation with managing Bebo application. But this application exists in 15 countries in the European Central Asia region. It exists in Serbia as well. It exists in many other countries in our region and in the countries that you are coming from, probably. What's interesting is that although the application was launched by our regional office, other countries from other regions got interested for this app. So currently there's a category in the application, rest of the world. This is in the English, so everybody can look at it if you're interested. Bebo is a free app. I would like to particularly highlight this because we are talking about how to make parenting available to all parents. Right now it is available for iOS and Android phones, and it contains scientifically based and verified information in the fields that parents are interested in the most: healthcare, nutrition, learning, parenting corner for their mental health, for their self-care, and for parenting skills, etc. In addition to the rich library of advice, articles, videos that parents can take a look at, the application also contains some interactive tools that help parents in their everyday functioning in parenting. It contains the function of, well, parents can enter the height and weight of the child to see whether it follows the growth metrics of the WHO. It can also select whether the child has fulfilled some milestones, whether they have adopted some skills that they have at this age. And if they haven't, the application can put up a red flag, can suggest that you can visit the pediatrician if the child has some significant deviation compared to the typical development of the child of that age. You can also set reminders for vaccination of your child, for preventive pediatric checkups, although the application already contains a calendar of preventive checkups and immunizations. So it can help parents know basically at which age your child should receive some vaccine and do a systematic checkup. I would also like to say that in Montenegro we decided to use this application because we realized that parents use social networks a lot and the internet in general to get parenting support, and our studies have shown that at least one in three parents are searching information online on breastfeeding. 1 in 3 or even more are looking information about parenting online. So we wanted to provide parents a service where they can find all information in one place and which are scientifically based. And I'd like to read a quote from a mother, Maya, who is using the Bebo app. She was one of the first mothers to use it, and she said, "Since we live in the era of internet communication, overburdened with information and advice from various points, often we cannot immediately assess whether information is reliable or not. Bebo app saves my time and energy because I have a guarantee that everything I find here comes from credible institutions, so that's why I recommended this to all the parents that I know." Bebo has seen a huge success in Montenegro. Based on a survey from last year, at least 1 in 2 parents in Montenegro know about Bebo app, and half of them have actually installed the app. 87% of parents say that they would recommend the app, that they do recommend the app to other parents that they know. I would also like to point out the importance of fathers. Ivo mentioned how much dominant women are in this sector, but we really want to promote larger involvement of fathers, and I'm really glad that in Montenegro fathers are getting more and more involved in development of children, and this is confirmed by our studies. And we really try to make sure that Bebo is attractive to fathers as well. although only 15% of our users are fathers, 85% are mothers, but we are hoping that this percentage will increase, and we're actually working on promoting this app among fathers. So recently we published on our website a story, an article about a dad, Boyan, who even said that the app is more useful to fathers than to mothers, because mothers talk to each other a lot, they exchange experiences a lot. Maybe this is not always the case with fathers. So for fathers, it really gives them a possibility to learn some things that they maybe wouldn't talk to with their friends. So we believe, to conclude, Bebo has a bright future in Montenegro, and we are really looking forward to working with the Regional Office and Institute of Public Health in Montenegro. We want to continue working on promoting this app and to improve it, to enrich the content and to improve things and to improve the user experience. And in the end, I would like to invite those of you who haven't installed the application on your phone to do it. So it is free, it doesn't take any personal data, and if you don't have children aged 0 to 6, you can see just what this is about and recommend it to your friends. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Well-deserved round of applause, dear Rida. Thank you for highlighting the importance, the power of fatherhood. We just had Father's Day recently. Today we have heard and we have seen the role modeling of our male participants as well. So this is extremely important, and from SBC perspective, I'm hugely grateful that you emphasized that, and kudos for all the work done on Bebo. I think it will go on to flourish across the region, because it is a game-changing for many families and children. Moving straight away to Daniela, we would like to hear from the exciting Halo Beba phone counseling center. Yep.
Hi to everybody. Dobar dan.
Good afternoon, everyone. Greetings from all the staff of the Halo Beba phone counseling service. The counseling service was established in year 2001 in the City Institute of Public Health. It provides advice and answers to questions and dilemmas concerning child health and development. It is recognized for the quality of its services and professionalism. It is available around the clock all 365 days in the year. In the phone counseling center, we employ specially trained nurses. In addition to nurses, we have expert consultants who are pediatricians, gynecologists, child psychiatrists, and professionals in the area of public health. In these 23 years, we have answered more than 2.5 million questions asked by families. Usually the callers are from Belgrade, but 15% are from abroad and from other areas of Serbia. The main reasons for calling are care for the child with a fever, breastfeeding, digestive disorders, hygiene and skin care, growth, development, immunization. We often have seasonal questions. So now during the summer, some parents and babies are preparing to go to the seaside for the first time. So they are asking us about traveling arrangements, protection from UV radiation, use of mosquito repellents, etc. We often receive feedback from the parents that they're happy we listen to them. They also say that we encourage them and that we made them feel more relaxed. They now feel more confident applying the advice they got from us within their families. If we assess that parents need some additional information, we often call them back. We do a follow-up call on the same day or 2 to 3 days later to check whether the advice was valid, whether they followed the advice, or whether they maybe need some additional information or support. In addition to advice, the telephone counseling center, Halo Beba, plays an important role in coordinating the work of home visiting service in the city of Belgrade in order to ensure timely home visits to newborns and mothers. Every day, we call about 70 mothers who leave state-owned and privately owned maternity hospitals. We check whether they have arrived home. We inform them about the activities of the Halo Beba Counseling Center, and we also present to them the Bebo application. In addition, we have a website, so we can respond to messages electronically if clients prefer to ask a question electronically. Nowadays, a mobile phone is an object that we constantly have with us, and we cannot imagine our lives without them anymore. So nowadays, in the market, there are many medical and healthcare applications which have the potential to become powerful healthcare tools. However, recommendations and clinical practices in that regard are still scarce, although mobile health care is increasingly present in practice. Mobile technologies also have their limitations, and we always present these limitations to parents. Although they use mobile technologies, they still call us for some follow-up questions, especially if they need some additional support with skills, or if they want to check whether they are doing something right. However, the greatest asset of our counseling center are our people. They do their work as a team in a positive spirit. In every call, the conversation is dominated by care, respect, and trust. And our clients confirm this. We have annual client satisfaction surveys. So once a year, we survey 10% of the mothers who come out of maternity hospitals. We have a standard survey questionnaire with 21 questions. The level of satisfaction with our services is high. In the past 5 years, the satisfaction rate ranged between 95 and 100%. The 100% satisfaction rate was recorded in 2020 during COVID, when clients were generally much more satisfied with health workers and their services. Whatever we may think about mobile technologies and AI, it is certainly a new challenge for all healthcare professionals. Whether we are ready for it or not, it is the future and it is coming. Modernization, learning, maintaining a good reputation, these are our priorities, so that in the future we could successfully overcome all challenges together with parents.
Thank you so much, dear Daniela, and such a powerful direction to point our attention to the innovations and what is already a reality, but what will be soon a living reality for parents, because parenting support is evolving as our world is evolving. This is inevitable. And congratulations, 2.5 million answered questions. I think you are winning the Olympics of counseling. Honestly, thank you. Thank you for the service. This is amazing. Moving straight to, well, we are remaining in Serbia, in Belgrade, not moving to another country yet. And we would like to hear about the podcast for parents that will be presented to us by Smiljana.
Thank you. Želim da vas pozdravim sve.
I would like to greet you all, and I would like to thank UNICEF for having the opportunity to be here on behalf of the team of the Novak Djokovic Foundation to tell you something about our experiences about working with parents. Of course, the focus will be on the podcast, but the podcast is only a small part of what we are doing, and I would like to briefly tell you what we are doing. Our focus is on early development and parents and children age 0 to 6, having in mind the topic of this conference. So far, our foundation, together with the founders, Jelena Novakovic, who have a huge impact, and this really help us when we are working with parents, because somehow all our doors are open and we are always welcome everywhere. So we have made 58 kindergartens in Serbia and the territory of the entire Republic of Serbia. Sometimes we were building them from the ground up, and sometimes we were just refurbishing premises, and we equipped them all with the necessary educational and didactic materials. You will agree that this is not a small thing to do, and you know yourselves that our founders don't have to do that. But what's beautiful here is that young people have decided to focus precisely on children and on this period of early development. In addition to that, we have some other programs. Those programs are also related to the work with parents. We have a program on the journey of a champion, where you often think that the champion is only a child that wins medals. No, every child is a champion for us. Every parent is a champion for us. So we talk to parents about this. In addition to that, we organize conferences where we are inviting renowned experts from all over the world to talk about parenting. And these experts, we didn't share them only with the citizens of Serbia. We actually went with them to Bosnia, to Croatia, to Slovenia, to Macedonia. So we are taking them practically everywhere. We are sharing them with everybody. So Dr. Gabor Mate was our guest. We talked about traumas, transgenerational traumas. We brought Sabari Shafali, and in October we will bring Gordon Newfield, who has the Newfield Institute from Canada. He's a professor who really works with parents and children. What I want to say is that in addition to this, we somehow wanted to help parents out. This is a new generation of people, and somehow we wanted to adapt everything we are doing to their needs. And we came to the idea to actually organize this podcast. And the focus should be actually on this podcast. So everything that we are doing with parents is called Support to Imperfection. This is what our program is called, that we are implementing with parents in 15 centers in Serbia, that we equipped. Also, those are preschool institutions, where we are bringing together parents from the local Slagon, from Sjenica to Bač, Odžak, Šabac, Belgrade, Pančevo, not to list all the cities out because I'll probably forget something. So we are gathering parents from the local civil governments, and in 2.5 months we have 10 workshops, 10 2-hour workshops with local experts that we also supported. So we organized this program of supporting imperfection. The program is completely free for parents. I can say that we have fantastic partners and friends, and this is an example of how a company is socially responsible. So Generali Serbia, together with their global organization called the Human Safety Net, and they are helping us engage as many parents as possible and cover as many parents as possible through our program. So parents come 10 times once a week for 2 hours. They can bring their children to these workshops. And the preschool teachers are organizing activities with children so that the parents can be completely relaxed during the program. So these are not only parents, those are caring adults in the lives of children coming there to our workshops. So in addition to parents, we have grandmothers, grandfathers coming. Everybody is welcome. Those are actually adults that the children are spending time with. What I would like to say is that we have a lot of fathers, and we are breaking this stereotype that, you know, dads are not that ready to take part in these workshops. No, in our case, fathers really do participate. And we did an evaluation. I'm just saying, for those of you who are interested in that, this was published in the European Journal of Developmental Psychology, where we worked with 900 parents before and after the program, and we saw that what we are doing with parents definitely is giving results. I pointed out that all our activities are free, and now, in addition to that, we also have a podcast which is called Supporting Imperfection. And our founder, Jelena, and I, myself, as a psychologist and psychotherapist who has been working with parents and children for a long time, we discussed various topics about parents. How did we reach these topics? We had parents giving us suggestions. We called parents to give us suggestions about the topics that they want to be covered. And then parents proposed these topics. So we addressed boundaries, unacceptable behavior, how to respond to unacceptable behavior, emotions, feelings, anger, self-regulation strategies, self-care. Those are all topics that we have covered. Jelena is a mom of 2 children. They are a bit older now, okay? But she is very committed. She actually was having a discussion with me. So in that podcast, no, okay, but later parents could send questions. And then in smaller groups or through Instagram, through social media, we were giving answers to parents to some of the questions. We didn't do any evaluation for this podcast, but we want to do that because we have a team of external experts who are working on research. They work in Amsterdam at the university. So this is our goal now, to see whether there is a change among the parents who are listening just to the podcast. The podcast is just a resource, one channel for us through which we can reach parents. And we are planning to see, to do a research and to see whether some changes are happening. Young parents like listening to podcasts more than listening to books. I hope that you agree that this is true, regardless of our opinion on that. And based on, we still have the, since they're showing me that my time is almost up, I'm going to be short. We didn't remove the option of comments. All those social networks are can be really dirty, let's say, and the anonymity gives people option to write whatever they want, you know. And when you work with such an impactful people such as Jelena and Novak, people are feeling that they have the right to comment on all sorts of things. But regardless of that, since we always learn that this speaks about them and not about us, we read all the comments, and by analyzing them, we realized we are trying to understand which topics parents are interested in, where parents need additional knowledge about disciplining. Very often we still have the thing where parents are beating children and think this is a correct way of disciplining. So we can offer an alternative. People are commenting on that, and we are learning together with them. I'm not going to talk about how we are working with parents. You all know that because we are all professionals here. And the main message that we are sending is to support imperfections. And this is what we learn from parents. Parents do need support. Children do need support from their parents. They don't need perfect parents. Parents often want to be perfect, and this is completely fine, but children don't need perfect parents. And our motto is that everything can be delayed except from love. I tried to be short, so I was a bit faster, but hopefully all of you who are interested in what the Know Your Courage Foundation is doing, you will discover what we're doing on the networks.
Dear Smiljana, and everything you described in my mind comes down to one thing: building or rebuilding a community. And by the way, you said one phrase: every child is a champion, every parent is a champion. I think the next regional conference should probably take that name. Thank you for inspiring us, and our best regards to Novak Djokovic, his wife. Every country, every region, the world needs champions and inspirators like that. Moving straight away to Susie. Ben is also here, and I remember the beautiful campaign that you will tell us about was very much led by him as well as the rep at that time in North Macedonia. And it's not just a plain old campaign, it's really about community engagement, changing the narrative. So looking forward to hear a bit more. Thank you, Susie.
Great, thanks. Is this on? Okay, so the Parenting is Learned campaign was a campaign that really covered many of the points that we discussed yesterday. And if I pick out a couple of...
A bit closer.
Not a bit closer.
Yep.
Is this better?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Parenting is Also Learned campaign is a campaign that really highlighted many of the points that we discussed yesterday at this conference. But if I can pick out a few of the points, I really would pick out some of the underlying principles of our initiative is that, you know, the understanding or the recognition that when a child is born, a parent is also born. And as children learn, parents are also learning along the way. And this was a recognition of that. And that we really needed to come together and bring out, not only through our campaign, some support to parents, but also a call to action for government and society and businesses to actually also introduce measures to support parents. So, you know, we had done research before the campaign, and we, of course, like in many countries in the region, we have high level prevalence of violence and different adverse childhood experiences. And we also saw that only 5% of parents were aware of parenting programs. So the campaign in itself was about bringing some of the science to parents, but also, as I said, this call to action for more support to parents. And it included a multimedia campaign, it included parenting resources online, it included masterclasses online, but the main vehicle for engaging with parents were the community events. And the community events, I think we often talk about what was the formula, because I don't even think that when we started out we knew that this would be the magic formula. But what was the formula for the success of these parents were a combination of expert talks, comedy, and emotional dance with young people. So the expert talks, we were very lucky to have Ben as being our representative, but also being an expert. So he was engaged in these conversations, not as a representative, but as an expert and as a thought leader. But we also had other experts, and we also have one of them in the audience today, Maria Raleva. But we had many local experts, and we were having conversations about brain development, attachment. We were having conversations about, or talks, not conversations, talks about parenting styles, about emotional development and character development, and also, as Ben highlighted yesterday, how stress, be it positive or toxic, impacts child development. And in these talks, there were no discussion or no mention of violence and you know, the negative impact of consequences of violence. But it was more, the tone of the conversation was more about how we learn to be parents and how easy it is for us without the support to fall into models that we learn through our own experiences as parents, as children with our own parents. So where the comedy came in, we had a national actor who's also a stand-up comedian moderate the events, and what he brought to this dialogue was jokes that highlighted subtly the absurdity of some of the models that we fall into when we are parents and we don't think about how our parenting and the way we parent impacts children. And you know, one of the things I remember the most was he had a list of parenting styles that he came up with, and these were styles like the religious parent. You know, the parent, the one that says, God helps you when your father comes home. Or he would have, I think he used to call it the impossible parent. And he would then add, you know, the parent that says, calm down, sit down, shut your mouth, and eat all the food with your mouth closed, don't talk. So he would bring this laughter to the whole room. And this added a lot of, you know, when people are laughing collectively, it created a lot of bonds. And so when we would engage later with parents after the event, you know, they would talk to us about, oh, we had aha moments with the talks, we had this laughter, and then they even had, some spoke about how they had some tears because the dance troupe that we had with us were performing a dance which was a creative interpretation of the isolation that children feel when they grow up in a dysfunctional family. But I think what brought it all together was at the end of this whole event, we had a very open questions and answers session. And the question and answer session were managed in a way that people anonymously wrote down the questions that they wanted to ask to the panelists. And there are 3 questions that I think I will always remember and really highlighted how open, how much of an open dialogue we were able to have. We had questions like, how can I build the self-confidence in my child when I myself as a person am not self-confident? Or we had one question that was a question, we're very open and said, is it better for me to keep my family together when my partner is an alcoholic and we experience toxic stress every day, or is it better for me to take my child and leave the family? And then there were questions like, my child is a teenager, now I realize I've got it wrong. Is it too late for me to change? So, you know, I think these questions show the openness of the dialogue that we had, but what was really important was the responses that our panelists were giving to parents. These were responses that there was absolutely no judgment on the parents. There was lots of empathy. There was no right or wrong answer to their questions. There was only guidance on how parents themselves can come to a decision that works for them. And I think there was also, and again I say this because I remember after the events were talking and engaging with parents, and so we had lots of direct feedback immediately after the events. One of them was a level of hope, because one of the messages was that it's never too late to heal. And I remember Ben used to give this great story about healing at the age of 80, but I won't tell that story, so that's a story for Ben. So it's a different way of engaging. What we were able to do is to really have open conversations about taboo topics, but we were also able to hear from parents the real challenges that they're experiencing, and this really changed the way we were programming and influencing policy in terms of the support to parents, particularly in the context of ending violence or violent use of discipline. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Susie. I really remember well this campaign, and I was impressed because it reminded me of something that originated or is associated with the disability community, but it's absolutely applicable and universally applicable. Nothing for us without us. I think this is so important when we talk about parenting, and in your case you showed really how this should be done, a gold standard in service delivery, policy making, but starting from a human conversation, without judgment, without stigma, and the element of humor, irony, self-irony is so precious to me at least, because in our region we genuinely love to laugh and to see the world in a bit of a different way, and I think this has actually helped us survive throughout the ages, the centuries, and I think it's such a powerful and untapped potential into that coping strategy. So kudos for the creativity as well. It's really amazing. Moving to our last panelist, Tamara, you have the honor of inciting us about the power of the changes that businesses can bring about, because throughout those 2 days we were talking about partnerships, we were talking about networks, we were talking, at least in our UNICEF world, we talk a lot about business for our results. We talk about child rights and business. So business is really such a key enabler, environment, partner, entity, advocate, so many roles. So looking forward to hearing about the innovative approaches that IKEA is applying.
Thank you. Mike, yeah? Okay, thank you. So first of all, thank you for letting me stay in this space, which is for me sort of not super usual, coming from, you know, the business. And this is a space of, for me, great empathy and inspiration. And then secondly, I want to say that at least 2 out of the 2.5 million calls to Halo Beba come from my household. Probably more, but 2 I remember distinctly, and thank you for the help. And then, for me, you know, coming into this conference, I was wondering, what can I bring to the table to all of you, to all of us, to think about coming from the workplace? And then yesterday, I actually figured it out. I had a completely different concept before. And what happened is, yesterday there was a sentence which said, there is no such thing as a neutral workplace when it comes to parenting and mental health. Okay? And so this was actually a trigger for me. Yeah, so we as businesses, we need to take sides. Yeah, we need to decide, are we going to be a workplace that supports parents in mental health, or are we going to be a workplace that is harmful for mental health and parenting? And so, I mean, for us in IKEA, we sort of made this decision consciously, and we made it quite a while ago. And there is, of course, you know, a purely sort of humanitarian reason for this, but there is also a belief that, you know, being a good business is good business. So it's not only always about just, you know, being nice to people, it's also in the belief that if you have values which support your co-workers, this will in the end ultimately also come back to you in terms of the business results. Now, having sort of set a little bit of the context, I would like to share a few practices that we have, and also take you a little bit through our journey in time there. So where I am is Southeast Europe, and for IKEA this means Slovenia, Croatia, Serbia, Romania, and Ukraine. But today I will focus a little bit more on Croatia, but starting with something that we started introducing for all our co-workers. So 4 or 5 years ago, we were thinking about what is one of the things that parents need the most that we as a workspace can give them. And one of the things is time. Yeah, because what do parents need amongst other things, or most than anything else? And this is time to spend with the family, to spend with the kids. And this is where we started. And for most companies, this turns into a set of benefits. Yeah, so you start giving more days off for when people have kids. What we did is we gave additional month of parental leave, paid parental leave for all the fathers to spend more time with kids when they're super young, when the mother comes back from giving birth. And then what we did also is gave mothers 1 month when she's coming back to work to adjust, but not only for her, but also for the whole family. And this is where we started. So we start with time. And then a few years after that, we say, okay, we can do more. Let's do more. But of course, you know, we are not the experts. So what can we do? We can connect with the experts and we can offer counseling. And then we introduced Employee Assistance Program, which targets many topics, mental health being one of the crucial ones. But what's more important, we extended our EAP to also include family members. So partners of our co-workers can also apply. They can have couples counseling. We have experts for children. So they can also discuss if they have any difficulties in terms of parenting. They can also discuss that. So that was for us step 2. And this brings me to today, to this year, to about a year ago. And this is where we will focus on Croatia, I think, a bit more, and our partnership with UNICEF that we are having there. And then we figured, okay, we can do more. And so what is more? More is we want to offer people content. We want to offer people face-to-face contact in our premises during the work hours, because this is the most convenient for them. But then again, we can't do this alone, so we want to partner. And of course, and I think this is something that we heard a number of times in these 2 days, we want to partner with people who are credible, with information that is, you know, important and valid and tested and scientifically proven. And so one of the good examples, I would say, is we partnered with UNICEF in Croatia, and we did a series of workshops for our co-workers, both live and online, for especially early child development, and this is probably one of the reasons why we're also having this conversation. So also, together with our co-workers, we focused on some topics, and these were, for example, emotional competence of children, setting boundaries for parents. One very interesting topic, and thank you for introducing this, and this is technology, yeah, children and the media, because this is new for all of us as parents. How do we handle technology when we're parenting? How do we handle technology as adults? And we got incredible feedback, really, from our co-workers for this. So now we are looking, because as I said, this is pretty new for us also. We are looking now how to expand this. And so for me, to put it in the wider context of this whole conference, we are talking a lot about ways to reach people. And I think business can be one of the ways to reach people. And then the question is, how do we inspire and stimulate more businesses? And I think this needs to be sort of a joint effort also from, you know, the governments and different foundations and organizations, so that businesses in a way also become part of this wider network that then supports, yeah, parents and everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tamara. I think you brought on board unique perspectives of the business, and I really believe business is an enabler. Business is a game changer. Business is an ally. Even for decades, I'm talking in the past, UNICEF was a bit shying away from direct engagement, but we have seen throughout the years, including in my country, in Bulgaria, IKEA is a very good example how businesses with their social responsibility, with their advocacy efforts, with their joint campaigning with UNICEF, and with their customer and employee engagement are really making changes. So businesses do have a seat at the table, place at forums like that. And let's not forget that in businesses, everyone who works there are people, parents, humans like all of us. You're not extraterrestrials, so we should be joining forces in this common cause. So thank you so much for the insights. I would like, if possible, to have the second Mentimeter question now, because we have heard in this panel a lot of options, a lot of plausible, viable, valid menus of alternatives, or rather combinations of channels, platforms we can use to reach parents with their particular needs, with their preferences, with their information necessities. But the last question, I think, is the, if we have it, is the $1 million question. The whole session revolved around information, provision of information, which is true. This is the fundamental aim that we want to achieve with our panelists. But the big goal is, what is the future of parenting? What are the 21st century skills of parents? Because parenting 20 years ago was something that is different from today, and in 20 years probably it will be different. Even in 5 years it will be different. So we want to collect your brain juices. I know they are still here at the end of this conference, so we want to collect them, and for you to give us all the insights you can have with one word, with a phrase. What is the future of parenting? Because this will be informing and will be inspiring our own policies and services and campaigns and our own lives, because we want to live our values, and we are putting children at the core, empowering families and being allies in this future, because we want the future to be bright. We live in a world that seems a bit doom and gloom right now, but I know, especially after those 2 days, that there is brightness in the future. So I'm looking forward to see the answers of what future holds for parenting through your minds and hearts. And ladies, actually my final request to you would be not an add-on question, but actually I would like us to look jointly at the answers and for you to also give us a bit of your interpretation. Is the future of parenting indeed related to love? I see love wins. It should be. Love wins. So information, support, family-friendly policies, power, interesting, in what way, but power, anyway, it's important. Gender transformative, knowledge, converging point, relationships, happier children. So it's really a bright future, comprehensive, mental well-being. This reminds me to really thank Eva and the whole team working behind the strategy, the framework that we saw introduced today. From SBC point of view, I'm really happy that the behaviors we want to encourage and to provoke and to stimulate are really related to self-care, to service seeking, information seeking, but also responsive caregiving. I think this is fundamental for everything that we see in this universe of options. So, ladies, probably one last sentence from each of you. What do you think about the generated vision from our kind audience? Actually, our community, they're not just an audience. Susie?
I can start. I can start because I saw love was the one that came up the most, and this message of our campaign was love comes naturally, but successful parenting is learned, which for me highlights the need for us to show empathy, not only to parents, but it also shows that, to me, speaks about the fact that we need to engage with parents. And one of the things that we were experiencing back when we were doing the campaign, and we're seeing more and more of this these days, is, you know, this polarization, and we're also seeing, you know, lots of some parenting groups having conversations about you know, the level of state involvement in the private affairs of families. And I think this is something that we need to recognize, that there are different needs of parents, and regardless of whether a parent has a traditional views or whether they're more liberal parents, we need to engage with all parents and really support parents in a way that doesn't tell parents what's right or wrong, but really gives them the skills and the information they need to make the right choices for themselves.
Thank you, Susie.
Love.
Daniela?
I would like to thank Tamara and to say that we never counted who called us how many times. The keyword is trust. Our parents trust us. When they call us, they are at a crossroads, at a traffic light where the amber light is on, and we are knowledgeable professionals who will direct them through the junction and to make sure the green light comes on instead of red.
Tamara, you were mentioned, so take the floor, please.
So for me, in addition to, you know, love and knowledge and the words that we've seen, I think a lot of it's about connection. So connection also between, you know, the caregiver and the child, and then here a lot of it was about connection between different institutions and organizations. So if I were to answer, that would be sort of my word.
Thank you, thank you. Smiljana?
Before I answer the question, I would like to ask you, on my scarf, can you see a white dot, a little white dot on my scarf? Can any of you see it? No? There is no dot. Very well. Maybe some of you did see it, but won't say so. Well, this is what it looks like. This is what the future looks like working with parents. Some of you will see it, some of you will not. The point is to adapt. And in my opinion, the key word is that love is not enough. There are some things that are needed in addition to love.
Wise words indeed. Ida, we started with you, so we will conclude the panel with you to close the frame.
Thank you very much. A lot of good things were said. I would like to point out togetherness and involvement of the community. To succeed in Montenegro, we needed to rely on many partners. We wanted to reach as many parents as possible, as quickly as possible, first to the ministry, where we designed a message on what BEBO was. This message was disseminated to all kindergartens and then to all kindergarten teachers and then to all parents. So in 2 days, we recorded a huge increase in the number of users. We included the company A1, who sent a text message to all of their subscribers. So we achieved the highest growth in the number of downloads thanks to this small step. Also, lately, we have involved the maternity wards, most importantly in the clinical center of Montenegro, which is the largest hospital in Montenegro. We also involved the home visiting nurses, so everybody joined forces to promote the BEBO application. I would also like to highlight the civil sector, especially the Parents Association, which has a large number of followers on social media. So my message is we all have to work together to support parents.
So much to all the panelists. I really appreciate your insights and wisdom and hard work and inspiration, unstoppable passion. This is really what we all need to thrive and to do the best versions of ourselves for the children and for the future of our world. I will conclude with the trivia that I found out today. I didn't realize that today is actually the 78th anniversary of the adoption of the UN Charter, the United Nations Charter, and since UNICEF, together with partners, of course, is at the core of this event, I just imagine that what is at the core, at the bottom of parenting, is really similar to what we all try to do with the UN Charter. It has a little bit of negotiation, a little bit of peace building. It has everything in order for all of us, the family members, to come together and to have united families, united society, and ultimately an united world that we need more than ever. So with huge gratitude to the panelists, to all my predecessors speaking, leading, facilitating, having keynote speeches. It was huge thrill and excitement for me to listen to you, to learn most of all, and to probably humbly contribute to this amazing event. And I would like to hand it over to Diana. If you're, yes, Regina, welcome to you again. I just saw you. I hope you've both enjoyed the panel. Sorry for the delay, but it was hugely important and interesting throughout the day, and we're happy to have you. So
we have something.
Oh, sorry,
before.
sorry.
Yeah,
then
okay.
Over to you. Then thank you so much.
Thank you, Ivo.
Just a little bit more patience, yeah?
Yes.
And just a little bit more energy, because that's what the conference has brought all these 2 days.
Tamara iz IKEA mi je ukrala štos.
Tamara from IKEA stole a trick from me. Out of those 2.5 million questions that were asked to the Hello Baby counseling centers, about 100 came from my family. So thank you very much. These calls were usually at 3 a.m. when we didn't know what to do, so you restored order in our home. If we are going to illustrate our partnerships, in the first row we have Maria Beslin. When it comes to the BEBO app, thank you, Ida, for mentioning that it originated from here. The company Nordius deserves to be mentioned. They helped actually create the app. So thank you for being with us. Thank you to the Nordius Foundation. We now have more than 1.2 million users, or maybe even more. And this is an important source of support to our parents. And as of today, a new member of this community, or maybe not so new, is Marko Somborac, a committed dad who worked very hard yesterday and today and conveyed a lot through pictures. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words, so let's see how Marko sees these 2 days and the topics that we have been discussing. The first topic was when a child is born, the parent is born as well. Unfortunately, without an instruction manual.
When the child is born, the parents are also born. Usually children know what to do, but parents don't. They need a lot of guidance, and they are really quite concentrated to that.
So we can see the next one.
And of course, we heard that the parents are really the champions. Mm-hmm. And we had a good illustration of the medals for parents. To translate to those that don't speak Serbian, the first one says he survived not to fall apart or yell when the child spilled the milk. And for her, she spent the whole hour playing with the child, although she came back from the very difficult work meeting or meeting at work. And these are probably just two, and many others are around our heads.
This is something about child play and worries and stress, staying outside the window saying, hey, what about us? Well, when we play with children, we don't have stress and worries, which is really true.
And the next one, which actually is saying that a lot of science, a lot of things around, but actually it's just spilling the cup of milk or cup of water. And the child, looking at parents and their capacities, competencies to deal with the situations which are really grateful and learning situations for them.
Yes, they can really test us a lot of times, not only our patience, but a lot of other things.
But these are just some things about parents and children and the love and play and everything that we have to deal with, and this is all possible because of the great support of many services, and one of them is Mary Poppins Home Visiting Service, which actually comes to the up to hill, to the most vulnerable, hard to reach and disadvantaged, and of course to everybody else who wait for them with a smile.
Yes. So we can see the next one. Trainings for parents, 3 series of push-ups, and also cleaning the cubes or little toys from our kids' rooms. Everybody knows that one of the worst pains in the world is when you step on a Lego brick. That can really hit the nerve.
And of course, it's not possible without all this next one, without all the services working together. It is important to form the teams for the support for parents with health, education, local communities, social welfare, and find the solutions, and them working together really as a army or a strength that can support the family.
And nothing without a stamp. You need to stamp something, you know.
Next one.
The next one.
And many times, and even in the last panels, we were talking about budget priorities and how much children and parents are really at the top of the priorities of the government, and how hard they really manage to get to the desired or not desired, deserved support and financial investments that are needed to provide all the services around them.
Also something about budgeting, different scenes from everyday life of a parent, from buying diapers to buying books for school, and thinking about creative acrobatics regarding finances and children. And
the UNICEF mentioned in every single step of the parenting support, and I guess every panel, and that's how he saw us as a partner to every part of the society which is actually contributing to the children and family. And I think the last one. Yeah, and the last one we will have a chance to talk exactly now. Before the closure, Eva Borisova will just go through the few information steps being taken during these 2 days in order to form the call for action for the region, which we happily call Belgrade Regional Call for Action for Early Childhood Development and Parenting, which actually is amplifying with the voice of UNICEF all the others that are asking for support and care and partnership. Here you go.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much. I will do this very briefly because I think illustrations were so much more fun. Now we're going to go into a bit more serious part of the end of the conference, which is to really show you the final outcome and output of incredible amount of insight, feedback, words, phrases, and a lot of important ideas that you all have given us throughout the last 2 days to actually arrive at this document that I think is now pretty impressive, and we look forward to actually using it together. So we do have the Belgrade Early Years Call to Action, ensuring the best start in life for every child in Europe and Central Asia, empowering parents and strengthening support systems. What this document is actually really combining the feedback of every single delegation who was here with us in the room for the last 2 days, which my team was just remarking how impressive the level of commitment was, to read every sentence, to provide word choices to make sure that everything that you really care about is in this document. So it really speaks to your commitment and dedication to this work, and really big thanks to everybody. When we started listing for whom this early years call to action is, we started with governments, partners, donors, and then all of you started adding. So it became to academics, practitioners, parenting association, and to communities as a whole. So while this call to action is indeed more towards government, partners, donors, and those of us sitting in this room advocating for this, we truly believe that the actions and the commitments speak to everybody. So we hope that you will take it out, even out of this room, and use it as widely as you can. Recognizing all of these things, which I think the drawings of wonderful artists already showed, and you've heard so much about them during the presentation, that the first years of life are so crucial, that children need nurturing care, and we're still far from being able to provide that to all, that parents and caregivers are the crucial, most important agents of a child's life, yet they need so much support to make sure that they do their job right, that parenting needs are changing, the world is unpredictable, climate, environmental health, everything is coming at parents and children at unreasonable rates. With all of that, investing in early childhood development and parenting is truly the best thing most governments can do now and for the future. We recognize all that, and with all that recognition, here's our call to action. And here's what we commit to, what you committed to, and what you committed to make sure that we do together. There's 8 key commitments in terms of programs and services, and 4 in terms of ways how we're going to do them. So I'm going to go very fast through them, because behind every one of these sentences, there was a painstaking decision of what words to use, and I hope that you would forgive us if we couldn't capture every single word that you gave to us, but we're really grateful, because all of those words, and we heard them from many different countries, most of them made them as much as we could make sure that the sentences still held power and truth, and the spirit behind them is what matters. So first and foremost, and I think this was a big part of day one, is adopting a whole-of-government approach to the early years. What this means is working on policies, budgets, strategies, within sectors, and very importantly, across sectors. Let's hold this dear and close to our hearts, because this is what's going to make a big difference. Second, health sector. We heard so much about the power of the health sector and how much we still need to do there to support children and families better. Third, education sector. We heard a lot about the importance of childcare, of early learning in homes, between homes and early childhood settings, and that continues to be a big priority for us. Fourth, parenting. Parenting, the all-encompassing, powerful system that we've been discussing for the last 2 days and hearing how to get to that from a universal to more progressive support to parents, and again, needing really the commitment of sectors, partners, and all of us working together to make it happen. We should not forget the family-friendly policies, and we've heard from businesses, from ministries of social welfare, from a lot of policymakers how crucial this is, because without family-friendly policies, the environment within which parents parent and children grow is not going to be as successful. 6, we've heard a lot about child protection, institutionalization, and key social services that truly reach the more vulnerable families and children. We can't forget that when it comes to the early years, because those are the prevention parts of everything that follows after. 7, we talked today a lot about early identification and early childhood intervention systems. They start with health, but they require also a multi-sectoral way of operating. Almost all of these priorities, and that is the beauty of early childhood in some ways, really require the connection between all the sectors. And last but not least, and Eva would be happy that that made it there front and center and with a lot of comments around it, was really promoting positive social norms in terms of responsive caregiving, early learning, and transformative parenting through social behavior change approaches to everything we have heard in the last panel that works, and even more, because we need even more innovation and even more thinking ahead in how we're going to reach all these parents with the right information, evidence, support that we need. And now on the how. This is not really a how, because the how is with you. And a lot of you came during the process of collecting the feedback asking, what are we doing next with it? Let's get to that in a minute. But this is more what we've heard is really important when we think about programs and policies, to really keep in mind some of the ways that we're going to promote those changes and commitments. First is workforce. Every single panel talked about the workforce across the sectors and how crucial the support for the workforce is, the way that the workforce interacts with parents and children, and the full behavior change that's needed within that workforce. So that is non-negotiable. Second, the power of technology and innovation. Technology is big. We've heard incredible successes across countries of how we're using technology to benefit children and families. But beyond technology, how do we innovate in a world that is indeed changing so fast? And we really need to think on our feet as we create dynamic systems of support for families and children. 3, data. Data, integration of data system, accountability for early childhood development outcomes. By the way, only a third of countries in our region are reporting consistently on the SDG indicator for early childhood development. I cannot leave this room without telling you that we absolutely need to get better at collecting data on young children and making sure that it speaks to their policies and to how we work in this area. And last, but most importantly, because that truly is the biggest P in the 3 Ps of the conference, is partnerships. And here we could have had 3 paragraphs, because so many of you came to us and said, we need businesses, we need private sectors, we need donors, we need all the sectors, and we need all of the countries that are in this room to continue to partner together, share best practices and ideas, go beyond this room, and really create a community where everything we're learning about this incredibly important agenda is shared and really leveraged amongst us. Those are our 12 commitments. This is why we're doing this, because we have to remember how we're doing it together. And now on the three next steps. And these are very, very quick and really forward-looking, because the next steps are with you. Many of you came and said, we're already ready to launch this. Can we put a press release on this call to action? When is it ready? At the end of this conference, this is your call to action. So Diana will launch it officially, which is wonderful, but please use it. First and foremost, advocate, raise awareness around it. That's really, really important. Second, implement it. These are commitments that are actually very much at the heart and forefront of everything you have shared. So your countries are already way ahead on many of these commitments. I'd like to remind us that really, I ended my presentation yesterday with one simple line. Sometimes a smile is enough. Sometimes 12 commitments, which sounds like a lot, are not that much if you just start with 1. So look at the commitments and prioritize and think about which of those are you really already on the way, which of your reforms in which of the sectors are ready to move forward, and start there. And last, I already heard Eva suggesting another regional conference. I think we need a tiny break, but I think we'll be ready for that very soon to follow up on this Belgrade call to action and to really monitor progress and see where we are and what we need to add to it. Because just like the world, call to actions and our vision also needs to be adaptable, and we need to keep adding and changing and making sure that we're making progress towards it. So any countries that are interested in following Serbia's incredible hospitality, an incredible dynamic way of making this conference come to life, please come to us and we will talk to you for next steps. Thank you so much. And over to David.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And now, as you already mentioned, I invite Dejana Kostadinova, UNICEF Serbia Director, to officially close today's conference.
Thank you very much. Listening to the last session and to Ivor at the end, I was wondering how to address you. Dear colleagues, dear friends, dear guests, and at the end I decided, dear champions for children, because what I see in this room is a room full of champions for children. What an inspiring 2 days event we had with you. And at the end, even with a sense of humor, I really appreciate the pictures. They were really amazing. We engaged in insightful discussions. We shared best practices, and we forged new partnerships. We've heard from dedicated experts, looking at Ben as one of them. We heard experience from across the whole region, but the most important, we've heard from parents why it is so important to invest in the early childhood development. And we've learned, we challenged, and we inspired each other. And I hope that we all agree that early years are the crucial period for every one human being. That is paving the way after that for their health, education, and well-being. And in this way, it's paving the way for the prosperous society. And parents and caregivers are at the heart of this process, and they need our support. Of course, the challenges that we are facing are significant, and there is a long way in front of us. Although usually Europe and Central Asia region is considered to be the most advanced in many regards, still there are many children in our region that lack access to programs and support, including access to quality preschool education, to health care, to social services and early interventions. And of course, vulnerable and marginalized children are at the greatest risks. However, we've seen that the solutions are in our hands. We have the evidence, we have the tools, but the most important, we have the collective will and we have the clear vision how to make the difference. To create the safety net families need to thrive, we must ensure active and collaborative involvement of all the sectors, health, education, and social services. And as we've heard from Serbia case, this is mission possible. Dear friends from Serbia, although I'm almost 4 years in Serbia, but these 2 days I was so inspired to listen about your unwavering support and commitment to early childhood development. Our plan to transition from call for action to an intersectoral action plan with clear targets, with indicators, with budget allocations, and particularly the recommitment that we've heard the first day from the high-level officials from the Serbian government, this is a testament to our collective dedication to this topic. And each step that we are going to do together slowly will bring us closer to our shared vision, the inclusive society, which in fact is the basic foundation of the prosperous country. For the entire region, it is crucial to bring these sectors together in a coordinated approach. It is essential to review our policies, our strategies, our budgets, and to ensure prioritization of their early childhood development and parenting support. With this collective understanding, I hope, I'm pleased to launch the Belgrade Early Years Call for Action. And in fact, this call for action, this is not just a statement of intent. This is our promise to ourselves, our promise to our children, our promise to our communities. It's a promise to work together and to innovate together, because it's even more interesting to innovate and to do the things in an innovative ways, and to deliver for our children. If there is one word that is associated with parenting, this is the word nurture. That's why the call for action is summarized in the nurture acronym. And you can see on the screen what does this mean. N, network and collaborate across sectors. U, utilize evidence-based practices and policies. R, reach the most vulnerable families. T, train and empower the multi-sectoral early childhood workforce. U, uplift parenting through innovative solutions and supportive programs. And E, engage communities and parents as co-creators of everything that we are doing. These commitments are ambitious but essential, and we must undertake them together. And of course, UNICEF stands ready to continue supporting through dialogues, exchanges, opportunities for learning from each other, like this 2-day event that we had here. And as we conclude this conference, we are not just ending an event, we are launching a movement that recognizes the crucial importance of early childhood development and parenting support. And I really hope that every one of you leaving this place today will go home with a renewed sense of urgency and clear roadmap for action in our minds. I'm sure that together we can create for every child in Europe and Central Asia a world which provides opportunity to reach full potential. This journey begins now, and let's make every one step count. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you very much for creating with us, and I wish you a safe back trip.
Okay. Before you go home, first we want to tell you that all these 2 days have been online. So you've been seen and recorded, and you will also, yeah? And you can watch it over and over and over again, for sure. And be proud of yourself. And also, you can also go on our website. And besides looking and over again the whole conference, you can also find the valuable presentations that were presented on this conference, which again you can over and over again watch and even utilize some of the good sentences and something that you have learned through this conference. And now, I want you also to prepare your hands for one very, very, very special moment. And this is actually giving thanks to many people that stand in front, behind, between, inside this conference, and many things that we have done together to come to these 2 days, and many days, I guess, after these 2 days. So the first, I would like to thank the 2 big directors, which stand behind the UNICEF Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia, Regina De Dominicis. And another woman who just has made the closure of the conference, Diana Konstantinidis, UNICEF Office in Serbia. Yeah, Konstantinova, sorry. Yeah. And
I would like also to thank to all of I would like to thank to all the panelists and to all the keynote speakers and all the insiders that came, that were in the conference or online together with us, who gave us a lot of knowledge, inspiration, and the ways forward. And I would like to thank to special women, women and some men as well, who really gave the energy and days and nights and to organize and work on the program for this conference. And I would like to even ask them if they can step here, or at least turn here so that we can see them. And they are Evelina Borisova. I'll go one by one side. Mila Vuković-Jovanović. Sanja Budisavljević. Ivana Vojvodić. Dragana Koruga. Verica Matijačić, who left, but we want applause for her. Saurab, Matilde. All of the offices, I think, that worked for this important event. And Jelena Ziganović. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Who knows? Maybe this is a new shift in Jelena's career, because she has a very big potential for being a good host. In fact, maybe I can ask you to use your influence inside UNICEF to include number 13 in Belgrade Call for Action, to apply with me together to be co-hosts of the next Eurovision. No. I'm just joking, of course. It was a really big pleasure and honor for me to be here with you, Jelena. And I, at the end, want to thank to these people who made this conference possible. It's all the technical stuff we call Houston. Thank you very much. And also one big applause for the people who have been working most hardly yesterday and today, and they are the translators. Very big thank you. We have already mentioned Marko. Diana has said a big thank you, but once again, thanks to Marko.
And also big thanks to Misha.
Yeah, okay.
And to the volunteers and all the other people that were helping us to run the conference smoothly. Thank you very much.
So, I think we can say
there's going to be a little QR code here, which is actually evaluation of the conference, and please take it, fill it in quickly, because it will help us to move on and organize it even better some other day in some other country, or even here next year.
Thank you very much, and have a safe trip back
home.
to your home.
Yeah.